right, now we pop out the chat so that I can see my victims speaking to me. Ooh, I mean viewers. Yeah. All right, where's that other pop out? They didn't take that off, did they? Hello, Aztec Archive. You are first. That was quick. There it is. So it pops out this little window here, so that I can keep an eye on the stream health without having to keep this page loaded. There we go. Can I shrink that? Yes, I can. Oh, I can shrink it a lot. Jerry Martin is second. Congratulations.
What did I get?
They get congratulations. There we go. That's a bit better setup.
Oh, there it looks.
Give me another one of those sodas. Jerry says hello.
Hello. Who's Jerry?
Michelle said, screw you.
I didn't say that.
He can hear you, Michelle.
Trouble now?
Huh?
Causing trouble now?
I like causing trouble. Causing trouble is fun.
I'm taking 2.
No.
What?
Yeah, it's fine. Just be careful, Michelle.
I'm not taking 4.
A lot of sugar. Just be careful. Put it in your fridge. It's much better cold. I had something happen that I didn't think was possible. I put one of these, I got these Starries because they're 29 cents a bottle. Actually, how much do they cost? Let's see. They are $3.48 for a 6-pack, and it's buy one, get one free. So yeah, 29 cents a bottle. I was right. Exactly 29 cents. So for 29 cents a bottle, oh, hell yeah, we have a lot of it. Because they have a coupon to get 100% back if you buy one, get one, so BOGO. And so I stuck one in the freezer to make it cold. And now, you know, we still don't have a fridge yet. I'm looking for an apartment-sized fridge because I don't think I have the physical capability of dragging a regular-sized fridge in here. But I think I can manage an apartment fridge. Anyway, I'm trying to find one that's not 20 years old. I put the soda in my, I have those little 12-volt coolers that can work also as freezers. They can go down to -4 degrees. They're like legit compressor freezers, but they run off 12 volts. So I have a battery that runs off the battery, and the battery's plugged in, of course, so it's charging, which is nice because if the power blinks, then they just keep running. They don't care because they're on batteries. And well, we have the little one. I have it set as a freezer, and I had it set to like 14 degrees or something like that. 14 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's like -20 Celsius or whatever. I don't know what it is. And I forgot the soda, so I was like, okay, that's gonna be an ice ball. And the next day I pull the soda out, it's not frozen. At first I thought, no, I did. You pulled it out first, but I went over and I pulled it out. Did I not?
I handed it to you.
No, I came over to check on it. It was working.
But the soda I handed
Okay,
you.
whatever. So the soda wasn't frozen, so I thought something was wrong with the freezer, but no, the freezer was at 11 degrees. It oscillates a couple degrees both directions. And as soon as I opened the bottle, it began to freeze. So the soda had supercooled. I didn't know it was possible to supercool soda. I thought the CO2 was too much contaminants, so it would just freeze. But apparently you can super cool soda, and it did. It's super cooled. And so as soon as I took it out and gave it a little wrap, when I saw what it was doing, I got to watch it freeze. And then as I grabbed the bottle in my hand, I got to watch it thaw. It was very cool. But let me tell you, this shit is very good as a frozen slushy. In that semi-frozen slushy-like state, oh my God, is it good. Oh, that was delicious. Got to be careful with that. A lot of sugar in that. How much sugar is in this? It is, well, not as bad as I thought. 55 grams of sugar. It's not as bad as like Mountain Dew or Pepsi or something like that. Those have like 70 grams of sugar. It's like, wow. But still, that's a lot of sugar. But it's quite delicious. Boy, nobody now. Oh, it says 0. Hello, Lee. For some reason, it says 0 viewers. Well, technically you're nobody until we have a name. Now we have a name. Now you're somebody. Going through all my junk real quick on the screen here. Get you. How are you doing, Mr. Lee? Print anything interesting lately? Torture any victims? Eat any politicians? Wow. Okay, good enough. Spool made a sound. Checking on it. Like, don't you fail me now, you no good stinking computer. You sold your Prusa, huh? You gonna get the new Mark IV? I heard it's pretty darn good. Nice. Looks like it's a pretty nice machine. Well outside of my budget. Well, a Prusa is not particularly better in print quality than any other machine, like an Ender 3 or whatever. I mean, it's basically the same thing. There's not a whole lot of difference as far as it's got a hot end, it's got a feeder, it's got a bed, it's got steppers, but they are reliable and they are well built. So can't complain too much about that. They are decent machines. If you can afford one, great. You should get one. It's a pretty nice machine. But if you can't afford one, it's not the end of the world. Now, a good CR10 is going to be slow, but it'll allow you to print really big things, and it'll print decent quality. And, you know, I've got like, what, 4 or 5 CR10s, and I got no complaints about them. I got to get them set up. What I need is I got to get another metal rack so I can start stacking my printers vertically. But I've got to use metal. If there's a fire, I don't want a plastic shelf catching fire. Plus, the plastic shelves will sag. And I'm all out of metal racks. I use them all in the pantry. And can't afford to buy any more right now. I keep checking Marketplace and Craigslist, but people tend to sell the Metro shelving, that style metal shelving. People tend to sell it for what it costs brand new around here. Like the guy selling the used one. No, I don't agree with quality of life being different. Most of my Creality printers, most of my any Cubic, FL Sun, you know, Elegoo, whatever. Most of those, my TiVos, most of those are set it and forget it. You know, I don't have to mess with anything. I mean, first layers go down perfectly every time. I very rarely have spaghetti or messes. I never have to tweak and adjust things too much. Hardly ever. You know, maybe once in a while I got to turn a bed knob a quarter turn or something like that. You know, they pretty much just do what they're supposed to do. I got 4 machines back there. I got a Fucus Odin, a Two Trees Sapphire, an FL Sun Q5, and a Creality CR6 SE. And with the exception of the CR6 SE, that I have to manually tweak that first layer because it never homes correctly. Besides that, and that's literally, I wait until it homes, and I just go, and I turn the stepper motor 2 clicks, and I'm done. All those machines, I turn them on and walk away. And yeah, I have a longer LK5 Pro, and again, it's a press the button, it just runs. I don't have to do anything. Maybe every 3 prints, I gotta take a little bit of isopropyl to the bed to make sure it sticks, which is why I usually put bed stickers on them, so I don't have to do that. But yeah, they're all set it and forget it machines. You know, I don't have to do anything to them. Besides, you know, toweling them down for dust and debris every now and then, which you would still have to do with a Prusa. You know, maybe lubricating the bearings every now and then, which you still have to do with a Prusa. You know, I turn the machine on, I put the card in, I click the file I want to print, and once I see it's working, I walk away. They just work. I mean, these are very simple machines. Well, MMU has known issues. MMU has known annoyances. But as far as just making prints, you know, I walked up to my CR6 SE, I hit go, I waited until it homed, and I had to tweak the coupler to get the, you know, nozzle at the right height. Just literally I walk, that's it, done. And, you know, 60 hours later, it printed a giant dragon. You know, just set it and forget it. It just works. I have very, very few problems or complaints. Just, you know, my FL Sun Q5, I queued up a nose cone and it just printed it. You know, no complaints. No, look at that. I mean, look at this first layer. Look at that. I mean, I got 0 complaints about that. There we go. I mean, that thing is no string, no layer shifting, perfect fit. It works absolutely the way it's supposed to. I mean, what other quality of life is there? I mean, it just works. Actually, my Focus gave me my first hard time. For some reason, my offset got changed. I don't know, something weird. I had to retweak the bed level for the first time in 500 hours of printing. I'm not entirely sure what changed. I haven't had a chance to look at it. I just tweaked it and let it keep going. It's printing a giant fin can right now for my curvy baby. And, yeah, these machines in general, they just work. $1,000 Lego Death Star. Lego Death Star? Matter of fact, my most reliable machines are my CR10s and my Ender 3s. And now, quid pro quo. Yeah, I know, it's a kit. Quid pro quo. I know what I'm doing. I don't know if I'd consider myself an expert, but I've built enough of these machines and I've used them for enough thousands of hours that I basically just know what I need to do to make something work. So that does definitely help. But the machines themselves are extraordinarily reliable. I mean, this is a beta product here. They obviously the production models are probably a bit better quality control, but this is a prototype. This is the WeDo ME40. It's their single extruder version of their X40 IDEX machine. So this is just a single extruder, CR10 clone basically. A little bit better than a CR10, kind of more like a CR10S Pro. And being beta firmware, the bed leveling doesn't work the greatest. It does the mesh, but it never gets the offset correct. Like, you can set it to the nth degree and it's either a millimeter too low or 2 millimeters too high or whatever. But again, it's a single lead screw machine. I start a print, I grab the coupler on the stepper motor, and I go and there you go, done. And it just prints. No, an Ender 3 is a build. And as a matter of fact, it's one of the reasons I suggest people get an Ender 5. Because an Ender 5, you don't really build, you assemble. It comes in assemblies, and the only loose parts are the 4 uprights that the assemblies all bolt to. And it's one of the reasons I suggest the Ender 5, is that it's pretty much error-proof. You pretty much can't put that printer together wrong. And you pretty much can't put it together crooked, because it's a cube with square assemblies. So it self-aligns as it comes together. The Ender 3, you actually have to build. And you actually have to build it right, or you're going to have problems. And one of the most common issues is people with Ender 3s building crooked machines. And but one of the reasons that the Ender 3 is such an ideal printer compared to the nightmare that your Voron 0.1 is, even though it's an amazing machine, is that it is stupidly simple. One of the most powerful attributes of a printer like the Ender 3, when I say Ender 3, I mean any of the i3 clones like the Ender 3, any of them, from Elegoo, from Anycubic, from TiVo, from WeDo, they're all basically the same. Ender 3 is just the name that comes up. But one of the reasons those machines are so nice, one of the reasons I like those machines so much, is that there's nothing there. It's so insidiously dead simple that there's just like nothing there, that there's nothing to go wrong. There's no ABL sensor to fuck with. There's no firmware problems to mess with. It's such a simple machine that it is very easy for a DIY person to both diagnose and correct. While my CR10 V2 is still sitting under a desk somewhere because it's a pain in the fucking ass. Every time I want to fix something on the hot end, something's wrong with the hot end again. I think one of the wires, either thermistor or heater cartridge wire, came off or whatever. And it's a whole entire chore to disassemble the hot end on that thing to get to those components. Ender 3, it's 3 little screws and that metal cover comes off. And there's everything. And everything that's there is so simple. It's literally a hot end with 2 screws holding it in place. That's it. That's the whole entire effector on an Ender 3. While with the CR10 V2, this plastic part comes off, and this plastic part comes off, and this thing comes off, and this is all integrated, so everything comes apart when you. It's. I don't want a challenge. If I wanted a challenge, I'd fucking get an ANET A8 or something like that. If I want a challenge, or a Mendel, if I want a challenge. Okay, I want a printer, and I want it to do its job. I want it to print shit. You know, my Wanhao duplicator i3v2, that was a challenge. I mean, the number of parts I had to print to make that into a truly functional machine, it was very satisfying. It was a lot of fun. I don't want to do it twice. I don't want to do that every time I build a machine. I want the machines to do their job. I want them to spit out incredibly gorgeous prints like this. And an Ender 3 will do this for $100 and a half an hour assembly. And you know, 99.9% of the population, that's what they want. 50% of your 3D printing hobby, yes. And I agree, it's fun. Hacking, tweaking, modifying. To me, there is very few things more satisfying than having a machine that makes its own upgrades and fixes. Like, it's like having your car make a turbo for you and say, here, install this on me. How awesome would that be? Well, that's what 3D printers can do. A 3D printer can make its own repairs and upgrades, which is... it's mind-blowing. It's amazing. It's fun. It's incredible. I just don't want to do it every time. Hey, Matt. You're in Florida, aren't you? I was wondering if you were going to make it to Rocky Mountain Murph, but that might be pretty far for you. My rocket's coming along. It's already 6.5 feet tall. And this part here will make it almost 8 feet tall. Let's turn this on so you guys can see it go. Should be able to do that. Oh, there we go. So it's printing another part. My rockets are starting to invade. I have so many rockets here, I gotta find another place to put them. They're starting to encroach on me. Anycubic Mega, good machine. A little floppy, but not bad. Yep, CR10 is and CR10 and Ender 3 are basically the exact same machine with just different length parts. I hate all these complicated hot ends on these machines. I like the idea that I can literally remove 2 screws, because I leave the third one off. I could remove 2 screws and pull off the shroud on my Ender 3 and my CR10 and access everything that's in there. In fact, that's a modification I plan on making. I plan on making separate, well, I want to make a mount that snaps onto the heatsink in the Ender 3 to mount a 30mm fan directly to the heatsink like the V6 does. And then I want to make a separate mount for the parts cooling fan on the side so I can actually get rid of the metal shroud altogether. I want to get rid of this altogether. And so you'll just have the 2 fans and a hot end. It'll be even simpler. It'll also be easier to clean. I could just take my air compressor and go and blow all the dust out without having to worry about what might be trapped inside of that metal cage there. So I'm even going to get rid of this because this is just cosmetic. So if I make a separate mount for the 2 fans, I don't even need that metal cage anymore. I actually want to try to build, I still want to try to build my own printer. I actually got my my 2 Trees Genius. It was a prototype. It had a lot of issues. It still doesn't work. Now obviously the ones they're shipping now work fine. but the prototype I got had issues. But the parts are fine. And so I wanna build my own printer. I want to try to print my own rails. I think I figured out how to do that where they'll work reliably. The trick is to print extrusions, but don't print them vertically, print them horizontally. And if you print them horizontally, then all the rolling surfaces will be smooth because there'll be one continuous extrusion. That's the one thing that's the one bit of complexity that I would add to, well, the Ender 3 absolutely doesn't need it, but the CR10 does. The CR10S Pro, the CR10S is superior to the CR10. I mean, my CR10s work fine, but the CR10S is a little bit less troublesome because of the dual Z. I don't want a belt either. The belt is annoying, and if it's done right, it works great. But if it's misaligned, it's going to cause you headaches. I want them to do what Anycubic does. Dual Z leveling. It has an end stop on both sides, so it independently levels both left and right. Which means once you have it aligned, it'll always stay aligned like that because it resets itself each time it homes. So if it does get out of alignment, it resets when it homes again. I love that. That's one of the things that Anycubic did that was fantastic. That I wish more would do. Hey, Ian. But I want to build a tiny printer. I want to build something that is what I would really like is a really tiny Ender 5. I would like an Ender 5 the size of an Ender 2. My largest printer is 500 millimeters cubed. And I might actually be updating that. I would like to get like 700 out of it. Or 800 would be even better. For example, one of the problems is with rockets, for example, you have to make multiple pieces because rockets are tall. I usually don't run out of this much space. I run out of this space. And now printing a rocket like this, a meter tall, would be a problem. It's going to wobble. Okay? But when you're printing something 5 inches across, like this, it's very stable. It's not going to wobble. Hey, Thomas, it's going pretty good. Well, first, I don't like having what do you call it? Clickbait thumbnails. So I want to make sure I show this early. But this is the Wyvern by Kijai Design. Yes, if you go to myminifactory.com and look up Kijai Design, it's $3.90. It's one of the few files I paid for because it's freaking worth it. His designs are amazing. And one of the reasons is not only is he an absolutely fantastic artist, but he's a 3D printing experienced artist. He does what I do, except he actually has artistic skill. I don't. But he has the engineering half of what I have. He understands how 3D prints work, and he understands how to make a model that doesn't require supports. This required no supports. That's what all that crap on the back is. All that design stuff on the back is designed to take the place of where supports might be needed. But this model, let me hold that still so you get a nice clean shot. Look at these fins. Is just incredible. I have one little layer shift right about here somewhere, right about there. One little tiny layer shift. I also broke an ear off. I got to glue it back on. Of course, the very first thing the cat did when I put it down was to try to rub up against it and knock it off the table, which broke one of the ears off. But I found the ear, so I can glue it back on. But that is a little bit of stringing in here. Otherwise, absolutely pristine. This was printed on my Creality CR6 SE with Filamentum Vertigo Gray. Absolutely 60 hours. About 60 hours it took me. I actually um, hypertuned the file for both resolution and speed, so this whole thing is hollow. Down. Oh man, I'm so good at doing that. Down here has infill, but once it finishes the top of this, no infill. It's just I think 4 perimeters, 3 or 4 perimeters. The only problem I had is that sometimes these little sharp tips would curl a little bit, and you'd hear it collide and hit. Although only one caused a layer shift. There's a layer shift right about here. It's a little tiny one, so I might reprint it. You don't even notice it unless you're looking for it. But yeah, about 60 hours, which is actually pretty fast. And then this is scaled up. This is a Kijai design. So Kijaidessign, Kijai. This is a scaled up to the max height of my printer, 250 millimeters. But that is just absolutely stunning. Where you're going to stare right into the dragon's head there. There we go. You can watch the dragon today. Where's that other button? That's not actually printing the dragon, of course. It's printing that nose cone behind it. But yeah, just a stunning. I love Kijai's designs. He let me spell that out for you. Kijai. But his models are they're on another level. They're like Clock Spring models. They're like Chelsea models, Chaos Core-Tech models. Hang on, let me get you a link. Duh, I can post links. Here we go. I mean, I don't have the money to spend on buying models. This one was worth it. Because not only does he make incredible, incredible art pieces, like literal art pieces. You should see his large resin one he just printed, and he put LED lights inside it. Yeah, Joka Sapana. But he has a mind for 3D printing. He knows how to tweak his models. Plenty of people make incredible models, and they're completely unprintable without just littering it with support and then praying you could remove all that support later. This has zero support. This thing has zero support. He has that knack. He has that 3D printing eye where he knows how to model things for 3D printing. And the difference between those two is just amazing. I also did a little tiny one, 75 millimeters tall with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. It came out pretty good too. I did that one in the Icelandic blue. I wonder why it's telling me I only have one viewer when I clearly have, a few people in here. Man, am I thirsty. But my big 5-inch rocket's coming along. This is another segment of the body. And it is, let me show you. I can't even bring it in here. It's too big. It'll hit the ceiling. Where? How do I find that? Posted it. Guess I have to look at my profile. There it is. So that bad boy is now. Oh, there we go. Come on, focus. There it goes. It is now 6.5 feet tall. They should. Well, surviving landing is the same as any other rocket. As long as your laundry deploys and you sized it correctly, it'll survive just fine. You know, especially the small ones, they'll have no issues. And, you know, these should have no problem surviving. I mean, this part here only weighs like 150 grams. So it's not like it's crazy heavy or anything. But yeah, they are designed to be flown over and over again. They're not designed to be single use. Now, obviously, rockets like this are going to have some substantial laundry hanging from them. No, I don't think there's any reason to upgrade the main board on the CR10. Maybe put some stepper dampers on it to or smoothers. I mean, you know, stick some both actually. Stick some smoothers on there to get rid of the slight artifacts that the 4988 drivers on the CR10 have, and put some dampers on the steppers to make the printer quieter. You just need it on the X and the Y. The feeder doesn't need it, and the Z-axis doesn't need it. They don't move fast enough to make noise. And then and that right there is going to cost you less than $10. You know, dampers are a couple bucks. Smoothers are like $1 a piece. Doesn't need anything else. Oh, replace the fans. So get double ball bearing fans. You don't need noise blocker. You don't need Noctua. Just get double ball bearing fans. They are 95% as silent as a Noctua fan, because the vast majority of your noise is coming from the bushing. So once you replace the bushing with the double ball bearing setup, it's basically a silent fan. So replace the 3 fans, the 2 on the hot end and the 1 inside the box, with double ball bearing fans, and now your printer is essentially silent. And so you're talking a grand total of less than $20 worth of parts, for the probably less than $15 in parts. It's even if you pay high prices on Amazon, it's, well, I don't know about that for sure. I bought so many smoothers and dampers that I'll never have to buy any ever again. So it's possible the price may have gone up for some of these things. Let's find out. Did you guys see that deal that I posted on my Patreon? I sometimes post deals just to Patreon as a kind of benefit for my victims, you know, supporting me. But now I can give the rest of you. This is a really good deal. It comes with 2 dampers, a length of Capricorn tube, replacement couplers, and the all-metal feeder unit. You know, the same feeder that's on the Ender 3 and the CR10, but all-metal aluminum. $9.60. Actually, let me get an affiliate link for that. Duh. So yeah, use this affiliate link. Don't use the that in the clear link I sent, dumbass. There, use that. God damn it! I keep hitting this microphone. But that's an incredible deal. I bought 2, and I'd like to buy 2 or 3 more. I just don't have any more money right now. But yeah, that's an incredible deal. That's a really nice deal. But let's see. So TL smoothers. Yep, they're still dirt cheap. Let's see, what is the cheapest? Well, actually, here's a nice deal that, holy crap, it comes with TL smoothers. Hello. Wow, okay. If you have a CR10, here's your upgrade kit. Jesus. 12 bucks. Actually, there's a 20% coupon. So it's less than $10. It's cheaper than the other one. This comes with 2 socks for your hot end. It comes with 2 TL smoothers. It comes with 2 stepper dampers. It comes with the 4 die compression springs to replace the stupid silver springs it comes with. In fact, I'm going to buy one of these for this printer. This includes everything this printer needs. Well, this printer doesn't need the TL smoothers. TL smoothers are for a very specific problem with the 4988 drivers. So the older Enders and Creality printed machines all have that. But yeah, even considering this is the all-metal aluminum feeder, the 4 die compression springs, 2 hot end block socks, 2 stepper dampers, 2 TL smoothers, and some PTFE, although it's probably not Capricorn. It might be worth getting the other kit just to get the Capricorn, but still, that's for less than $10 with the 20% coupon. That's a hell of a deal. How did I miss that? Jesus. If you have more than one machine, then it's worth getting a larger kit of parts. Let me find the best deal for you. Hang on. So that one is a good deal. 12, 10, 12, 10. That's a good deal. Here's the TL smoothers. If you have more than one machine, for $10, this is enough of them to do 3 machines, because you really only need it on the X and Y. You don't really need it on the Z, and you don't need it on the extruder either. It might help on the extruder, but I've never had a problem with the extruder. You know, doing noisy things. So let me add that to the list as well. Stop getting in my way. Do as you're told. And then if you really don't need 6 of them, you can save $2 and get 3. You're paying more per unit, but you're paying less absolute cost. So you have that right there, but I'd pay the extra $2 and get the 6 of them, because then you'll have 4 extra if you ever come across a deal on an older Creality machine. You can add those to it. So you can also get these on things like AliExpress and eBay, and they might even be cheaper. But be careful. Sometimes the shipping makes a big difference. And you can also get heat sinks, which is not a bad thing to have. These motors never really get that hot, but it's not a horrible thing to have heat sinks. Even the cork dampers, they do something, but I prefer the metal rubber ones because there's less slop in them, and they provide true isolation, while the cork only provides partial isolation since the screws are still passing the vibration through the material. You see the way these work. We can get the monitor view here. So you have 2 kinds. You have cork ones like this, and then you also have plastic ones like this, and then you have these. Now, the reason these work, that looks like the best picture to show you this. The reason these work is because you have actual isolation. Notice there's only 2 screws instead of 4. So instead of 4 on this part and 4 on this part, you have 2 on this part and 2 on this part. You see, if you have the screws going all the way through the part, then the screws still transfer the noise to the frame, and you're still going to hear it. This one here, 2 screws hold this to the stepper motor, and 2 screws hold the stepper to the frame. And this rubber in the middle here that's welded to the 2 metal parts, these are a wear item. They do eventually wear out, but it takes years. So you can see here, 2 screws hold it onto the stepper, and then these 2 screws go through the frame on the printer. So you are truly isolating the 2 parts from each other. The shaft is a connection point, but it's isolated by the rubber pulley, the rubber belt, the GT2 belt. And then this is isolated by the rubber in between these 2 parts. So you have true isolation. It basically makes these machines silent. The combination of this and the TL smoothers and the double ball bearing fans will make an Ender 2, an Ender 3, a CR10, a CR10S. It will make them silent. Like you could sleep next to one of these machines without a problem. So here is, you could pick which one you like. Do keep in mind you will have to adjust the pulley on your stepper motor. So on the end of your stepper, you have, oh really, it's the same size? Well, what was the point of the picture if it's the same size? Do you have one with a T? There it is. So this pulley here is going to have to move further out because the stepper damper is going to push the motor this way. So you're going to have to move that pulley out more to get it into the same position it was. So make sure you have enough neck on your motor to actually do that. If you don't, then you'll have to use something like this or something like this. They don't work as well, but they do kind of work. They do provide some isolation. These, I think I usually get them on... the pulley is probably not glued on. It's probably a press fit. Like, I believe I want to say the Y-axis on the Ender 5 is pressed on, not screwed on. So let me show you what I mean by that. It's probably still pressed on. Meaning you could have moved it. There is a way to do that. It's pretty hard to glue steel to steel. Most adhesives don't do a very good job of it. So here we go. So here you can see there's a little grub screw holding it in, but not all of them have a grub screw. Some of them are pressed on, or like his, pressed on and glued on. That one's got a screw. Trying to find one that's pressed on. That one's probably pressed on. See how there's no holes? So basically the hole through here is the exact size or even a teeny bit smaller than the shaft of the stepper motor. And you notice there's no flat face for a grub screw to sit on. Most of these stepper motors have a flat face like that, and one of the grub screws interfaces that flat face. If you notice this one doesn't, that's your first clue that it's probably pressed on. They might add glue, but trust me, one whack and that glue is going to come off. Now, this shaft here goes all the way through the motor. There was one that was taken apart here. Where is it? Here we go. So here's the top of the stepper motor. Here's the bottom of the stepper motor. And this shaft goes all the way through the entire stepper motor. Let's see. Here we go. So that's a... Oh, he put a lead screw as the shaft. That's interesting. I don't know if I like that. But anyway, let me try to find the backside of a stepper motor. There's got to be a picture of the backside here somewhere. Sort of. So that right there is the shaft that sticks out the other end. See, there's the end sticking out there. That shaft goes all the way through the motor and sits in here. Well, that's also a press fit. You could actually push that shaft out of the motor, and you can use that to move your pressed on gear. So what you do is you look at the back side of the motor and you see where this shaft is in relation to the rest of the motor. Okay. Then what you do is you take a pair of needle nose pliers. Do I have any handy? Well, these are nippers, but the idea is the same. You take a pair of needle nose pliers and you put them underneath the gear, between the gear and the motor. You don't squeeze it, you just stick them in there, okay? And then you sit the motor on top of two objects, like two pieces of 2x4, and you have that shaft in the middle, all right? And you stick the pliers in between the gear and the stepper. You then take a punch and you put that punch on top of the shaft and you tap it with a hammer. Tap, 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 tap. Because you have the pliers in there, the gear is going to stay put and the shaft is going to get pushed through the motor and also through the gear. And you keep tapping it until you move the gear, the number of millimeters you have to move it for the thick. I think mine was 2.4 millimeters, I think. I want to remember 2.4. So I moved it until that gear moved 2.4 millimeters. Then you flip the motor over, because you're going to also have moved that shaft through the motor as well. You flip the motor over and you put your shaft and gear in between the 2x4s, and then you take the punch on top of the stepper motor, right on top of the shaft, and tap, tap, tap. Remember I told you to look at the back of the motor to see where it was? You got to push it back into position. So you got to tap, 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 and push that press-in shaft back into the same position it was. And now you'll have moved the gear. You can also do that to remove the pushed-on bearing. You could put the put something underneath the shaft to stop it from moving, and then but you really need to move it a little bit. So again, you stick the pliers in it and you keep tapping until the gear pops off. And to put the gear back on again, you simply place the stepper motor on top of something where the shaft cannot freely go through. So something hard that stops it. Put a coin underneath it. And then same thing, you just very gently tap, tap, tap until you press the gear back into position. And then again, you flip the motor over and tap the shaft as necessary to get the shaft back into the place it's supposed to be. But it doesn't hurt the motor as long as you're not being, King Kong about it. You're not going to kill the motor or anything. But you can do that to push this gear into whatever position you need. So normally they're like this with two grub screws. In fact, if you want, you can probably take your grinder, your Dremel, put a flat on the shaft, and then replace the press-on gear with a regular grub screw gear. They're not as reliable, but they're serviceable. Yeah, the Ender, I think the Ender 5 has that because the shaft goes straight through the motor to both pulleys on both ends, or something like that. But yes, you can get those off, you can move them. Just takes a little work. It's not hard, just takes a little work. I think I have a whole video on that. I think I did a whole video. Here's another one that's with screws. You see a little grub screw on the side there. And there's usually two. Yeah, there's going to be one right there, too, where that flat face is. That is see, here's a press-on. This is the Creality press-on. So this does not have grub screws. That is pressed on. So what you would do is you would take a punch. You'd put the pliers in this gap right here. You put the needle nose pliers in that gap right there. And that would keep the this whole shaft from simply moving in. It'll hold this gear relative position. So basically you're pushing the shaft out of the gear. And that also means you got to be careful not to push too far, but you're pretty safe this way. And then when you're done, you flip it over and you bang the shaft back into position. As long as you're not too rough with it, that won't hurt it. You won't hurt nothing. I'm sorry. Oh, that's a tiny motor. And no one's showing here. Here's the back. All drawings, no pictures of the backside. But you know, there's the shaft sticking out the bottom there. There it is. There's the front and back. Okay, there we go. So you see that shaft right there? That is this shaft right here. It goes all the way through the motor, and it's pressed in. So this one actually uses a screw-on grub. You can see it's got the flat face, but it's pressed into here. So if you were to straddle this across two 2x4s, and you were to gently but firmly tap the end of this with a hammer, you'll start seeing this shaft pop out the bottom. Well, you can use that to remove the pulley, the gear, the pulley gear. Which if you have a motor like, where is it at? I just had it. Seriously? Can I go back? Can I go back? Yeah. So if you have one of these from Cloudy with no, it wouldn't, because you that's like saying, aside from the fact that you don't have anti-gravity, wouldn't it be easier just to take off and fly? Well, no, you can't just put aside the primary point. That's not how that works. The cost is the whole point, so you can't just put aside that point. Why replace $50 worth of hardware inside the machine if you don't have to, when you could just do it with $5 worth of fixes? Done. Literally, you install a pair of these, and you install a pair of these, and you install some quiet fans. So here, let's go through it again. Let's see here. So this is pretty expensive, but like this one here, $14. That's enough to do 2.5 printers. And you can get these cheaper online. Like this one's $25 and gets you 1, 2, 3, 4.5 printers. And I'm pretty sure you can get these cheaper. So there's your Make It Quiet. And then there's your TL smoothers. So $10 is enough to do 3 printers. So it costs you $3. So now we're up to $7. And then 12-volt double ball bearing. So here we go. Ideally, we want the twin pack that comes with both. Here's $11 for a 5-pack. But they do have kits. That come with both the 4040 blower and the 4040 axial. I know they have it. This company right here has it. There it is. Are these double ball bearing? Brushless. No, we don't want that. We want double ball bearing. Oh, wait, does that say ball bearing? Yes, he says sleeve bearing. But what you want is this kit that comes with both the 40-40-10 axial and the 40-40-10 blower. Because that gets you the 2 stock fans that come on every Creality printer. They have a kit. There it is. There it is. This is the 24-volt version, but they also have 12-volt version. There it is. DC 12-volt right there. So this $11, you get the deflectors and both fans. So like I said, it's like $16-17, and you now have a completely silent machine that will last years and years and years. But you want to make sure you get the dual ball bearing. That's what you need, and these are silent. They're as quiet as you can get without buying a Noctua fan. Here, and you can get it in both 12-volt for the older CR10s and 24-volt for the newer machines. Just be careful. Amazon likes to mix listing results. When you try to get very specific, it'll start showing you things you did not ask for. So make sure you're actually getting either 12 volt or 24 volt, whatever you need. But yeah, so $11 gets you the 2 fans, $3 gets you the smoothers, and less than $10 gets you the stepper dampers. So very, very, and if you buy these in bulk, it gets cheaper. If you're like me, you have a bunch of machines to upgrade, 4 or 5 machines, you can go on eBay or AliExpress and get these cheaper, like here. So for $21, here's 5 of them. So you're only paying $4 each. And they have what you don't want is the hydraulic bearing. You want the dual ball bearing. That's why it's $5 cheaper, because the hydraulic sleeves are garbage. when you turn your printer on, and instead you have, and then a couple minutes later it finally goes quiet. That's because you have a bushing sleeve. And what's happening is that bushing sleeve is getting some slop. So instead of being a nice tight fit, it has some slop, and it's doing this inside that bushing as that fan spins up and the grease warms up. This printer here does it every time I turn it on. For the first about 90 seconds, that screeching sound the fan makes, that's because inside the box here there's a cheap ass little hydraulic sleeve bearing fan. Once that fan dies, I will replace it with a ball bearing fan. Hey Sean, hey Red Light. I'll replace it with a ball bearing fan, and then I'll never have to do it ever again. I have never killed a dual ball bearing fan yet. I've never had one die natural causes. They just last a very long time because they're dual ball bearing. But so you can get these if you're doing a bunch of machines. You can get it cheaper. A lot of computers have crap ball bearing fans too, but Winsin is the company you're looking for. They're going to have all the good stuff, for what we need. And here is the double ball bearing bulk pack of the blowers, or the axial fans. So here you got 24 volt, 12 volt. So this is the hot end fan on the front, and then the other one is the blower fan on the side. Inside the case, I just posted the files. I also made up instructions. If you're on my Patreon, you're welcome to buy it, but you don't have to. I'm going to post those files to my patrons for free. This rocket is not finished yet because I have the printers busy doing other things, but these tubes are supposed to be half this height. So this one tube will make up 2 fins. Because by using these 2 full-length tubes, you really need a 3rd tube for stability. But if you make these half height, then this should work with just 2 tubes. So you can make this with 3 Pringles cans. The nose cone is all vase mode, single piece. It just pops right on there like that. You just put your shock cord through there and tie it off. There's a sleeve coupler that joins the 2 halves that also has a centering ring to center your motor tube, which will go through here. And then this is really cool. I discovered this is supposed to be glued into place, but I have this not glued so you can take it apart so I can show people. In order to keep it, normally you would use this. This is what I call full capture. So this slides over the middle and slides over each of these tubes here. The problem is not all printers can print this part because it's bigger than 200 millimeters. So I have this minimum part that is a half loop. It's not fully closed. I threw the other ones across the room because they pissed me off. I'm printing another body segment for my 10-foot tall high power rocket I'm building. So in order to, I basically have 2 versions of this kit. I only released the basic version, which comes with the end cap, the 2 components to secure the tubes to the rocket, the coupler, and the nose. It also includes an empty sleeve, so if you want to make the rocket longer, you can. I'm selling it for $10. Yeah, it's interesting. When you sell something that a person's going to print one time, you usually make it cheap. Like I think this is like what, a couple dollars on my site. But a rocket is something that you're going to build more than one of, so you're going to get a lot of utility out of these parts because you're going to print more of these parts and you're going to make more of these rockets. If rocketeers are anything, we're hoarders for rockets. We like rockets. What's amazing is this is actually an affordable way to get tubing for rockets. This that keeps wanting to be exactly where I am trying to show. This is basically a 3-inch tube. Now, if I were to go to BMS, my favorite dealer to buy parts from, Balsa Machining Service, and buy a 3-inch tube, like a 2.8-inch tube or something like that, it's $12. Well, 4 of these cans is about the same length as that tube, and that costs $6, and you get a whole bunch of free chips with it. Yeah, it's actually a really good way to build a rocket. So these two get glued on, these two get glued on, and oddly enough, Gorilla Glue is a fantastic glue for this because it expands a little bit. It takes a while to set. It takes about an hour to set, but it expands, so it fills in any open space in there. So it's nice. Nose cone doesn't require glue. Just the CR sleeve, motor cap, and these two pieces have to be glued onto the tube. But then you don't have to glue this on. These are held on by rubber bands. So there's a hook on the end of these, and you just hook a rubber band on there, and those stay put. They're not going nowhere. Now here's the cool thing. Because I did not glue this together so I can demonstrate it coming apart to people, I discovered this. Hello. Can you talk about gravitational generation field? Usually when you have a gravity generator program, it's usually something spinning. Like if you ever watched what's that? The City of a Thousand Worlds. Really good movie. Earth builds this, city in space, and eventually they have to send it off because it's dangerous to the planet. But it's really a great movie. I love it. But anyway, when they add artificial gravity, it's this ship with these multiple spinning rings, and they spin up and generate gravity. And that made me think of that when I did this. So here's what I'm going to do. This is going to be another kit. I'm going to have, well, first of all, these tubes are going to be half as long. This is only this long because I haven't made I made a tool that you can slide over the tube to help you cut the tube in half, to more perfectly cut the tube in half. But all 6 printers are currently active printing stuff, so I can't print it yet. I gotta wait until one of them's done. I'm gonna have 2 sets of these tubes on here, 4, but they're gonna be separate. So there's gonna be 1 set here, and there's gonna be 1 set here. And then I'm gonna 3D print a PLA bearing. Well, that's what I want to do. I want to make these short tubes, and then I want to do this. I want to tilt them so that they'll be tilted like that. And the bottom set will be tilted one way, and the top set will be tilted the other way because I can't plug in 5,000 printers. I only have 100 amp service, and I can't use more than about 30 amps for the printers because I can't take the chance of the entire house shutting off if my electric car starts charging, or if I turn on the microwave, or if I turn on the dryer or the water heater. Because the car takes 30 amps, and the dryer takes 30 amps, and the water heater takes 30 amps. That's 90 amps. I only have 100. It's not like Pennsylvania where I had 250 amp service and I could plug in as many fucking printers as I wanted that I had circuits for. I had printers in every room in the house. Here I can only plug in about 6 or 7 printers. More than that, and I'm either going to start overloading an individual circuit, or I'm going to run the risk of the entire house shutting down if one of the high-powered devices needs to be able to turn on. Like, could you imagine? Oh, I need to charge the car, or we need to get a shower. You can't. The printers are going, and it's going to be 15 hours before they're done. So I can only run so many printers. I could probably, Well, now that I have some tricks, I could probably run 10 or 12 printers eventually. Like, for example, I can run this printer with no heat bed. So I got a bed sticker on this printer that doesn't require heat. And because these parts are so large, they're stable. They don't tend to knock over. So this printer right now is only consuming about 40 or 50 watts. So that, I could run a whole bunch. And I'm going to. But all the printers in the back there are running heat beds. And so I can only run so many. It's only a 20 amp circuit back there. And so I can only run, 4 or 5 printers on that circuit before I overload the circuit. And I can't afford to upgrade my service. It's $5,000. Talk about 5,000 printers. Yeah, the quote I got is about $5,000 to update the service. And that doesn't include the wire to go from the pole to the house. That's just to do the panel upgrade. Yeah, it's probably going to be another, $600 or $700 in copper to go from the pole to the house. Plus, I'd have to trench it. So yeah, probably looking at $6,000 or $7,000. I can't afford that. I don't got that kind of money. But I realized that this spins, and if I put another ring right here, and that ring has little bumps on it, it'll act as a pretty effective bushing. And that will allow this to freely rotate without just hitting the end of the model and tearing it up, okay? Because this is going to be too much friction. That's not going to rotate. But if I had a bushing here that this could sit on, a low friction bushing, well, now when the rocket takes off, one set of tubes is going to spin clockwise, and the other set of tubes is going to spin counterclockwise. That's going to look fucking badass taking off. That's going to look so good. So yes, I'm absolutely, as soon as I went, I was like, oh yes, we're doing that on purpose. We are absolutely doing that on purpose because that's going to look bitchin' taking off. Oh, that's going to look so good. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, I'm going to have so much fun with that. That is going to be an insane amount of fun. But, so that is available now on the Digistore. So if you go to Nerys.com, link is in the description, very first link. On the right-hand side, you're going to see something called Digistore. And that is, I've been updating my site, making it, a little bit more modern, cleaner. I don't like complicated JavaScript, HTML, CS5 kind of sites. I like simple sites. But here's a Digistore. I'm also going to put them on my mini factory. And here's the Rocket. These are all plus prices, so you can actually pay more if you want. I also did confirm if you buy any of the models from this site, because they only charge processing, so I get most of the money when you buy from here. When you buy files from me, you need to keep the email with the download link. You must keep it. As long as you keep that download link, I have no way of resending it to you. This is a very simple, no frills storefront, so I don't have as much ability to do other things. But as long as you keep that download link, it's good forever. So you can re-download the files again. More importantly, if I update the files to improve them, I can then update the files on the site, and you can re-download the files and get the updated version. So if you buy any of my files from a site, make sure you keep that download link. Save that, mark it, save it, archive it so it doesn't go away. But keep that download link. A year from now, 5 years from now, assuming the site still exists, you'll be able to re-download these files if I update them. So that was something that was important to me because these files go through a lot of revision. I've revised these files like 5 times in the last week. So now eventually the files are going to reach a point of stability. But, I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to call it the Pringles rocket, so I'm calling it Chips. So it's the Chips rocket. I even made up a really nice, well, not really nice, I kind of did it 4 o'clock in the morning last night. So it's a little rough, but it's good enough. I have a set of instructions with nice diagrams. Let's actually, I can zoom in, can't I? No, I can't. Oh, yes, I can. There we go. So this here, you do have to provide a motor tube. That's this brown tube right here. You have to provide that. You also have to provide the chip cans. It's Pringles cans. But it comes with the nose cone, the centering ring sleeve. It also comes with an empty sleeve so that you can make it longer if you want. It comes with these two rings that attach the fin tubes to the rocket, and it comes with the motor mount in the back here. So you have to provide 3 Pringles cans, and you have to provide a 24mm motor tube. You could buy that from BMS, or actually if you buy a Estes Alpha, the body tube this comes with is a 24mm tube. There might be other cheaper models that also have a 24mm tube. I'll have to check. I don't know. But you need a 24mm motor tube. That gets all glued together. And here's showing the assembly. Tinkercad's really nice for making professional looking drawings for instruction manuals like this, because that's something where I don't have a skill to make line drawings, really nice line drawings. Well, now I can do that with Tinkercad, and it works out really nice. And then if you want, you can add tubes just by printing more of these sleeves, and you can just add to it and make it as long as you want, really. Keep in mind, as you add more to it, you're going to get heavier and heavier and need a bigger motor to make it fly. And I'm also, most of my kits are going to be in the $20 to $50 range, because when you buy a rocket part, you're getting a lot of utility out of that, because it's like buying, when you pay, $15 for this alpha, you only get one alpha. If you want to build another alpha, you got to go spend another 15 bucks. So I plan to charge about 50% of what you would pay for a proper kit. So most of these 3-inch rockets are going to be in the $30 to $50 range, because most 3-inch rocket kits are in the $60 to $120 price range. So I'm charging you half, but you can now print it again and again and again and again. If you crash your model rocket, you got to go buy a new model rocket. If you crash my model rocket, you just print new parts. It's crazy how it makes so much sense. The way I got rid of the background was by lifting it up. Here, I'll show you. Where is it at? Tinkercad. So what I do is I bring the parts into a brand new workspace, because obviously my chips workspace is pretty busy. And all you do is turn the parts 90 degrees sideways, lift it up high above the work plane. So down here is the work plane, right? Okay. Then you can also stick a box out here and then put the work plane on the top of the box, and that lets you do this. That lets you move parts radially like that, which is a really neat thing to be able to do. And then all I do is rotate up like this. And there you go. Now you have a clear background. But yeah, this lets you blow the rocket apart. So I can take segment by segment and split the rocket apart. So this allows me to do that breakaway view I was showing you. So I can separate all the parts. And then I can put the work plane back down here. Sometimes it doesn't let you, and you got to keep moving around. There we go. And now I can take parts like this and do this. Isn't that cool? It's incredible how useful Tinkercad is just for making up instructions. And now I can put it all back together just by reversing. There you go. Now it's all back together. I just keep a box out here so that this work plane is out of sight. And I just move everything out of my way. And then zoom into what I want. And there you go. You can close down these windows. You can close down these windows if you need more space. You can put your browser in full screen so you get even more space, so you can get a higher resolution picture. Look at that. That's a nice high-res picture. To do this, by the way, just select the item, change it to whatever color you want, and then press T. And that changes it between regular and transparent. That's also a really nice feature that allows you to see the parts inside the rocket. Isn't that cool? I could then, I can select these two and I can hide them. And then I could bring this part back in. So there's the stock rocket right there. And then zoom in. And there you go. Whatever parts, if I want to concentrate on certain parts, all I got to do is hide the parts that I don't want to see. And now I can concentrate on different assemblies and segments. Yeah, well, that's because they're the good ones use line drawing. Professional line drawings are very expensive because they work well, and it's an art skill. Well, Tinkercad allows me to do something similar without having that kind of skill. So there you go. It's really handy. Here's a new rocket I'm working on. Curvy, baby. Curvy, baby. I'm actually spending my good filament to make this rocket. I'm using Filamentum, and I'm also going to do one in atomic filament. If you have a CR10, you can actually do this rocket in 2 parts. You can print this all as 1 part, and then you can choose either the short cone or the long cone. Or if you have a smaller printer, I broke it up into sections so that you can print this on a 200mm printer. But this is my version of the Estes Curvilinear, which is a really cool looking rocket. So this is my version of it. I'm also doing them in 3 versions, or 4 versions actually. You can get it naked, lug, rail, or both. So you can either get the naked rocket, meaning no launch rod attachment, or you can get it with 1/4-inch launch lugs, or you can get it with 1010 rail buttons, or you can get it with both. So all 4 versions are included. So you can print with fully integrated, like this one here, you can see it has integrated launch lugs. That's what that hole is there. And I mirrored the hole on both sides so that no matter which way you turn it, the lugs will line up. So if you accidentally put it flipped, it doesn't matter. It mirrors, which is going to be really nice for people. They don't have to worry, oh, I put it on backwards. Well, now you got to tear it off. Nope, it's mirrored. Keep it as easy as possible for people. Remember, these are supposed to be half this height. They're not supposed to be full cans. These 2 here are going to be cut in half. So you only need 3 cans to make 1 rocket. If you want the fancy flavors, they're about $2.26 a can at Walmart. But if you don't care and you're okay with the generic flavors, the regular cheddar flavor, sour cream flavor, regular plain flavor, they're $1.49 at the grocery store. Which means you can get 4 of them for $6, which is half the price of buying the same size tube from a Rocketry vendor, and you get a bunch of free chips. I usually do my instructions in Photoshop. I do them 1 page at a time because Photoshop allows me to scale the images, add text, add arrows, stuff like that. So I usually do that kind of stuff in Photoshop. Now, this got me thinking, I have a whole ecosystem. I'm doing the kind of freemium kind of service where you sell the initial product cheap. So instead of selling this kit for $30, which is about what that would cost to buy in a store, I sell it for $10, and then I sell you upgrades. So I'm gonna have a nose cone pack where you'll be able to buy a pack of a whole bunch of different kinds of nose cones. I'm also gonna sell a ring pack. So that'll come with the different size rings, both open and closed. So it comes with all variations of closed rings and open rings like those that you use rubber bands on. The nice thing about the open rings is they're lighter. So you can make a slightly lighter weight model if you want a higher performance model, or if you're going to put really big motors, then you want the full closure rings because they're going to be more sturdy. But you can get anywhere from 2 rings up to 6 rings. So you can put 6 tubes surrounding that one. Then I also have a 5-tube configuration, a 4-tube configuration, and a 3-tube configuration. And the 4-tube actually comes in 2 varieties: 4 evenly spaced and 4 in quads like this. So basically the 6 without these 2. So you get 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, and 6. So you get 6 different ring sets, and you get both versions open closed. So you get 12 ring sets. I'm going to sell that for I don't know what, $8. And then I have a nose cone pack, sell that for $8. Then I also have an interstage pack, because the advanced version of this kit, where is that box of parts? What did I do with that? Oh, here, I think this is it right here. Yeah. So this model is fixed. You can't change anything on it. You build the model, you fly the model. However, the advanced model, which I have not posted yet, is going to have advanced features. So, Pringles can. You get rid of the cap, which you don't need. And you get rid of the dust. And then you take a pair of nippers and you grab the aluminum can down here and you give it a little twist. There you go. And you can see it starts to come free. Then you grab it and just gently pull it up. And once you have it open that far, you can then grab it with your hand. Just watch you don't cut yourself. This is just glued on. So the glue will give way, and that pops off. And now you have a 3-inch tube. Now you can, for the basic kit, you can leave this on. But I have a cutting tool that I made. It's going to slide over this tube exactly 113 millimeters, which is 1/2 this tube after you remove this. So you slide that on until it touches this, and then you take your razor knife and run it around, and you cut the tube in half, and then you cut the lip off, and now you have 2 tubes. That makes your tube fins. Now, instead of having the Rocket where it's just an end cap and a sleeve, which would be this, would be your motor mount, that goes in there, and then you're going to have a sleeve that goes in the top here, and that allows you to join 2 tubes together. That's permanent, however. I have a better idea. For the advanced model, you get rid of these, and you print a pair of these. So you have threads and threads. So you have female and male. What you do is you put them together like that, and you stick them in the top of the Rocket like that, and you glue it in place. You leave this on here because this acts as your guide to put this at the exact correct distance. Because otherwise, you got to put this in here, and you got to hope. And also, once it goes in, it's looser, because this here is actually a slightly constricted opening. So once you put this in here, it's a little looser, and it's going to be hard to get straight. So what you do is you leave it attached to this. You put a bead of Gorilla Glue in here, and then you just slap that on like that. That holds it in the exact right position, and it centers it. Once that's done drying, you then unscrew this part. Now you have that finished, and then this part goes in the bottom like this. You now have an MRS tube. No different than any of these tubes. You got threads on this end and threads on this end. You print a pair of those for each Pringles can, so you can do 20 of them all at once if you want. And now you have a whole bunch of Pringles cans that literally thread together. Screw, 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 done. You just threaded a whole bunch of them together. This one is your motor mount, just like the motor mounts in the bigger Rockets, and it threads into the bottom. So now you have a replaceable, swappable motor system. And I have a whole bunch of motor mounts. That, I believe, is the 24. Here is 4x 18 millimeter motor mount. Here is a 9x 13 millimeter motor mount. Here is a, that was the 29 millimeter motor mount. Here's the 24 millimeter motor mount. So you can swap out different motor configurations to put in your Pringles rocket using Pringles cans as tubes. And then you just print as many of these as you have Pringles cans. However many Pringles cans you have, you just print pairs of these. They don't take long to print, and you can print them sequentially. This is shorter than the X arm on the printer. So you can print these side by side sequentially, and you can print 4 at a time on your printer. And every 2 of these allows you to build 1 Pringles can segment. So now you have 1 Pringles can that can thread into another Pringles can, and another, and another, and another. And you can just assemble whatever rocket you want from these now connectable components. Very, very cool. So do I have one I can show you? I don't think so. That's glued together. And then I'm also going to make fin units. So these are rings with tabs on them. And the fins, I haven't glued them on because I want to use CA. But you have these little tabs that stick out. And you have a notch in the fin. And these will just slot in like that. And you glue them, of course, because otherwise they're going to come off when it takes off. And you can use regular fins on a Pringles rocket if you want. And then, of course, once I have threads on both ends of this tube, all kinds of other accessories become possible. So now nose cones just thread in place. No, not there. Bag. So this is just a smattering of what I've printed so far. You have the paraboloid nose cone. And you have the hemisphere nose cone, or ogive. And then you have the baseball, which is a sphere and a cone. And then you have the straight up regular cone. You have the tank, or mini bomb. And then you have the double tank, or double sphere. And these all come with a shoulder. So you print this shoulder, and this shoulder threads right into the nose cone like that. And now this fits this. So there you go. Now you can change the type of nose cone you use for your rocket. You don't like that nose cone? That's fine. Just print like the, let's say we're going to use the baseball nose cone. You just put the shoulder on the baseball nose cone. And now the baseball nose cone fits on your rocket. And I lost 2 of the fins already. They're on the floor now. But you can do that with this. And then, of course, I realized that I can print segments of the body. So now I have body segments. I call that a bearing. And this is called a spindle. Oh, here's another nose cone, my favorite, the double cone. I love that one. And then I have a couple others that I haven't printed yet. And then that's the radiator, which is just the spindle with veins on it. Really cool looking. But then I got to thinking, I was like, wait a minute. I don't even need the Pringles can anymore. When people buy all of these sets, I can sell them one last set. And that's a set of body tubes of both seg and seg nose. That's with threads and without threads. And you can put these together. So I can thread this into this. And then I can thread, where's the double cone? Here's the double cone. I can thread this into this. And I can thread this into this. And I can make entire wacky rockets just with all these parts. Now all I gotta do is make some fin cans. Or if you want, you could just make this the top of your rocket. So I could put the coupler on the bottom of this. Come on. Why is it giving me a hard time? There it goes. I can put the coupler on the bottom of this. Whoop. Get rid of this top half. Ah, you son of a bitch. And now you have your booster section with your tube fins. So instead of having this, you would simply interface this. And now there's your fin section for all of your parts. I got to make that longer. That's too wobbly. So that section there has to be longer to fit in there better. But that now is its own rocket. And then I can also make 3D printed fin cans so that by the time you're done playing around with all your Pringles parts, you can mix and match all these parts together to make any design rocket you want and mix and match it to anything you want. You can make it all radiator sections. You could put a tanker section on top of your radiator section. So there's your hydrogen, there's your radiator array, and then, here's your warp drive, whatever you want. You can just come up with it. And it's not that heavy either. I mean, this would be pushing it for the C engine is not going to lift this, but a D engine or an E engine will lift this. So the possibilities are really interesting. The things you can do just by threading these parts together. And they're all hollow up the center. So you can even run the ejection charge through the entire thing. So there's a path all the way to the nose through this. So that'll allow me to offer kits a little bit cheaper, and then I can sell premium upgrades. So you'll buy one set that'll come with all the different nose cones. Oh yes, these are all made to be retrievable. You put a parachute in it, and it comes back down, and you fly it again. I've got rockets with over 100 flights on them. They're pretty beat up after 100 flights, but they still fly. But the other cool thing is if it lands in a tree and this part gets broken, well, you unthread this part, and you unthread this part. You throw that in a recycle bin or the trash if you can't recycle, and you print a new one. And in 4 hours, you have a brand new part, and then you put your rocket back together again. But it's all deconstructible and serviceable. It also means if you make a really long rocket like this, you don't have to worry about fitting it in your car. You just split it into two pieces, and now it's a lot smaller to fit in your car. I mean, now the only bad news is you have a gap between every piece. But I think most kids aren't going to care about that. I did that for several reasons. With the Pringles can, because I have an insert going into the top of the can, I can just have that insert further in, so you get a perfect mount. But that allows me to make the bottom of these flat. So when you print one of my normal parts, like this, for example, either one of these parts here, these parts are designed to as seamlessly as possible join together. But you can see there's no bottom edge. It's literally just two perimeters, which means bed adhesion is an issue if you don't know what you're doing. I don't know. I never had anybody. I know there are clubs. I'm pretty sure there are clubs in South Africa. Find a local club, and they'll be able to give you all the contacts you need for how to get everything. But to make these easier for beginners to print, these all have a flat bottom. So there's actually a little bit of thickness here. And that allows you to use two bottom layers. Now, the two bottom layers aren't for structural integrity. They're for printer integrity. Two bottom layers means you actually have a surface contact patch with the print bed, which means these are much, much less likely to peel off the bed. Vase mode or not, the more contact patch you have with the bed, the more stable the print is going to be. But the consequence of that is the parts don't come together perfectly. So I can't put a flat edge here. Well, I can, but the part won't be as strong. The part of the reason this part is so strong is because it's an integrated structure. And if I had a flat there, it would break the integration. The outside skin wouldn't be connected. There'd be a gap. And it'd probably be strong enough. I'll have to test it. I'll have to see how strong it is. But the most stressful part of this model is the connection. So, that's where it's going to experience the most stress, because that's where two parts are joined together. And that's the one place you don't want it to be weak. So I'll have to try it. I'll have to print it with no bevel there and see how it prints. If the ribs are thick enough, that'll do it. It'll make it strong enough, because most of the strength actually comes from the ribs, the internal ribs. That's why even though these are smaller parts, they all have 16 ribs, because the ribs make it strong. And I'd rather make it a little bit heavier and have a nice strong part that's going to be reliable for a beginner. But yeah, once they buy the inner stage pack and the nose cone pack and the tube pack and the fin pack for their Pringles rocket, now suddenly they're going to realize, and I'm going to gently tell them because they're going to love it, they're going to realize that suddenly they no longer need Pringles cans. They can now combine all of these parts and make anything they want. And I'm also going to make rings that go on those rings so that they can, for example, interface with balsa wood fins, for example. So if they want to cut out their own wooden fins, they'll have a way of attaching it to these parts. So basically, the way this one here, see how this has a set of rings, and those rings have tabs, and there's a slot in this fin so that it can interface with those tabs, and then you glue it in place. Well, instead, I'm going to have a channel on here. So instead of being a rib, it'll be two ribs that are spaced apart, so that you can then take your wooden fin and glue it in between those channels. And so however many fins you want, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12 fins, whatever, I'll have these rings made up, or a fin can with those rings built into it, those channels built into it. So you just print that 100mm fin can with however many channels you want, and then you can cut out your own balsa wood or plywood or basswood fins and then glue them onto the model. Or you can design your own 3D printed fin, and as long as you put a 1mm by 4mm channel inside the fin, it'll interface with my existing rings that I make for the Pringles cans. And so all of a sudden they'll be able, when they're all said and done, they'll have spent, you know, 70 or 80 bucks buying my stuff, but now they'll have a huge variety of parts to make anything they want in thousands of combinations. So that's going to be pretty cool. And of course, they'll also have these parts, and with these parts, they can make their own custom parts and then just integrate these parts into it. So that's the whole idea of the MRS, is to be a completely modular rocket system that ultimately you'll be able to customize and design your own parts for if you want, or just buy my parts packs and keep expanding what you can build and what you can do. That's pretty cool. The only thing that I might do is I might also make a 40mm version of all of these. It wouldn't be that hard. I'd have to rework all the parts. I can't just scale them. Scaling vase mode parts does not work. At least the kind of parts that I make, because the distance between the rib and the outside skin is critical. So the distance between all of these ribs and the outside skin is 0.8mm. If I scale this part down 50%, now the ribs are only 0.4mm away from the outside surface. Vase mode will break. The slicer will not be able to correctly slice that. But I might have a way around that. The slicer has thin wall behavior, and that thin wall behavior allows you to compensate a little bit. So if your parts aren't exactly perfect, they can still work. And there's something interesting I discovered. And this works two different ways, and I did not realize this works so well. I was really shocked at how well this worked. Do I have one of the parts out here? I think I actually printed one of these out here. All right, this is a 0.4mm nozzle print. And I printed it on the WeDo. Now, if you've been paying attention, you know where I'm going with this. Wait a minute. I have a 0.6mm nozzle on the WeDo. But I sent it G-code for a 0.4mm nozzle. And it worked. I thought there would be slop, because I'm making a 0.4mm extrusion out of a 0.6mm nozzle, that means that extrusion can move 0.1 millimeters in both directions, because it's a 0.4, it's not a 0.4 coming out of a 0.4, it's a 0.4 coming out of a 0.6, which means the extrusion can move inside of that space. But apparently it doesn't break the prints. Even the ribs fused. I did not expect... I expected it to work, but I didn't expect the parts to be functional. I didn't expect it to be a successful print. Printing a dragon, sure, that'll work. But these are engineered parts that have tolerances, and yet they still thread together. I guess I have enough tolerance in my threads that the little bit of disturbance from printing 0.4 to 0.6 made it work. And that got me to thinking, well, can I do that on purpose to make the part lighter? So if I shrink this part by 1/2, it would be perfect for a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, because now the gap would be 0.4, which is 2 times 0.2. Now, this would not be a very strong part with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, but it would probably work. So what if I took advantage of the fact that I can print smaller than my nozzle diameter and thin wall behavior? So I haven't tried this yet. I'm going to have to try it. Can I shrink this model by 50%, lie to the slicer? I don't even have to lie to it. I can just tell it. Extrude a 0.3 millimeter extrusion. Now, that's still not small enough, because you need 0.2 because of the ribs. But thin wall behavior should be able to handle that 50% difference. And if it does, you'll get a valid tool path. The question is, will you get a valid part when it's done printing? Now, you can trick it. So, for example, I could tell it, I have a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. And then I can make the extrusion multiplier 2. So I could tell it to extrude 2 times the filament, because I really have a 0.4 millimeter nozzle on there. It'll extrude just fine. But because I told the slicer it's a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, it will cut a valid tool path. It'll maintain vase mode, but it'll actually be extruding 0.4 millimeters. Now, that is going to affect the part a little bit. You're going to have little ribs and bulging, because you're going to be moving on a 0.2 millimeter path, but extruding a 0.4 millimeter extrusion. So that is going to affect the cleanliness of the model, maybe. But I'm going to have to try that, because that might be a way to allow me to scale the model without having to rebuild the whole damn thing. Because it's a real pain in the ass to rebuild everything, because I have to redo all the ribs. Hey, 3D Medic Vince, you going to be at Rocky Mountain Murph? But I've also found that when I have a model that does not print properly, like there's a couple little flaws in the vase mode, I can trick the slicer to give me a proper tool path. So what I can do is I can tell it to extrude a thinner path. So instead of telling it to extrude 0.4, I tell it to extrude 0.38. And that's enough to fix the tool path issue. But now I'm not extruding enough plastic. That's okay. Increase the extrusion multiplier to compensate. So if I lower it by 0.1 millimeters, that's 2.5%. So every 0.1 millimeter I reduce the nozzle extrusion width in the slicer, I just increase the extrusion multiplier by 2.5%. So if I go down to 0.38, I make the extrusion multiplier 1.05. That 5% compensates for the 0.38 difference. And now I get a valid vase mode tool path, and I still get a proper 0.4 millimeter extrusion. I basically just did a little sleight of hand on the slicer and says, you don't see the bad tool path. The tool path is fine. And the slicer says, yes, the tool path is fine. And it fucking works. That's gonna make things so much easier. For example, in getting people to slice this, ooh, yeah. That's gonna make it so much easier to slice this in things like Cura. Not Cura, Prusa slicer. And it might make it possible to slice it in Cura. I haven't tried it yet. So if I tell Cura, I have a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, but I want the flow rate to be 150% or 200%. That might allow me to get a valid toolpath in Cura. So that's something I'm gonna have to try. Basically, I'm gonna do a little Jedi, mind trick on the slicer. But I had this one model that there was a glitch in the model, and I couldn't figure out where it was. There was nothing wrong with the model. The slicer just would not slice it. So I was like, what happens if I did this on a smaller nozzle? So I said, you got a 0.3 millimeter nozzle. Boom, perfect slice. And then I was like, you got a 0.35 millimeter nozzle. Perfect slice. You got a 0.37 millimeter nozzle. Perfect slice. You got a 0.39 nozzle. Glitch. How about a 0.38? That works. And then I said, okay, extrusion multiplier 1.05. Fuck you, Simplify 3D. Who's your daddy now, Simplify 3D? Now you do what I say. It worked. It freaking worked. So I wonder how far I can push that. I'm going to try that. I'm going to shrink apart by 50%. I'm going to tell it my nozzle diameter is 0.2. And then I'm going to run the extrusion multiplier at 200%. What worked, Drone Shots? What worked? Oh, I'm doing a Jedi mind trick on the slicer. So let me show you what I'm talking about. I keep forgetting this is a much more visual. Let me get rid of all these parts before I have a temper tantrum and start destroying things because they're pissing me off. Because we're getting to that point where it's starting to piss me off. It's like I'm going to start throwing things. Because it's really making me mad. I already destroyed one rocket last night. I got so fucking mad. I threw that thing across the house. I was pissed. Of course, the inanimate plastic object didn't give a shit, but I felt better. Rawr! Oh man, did I feel better after chucking that thing. Okay. Let's bring that down. Let's bring that up. That's too simple. We need something a bit more complex. Recent models, curvy baby, short both. So let's bring up the screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's also bring up the spot cam so you can see the dragon and the print in progress. We can slide this over so we obscure less of the screen. Okay. Bring this over here like that. There. So here is my curvy baby fin can. I designed this to fit within a 200 by 200 bed to make sure. I actually shrank it down a little bit to make sure it fit. So this is the both model. So it's got the launch lugs here. It's got the rail buttons here. So we are slicing this with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, 1.0 extrusion multiplier, and 0.4 millimeter extrusion path. And we are in 2 bottom layers, vase mode, single outline corkscrew. Slice it. It's fine. So what we do is we come down like this. And what we're looking for, see this tool head? We're Do I respect Putin? No, he's an asshole, just like our politicians. He's a meal. He's a walking, sentient meal. Just like Biden, just like Trump, just like McConnell, just like Pelosi, just like Putin, just like all of them. They're food. And that's the way we should be treating them, like food. We should be eating them. That'll put them in their place real fast if we start eating them. Anyway, no, we're not going on that topic. Anyway, so what you're looking for is to make sure this tool head doesn't move. You do not want to see this tool head jumping around, because that means it's not doing vase mode. So as you can see, as I run down, did that jump or did that just move there? No, it's moving up the side, so it's fine. So there we go. You can see no jumping around. It is staying on the surface. Now, the reason it moves from outside to inside is because it's moving up this arc here, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The point is, it's not jumping. It's one continuous extrusion. There's no red marks anywhere saying that we have travel movements that we don't want. So this is a good, clean tool path. This tool path is vase compliant. Now, you can see here, let me get down to, let me turn off the bottom layers because that's going to make it easier to see this. Let's do this, and let's do this. There we go. Now we have one single layer of the print. Now you can see there's actually a gap here. Well, technically it's a zero gap, because the tool path spacing is the center of this path here, so this outside edge here into the center, and this is the outside edge of this path here. So this outside edge to this outside edge. This toolpath is 0.4 millimeters wide. This toolpath is 0.4 millimeters wide, which is why the cut, which is this little slot right here, is 0.8 millimeters away from the outside edge of the model, because I need to make room for this little 0.4 millimeter path and this 0.4 millimeter path. Since this is 0.4 and 0.4, that's 0.8. So my slot inside the model, which I can show you, so that slot inside the model doesn't actually go all the way to the outside. You can see here, there we go, there's a gap. See this gap right here? This is the slot, this is the outside of the model. This gap is 0.8 millimeters. And that results in a valid toolpath, which gets you this. Now, if I were to make this slot too close to the outside edge, the slicer would say, I can't fit there. I am 0.4 millimeters wide. That gap is only 0.2. I can't fit. So it breaks it. It pierces the surface. But that creates two separate extrusions, and now you don't have vase mode. Why is that important? Because if you don't have vase mode, you don't have a fully integrated structure. Add enough of those errors and you compromise the structural integrity of the part. So what happens if I want to make this part 1/2 size? 50%. So now we have a half scale 40 millimeter version of this part. Okay. Now what happens when I slice it? Oh yeah, it's a fucking mess. Because you no longer have a valid toolpath. Let's break it down again. So you can see here, instead of this being one continuous wall, let me turn off the retraction so you can see it. You can see it's now broken. Only one of these is supposed to go all the way through. But now, in order to successfully complete the slice, they all have to go through. So that one's broken. That one's broken. They're all broken. Every single one of them is going to be broken because there's physically not enough room to fit the tool path there. So, and you can even see you got nasty glitches like this where it just decided to jump from here to here for some reason. The slicer was like, fuck you. Now, because I made the model half the size, I have to make the nozzle half the size. So if I go 0.2 and 0.2, hey, it's still got problems, but that's for a different reason. And first, let me do this. We want 100 by 100. Yeah. It's still got major issues, but it is kind of working. This is a complicated model, but you see most of the red marks went away. So this is obviously not going to work for all the models. You can see it's really messing up here. It's like really tearing the model apart. And part of the reason for that is that these slots are now no longer 0.01 millimeters wide. They're now 1/2 or 0.005 millimeters wide. And the slicer has difficulty handling things that small. None of our printers, even a resin printer, doesn't have that kind of resolution. So it creates problems when you do this. What I need to do is I need to, well, actually, at this scale, I could probably get rid of a lot of the ribs. I don't need as many ribs, if any at all, at this scale. The ribs are for structural integrity when you're making big parts, like the larger fins. But for example, when I print, what the hell was that? Screen just flickered. But when I print something this small, for example, I don't need ribs at all. And that's just unnecessary weight, because these are small enough that they have enough integrity by themselves that they don't need the ribs anymore. So I could just start getting rid of all the ribs in this model. But this will allow me to scale to a certain extent. Now, I still have to rebuild motor mounts, because obviously if you shrink your 29 millimeter motor mount, now it's going to be, 14.5 millimeters, and your 29 millimeter motor is not going to fit, and there is no other motor that's 14 millimeters, so I still have to rebuild the motor mount. But what it can do is allow for small differences. So if I have a couple of errors, like this single little error here in the model or whatever, I can use this to, so I can't go this extreme. I was wondering if I could. I can't. But now to print this at 0.4, what I would do is I would say nozzle diameter 0.2, extrusion width 0.2, but then I would make the flow rate 2, which would extrude twice the filament, since I actually have a 0.4 millimeter nozzle on the printer. Now, as you can see, I still get the same tool path, because it does not factor flow rate into the tool path. So that will allow me to do some trickery to make these models work with scaling. Yeah. Interesting. It's too bad I couldn't just print this at a 0.2. I would like to try to print this at a 0.2. I got to lower the layer height, because you can't print that high a layer height with that size nozzle. But what happens, well, technically we can, but what happens if I did this at 0.1? It's still damaging the model. That's a simplified thing. It's trying to compensate. There might be a way for me to fix that using this behavior. Discard invalid. Merge all boundaries. Does that do anything? Still damaged. It's still got all this damage here. And I'm not 100% sure why it does that. Where it just ignores the toolpath and it jumps from here to here for some reason. Like, it's valid vase, but why didn't it complete the path? Why is it doing this instead of this? I think that's micro imperfections in the model. I suspect it's from Tinkercad. I suspect it's a conflict issue between Tinkercad and Simplify. I don't know. What happens if I try to do this in Prusa Slicer? Curvy. Let's do the 200. Actually, let's do the 400 since we're going to shrink it. Tall both. Okay, so first things first, can it slice at all? I don't care. Just do as you're told. Why does it got to fight with me? See, that's the one thing I like about Simplified 3D is even if you're not supposed to do what you're doing, I can still tell it, do it freaking anyway. Just shut up and do it. Don't argue with me. Just do it. Now, part of the problem with Prusa is that the demarcations suck. So the new version took away the ability to see movement. Like there used to be a box down here where I could tell it I want to see retractions, I want to see, unless it just shows it all now. Or do I have to turn it on? Oh, I gotta turn it on. Well, that's fucking annoying, because now I have to hover over each of these to see what the hell they are. That's really annoying. I don't like that one single bit. But anyway, the problem is, like, a retraction is a little tiny thin red X. You can't really see it. It's not a blob like it is in Simplify, where it's very obvious where that is. It is very not obvious in Prusa Slicer. And I wish that's something they would fix. Because when you're doing a model like this, I need to know if there's any retractions or travel moves. But all of the details are so thin that you can't really see them. I'm trying to find one. It's so bad that I'm having trouble finding one to show you. This is the first layer. There should be a retraction somewhere. Like, here's a travel move. Look how far I have to zoom in to see it. This thin blue line, that's a travel move. Okay, how annoying is that? Why isn't it showing a retraction or a de-retraction? It should be. I have it turned on. But anyway, they're almost impossible to see. What you really need to look for is gaps. So you rotate the model like this, and then you start going up and down the model, and you look for gaps in the layer. Oh, there's one. Now, is it a gap or a compression? Oop, 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 oop. Okay, that's a compression, so it's okay. Compression is fine. That's because there's a transition from this being part of the vase mode, and then suddenly, boom, this is no longer part of the vase mode. So it causes a calculation error. It shouldn't, but that's because the slicer is doing a piss poor job of slicing it. Simplify does exactly the same thing. But this time I got lucky, and it formed a compression instead of a gap. So I go up and down the model, and I look for any errors. And I don't see any. Except for the compression, we look good. Okay, so this is a successful slice. Now, let's try scaling it. Let's see, scale is locked. Scale factor. Let's try 75%. Now, this should cause all kinds of problems. Although some things, Prusa Slicer actually handles better. Wait a minute, did that successfully slice it at 75%? That's actually impressive. It didn't break the model. Is 75% within the tolerance? Let me try that on here. Let's use the same model. Yeah. See, it warns me, but it'll do it anyway. Let's go back to 0.4. 0.4. And 1. Can this slice it at 75%? Yeah. You're outside the print area, but you're still doing it, aren't you? It does. I can scale by 75% and it still works? That's pretty freaking cool. I was not expecting that to work. I will be straight. I was just not expecting that to work. Now, the counter is you can't go up. If you scale up, it'll still slice just fine, but these ribs won't fuse. See? So our thin wall behavior overlap is permitting that to work. What do you know? I was not expecting that to work. How far can I go? Let's try 60%. Oh, I see retraction errors. Okay, now we're starting to see errors. But it's still mostly working. Okay, now let's see if my trick works to get rid of those errors. Let's tell it we have a 0.3 nozzle, which should get us back within the thin wall behavior tolerance level. No, we still have issues. Let's go down to 0.2. At some point, we're breaking the model when we shrink it. Okay, that works. So I can go down to 60%. I have some damage where it's breaking the model there. But in general, it's working. That's interesting. And we are at 0.1. Now, can I do that in Prusa? I'm surprised that worked as well as it did. I was not expecting that to work. But yeah, you see, I still have these errors. I'll have to see at what point those errors appear. I might be able to fix that by simply using 0.02 slots, which will still get me fusion. But now when I shrink it by 50%, the slots will be 0.01. Oh, we got to try that. Is there any easy way to do this? I guess the easiest thing to do would be just slice a fin. Because it'd be a pain in the ass to slice everything like that. But a fin is really easy to edit. Okay, so let's take this, duplicate it. So I don't mess up my original. And let's start breaking it down. I think that includes that. Yes, it does. Come on. Chew that data, you bitch. Chew it. Come on, eat it, eat it. There it goes. Now we take this and we split it. So now I should be able to get rid of the ring. I want to split the fins. Now I should be able to select individual fins and the body. Bring that over here. Get rid of all this. Okay. That makes this a whole lot easier to dick around with now. So I should now be able to take this and split it. And then take this and split it again. 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 Okay, there we go. Got all my parts. Let's start doing some combining, some house cleaning here. I can take all of these and this, and I can join those together. And now put the work surface on here. And now I can make this, let's make it wider, 0.04. So we're going to make that double the thickness. And now I need to recenter it because it's not going to be centered anymore. And center. Okay. Now I need to split these. I should be able to combine all this. No, wait a minute. I got to combine this first. This, and this. Combine that. Now combine this. Okay, I can get this on plane by rotating it 45 degrees. Now we are on plane. Okay, now these are all 0.01, so I can't move them because then they're going to change alignment. I got to separate them. And then I have to separate these. And then I have to separate them again. Okay, now we are set. So this is annoying, but it's okay. 0.0, let's go 0.03 just to be safe. Three. 0.03. Three. Okay. That should be all of them. Now we rotate this like this so that I can grab all of these, join them together. Not what I wanted to do, or is it? What did I do? I saw something else blink. Did I? Oh, I joined it with the other thing, which I didn't want to do. I need to separate that. Join that. Make it solid. Then I need to cut it with this. And then cut it with this. Make it hollow. And join it with the fin. Okay. Now the cylinder is still going to break, but that's okay. What we're looking for is to see if the fin breaks. Although the cylinder breaking might also break that. We'll have to see. All right, drop a master ring. Center it on the tube here. Increase the sides. It needs to be larger than the fin. There we go. Control D. Rotate 90. Control D. Control D. Okay. And my mouse stopped working again. It does that every now and then. Nothing I can do about it. I gotta wait for it to come back. I don't know why it does that. I think the USB port's resetting or something. Had a real nasty nosebleed last night. That was annoying. Come on. I love this mouse, but it's annoying as hell. But I don't know if it's the mouse or if it's the USB port. Am I bleeding again? I think I'm starting to bleed again. I think I may have caught it early. Is anybody there? It says I have 0 viewers. Connection's good. Nobody's there? Oh. Huh. Right now, it's telling me 0. It's weird. Come on, mouse. Why has it got to be such a nudge? I don't think turning it off does anything. What's this? Oh, shit. Ew, scum. Oh, I bet you that's for weights. Fucker. Kept getting further away. I bet you that's to install weights in the mouse to make it heavier. I'm Groot. I know some gamers like that. I might as well get my fins while I'm down here. I'm guessing that is to allow you to install weights on the mouse. Huh. It takes longer and longer each time it happens. I think I might have to put that receiver on the front so I can unplug it and plug it back in. You're in Bulgaria, huh? That's pretty cool. Is the computer frozen? Nope, the computer's fine. Come on. I got so mad at these buttons on the side, I ripped them out of the mouse. I just took a pair of pliers and I ripped them fuckers out. Because I can disable these buttons so they don't do anything. Oh, there it goes. But I can't disable these buttons. And they would cause the web browser to go back and would reset my entire Tinkercad session. Like that. You son of a bitch. Where were we? We were in here. Oh yeah, I was starting to bleed. But I think I caught it. We'll see if it stays stopped. I've destroyed so many shirts over the last month just by bleeding on them. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay, now we're back. Let's save this. Well, first we got to rotate it 45 degrees, and then we'll export this. Oh no, I don't want to shift them. I want to see if it works without shifting them. I'm thinking 0.01 is a threshold, and that if I make them a little bit larger than that, so they don't go below that when I scale them down, then I should be okay. So 0.03 scaled by 1/2 is 0.15 instead of 0.005. Meaning it keeps the smallest dimension. Nice. I still have that model somewhere. I'm pretty sure I brought that with me. Although I think I left something behind in Pennsylvania that was extremely valuable to me, and it's gone now. It's in a landfill. Body tubes for rockets are pretty expensive. And when I was making Micromax kits, meaning itty bitty rockets like that, I actually paid a company to make me body tubes. I mean, it cost me like $180, but I got a literal lifetime supply of Micromax tubes, and so now I didn't have to buy someone else's profit to make my own kits. I think I left that entire box behind. I don't think it came with me. All those tubes gone. That was dumb. What are you going to do? Okay. Now, let's make sure it still slices normally. Yep. Oh, wait a minute. See, I got a glitch. What are my settings? I'm still at 0.2. I wonder why I have a glitch. See, that glitch should not be there. That was not there a moment ago. See? That does not exist in the model. That's a flaw. Is my height okay? Yep, 197. It's divisible by the right numbers. Okay. That glitch shouldn't be there. Sometimes just doing this. Yeah. For no reason, just changing the start point. Now the glitch is gone. For no valid reason. The slicer just... And Prusa does the exact same thing. In fact, Prusa is a bigger problem because you cannot define your start point in Prusa. It picks the start point for you. In Simplify 3D, I can tell it exactly where to start. And sometimes that's what you need to do to fix the model. But what I just changed should not have fixed that. Yet it did. And I have no idea why. There's a bug in the slicer engine, the way it calculates whatever it's got to calculate. And there are certain things it just doesn't like. But the problem is there's no way to know what those things are. So you just have to work around them. Okay, so we're good here. Now, Let's try again at 75%.
I am Groot.
We are still good. I want to see the tool head the whole way. Okay, so we're still good. In fact, perfect. Let's try 65%. I want to see where the limits are. I'm starting to see zits. Okay, so we're starting to see zits here. So we're starting to see things it doesn't like. Oh, wait a minute. That might be a height issue. Yeah. See how it's 128.05? You can't have that. That has to be a 0. For whatever reason, both Prusa and Simplify, and probably every other slicer in the world, this might not fix it, but on a larger scale, it does fix it. The model has to be a millimeter height that is evenly divisible by your layer height. So if you're printing at 0.2 millimeters, your model has to be evenly divisible by 0.2 millimeters. So by having it at 128.05, I have an extra 0.05 in the algorithm somewhere. And it does not know how to handle that. So it just throws a random error in the model. Instead of putting that random error at the top of the model or at the bottom of the model where it won't matter, it puts it right in the middle of the fucking model, which breaks the model. There's a chance this might slice fine now. Yeah, see? Look. Error's gone. Perfect. Let's see? No error. Now watch. If I just change that back to 0.05, we're talking 5/100ths of a millimeter. And that's enough to break them. Oh, now we just did the exact same thing. And it didn't break the model. What the hell? It's random. It's fucking random. But there is another error there. So yeah, the error moved down here now. See the retraction right there? Oh, but it's your model. Yeah, no, it's not my model. It's your slicing engine. And that's not a simplified 3D thing. That's a slide. They must all use the same algorithm for vase mode because the error is exactly the same in Prusa and Idea Maker. So they must all use the same algorithm for, oh, that error's still there. Interesting. Right there. For no reason. There's nothing there. Let me turn off the retraction. There's nothing there. There's no reason for it to stop there. It just chooses. I'm just gonna eeny meeny miny mo, pick a tiger by the right there. Put an error right there. Just because. There's nothing there. Another one. Right there, 2 right here. It decided, because reasons, that I'm going to make this a segment. But there's nothing there. It's clean. It just stopped for no reason whatsoever. Nothing there. Nothing there. Turn off the tool head. Ah, there's the break. Right there. So it has decided that for this layer only, it can no longer connect from here to here, and it has broken the model right there. The slicer chose to do this. Looks like it's, yeah, as the rib gets thinner and thinner, as this slot interferes with this slot, and the thin wall behavior has to try to merge all this together. That's enough to, right there, it's still merged. It's seeing it's still, they're overlapping, but then it breaks. And then it breaks, it breaks, it breaks, it breaks. Okay, it's broken until this little piece is gone. I can actually fix that. And just for the hell of it, we're going to do that. Although, I don't have to. Because this is a good test of my technique of making it smaller. So let's try going down to 0.38. Let's try 0.38. Does that fix it? Nope. Oh, we're close, though. We got more layers working. Okay. So let's go 0.36. Almost. A couple more layers. We're probably going to have to go pretty extreme on this one. So let's go right down to 0.3. That's a really tiny little pivot there. Almost. One layer. It's a glitch here and a glitch here. That almost fixes it. 0.2 should definitely fix it. No, we still have a glitch. It still has an island. You see it right there? See how that one little bit right there is chopped off? That's annoying. Let's go back to 0.4. Now, I do know how to fix this. The problem is we have a confluence of intersections here, and it's not happy about it. So let's delete these extra fins. Let's bring you back out. As we make this smaller, I don't need these ridge grooves anymore. So I can just, you can see what's happening here. This cut here is interfering with this cut here. So if I just delete the ridge cap, that'll fix that. Okay, duplicate 90 degrees. Is that 90? Nope. Okay, duplicate 90. Did you not just see me hit duplicate? Duplicate 90. Do it again and again. Thank you. Stop arguing with me. Now, it's also possible that errors that are going to crop up in the body tube are adding to this problem. Because we didn't make these changes to the body tube. We only made the changes to the fins. But we have a lot less errors, so there is some merit to this. The trick is to experimentally discover what the limits of the slicer are and to see how far we can push those limits to get it to do what I want. Hey, that part will be done in 57 minutes. There we go. Export STL. So now we no longer have that cut in the edge of the fin there, which was a problem right here. Okay. Now, let's go back down to 65%. Oh, that's why I had to move, because I didn't shrink it yet. Duh. Come on. That should take care of that. Yep. Now we're clean there. We do have an error here. That's probably going to be a random error. Yeah, see, there's nothing there. It's printing a little tiny, you can see the retraction. It's printing a little dot there for some reason. Now that might be the height issue. Although I do have this little slice in there. That could be causing a problem. But let's try changing the height and see if that does it. Yep, that did it. Error gone. All I did was take 0.05 of a millimeter off the height of the model, and the error's gone. Don't even think about asking me to make sense of that, because there is no making sense of that. Now, is that slicing okay? It is. At 60%. Now, I think, let's reset transformations, because Simplified 3D forgot what I told him to do. Let's go down to 55%. I have a feeling 50% won't work, because you can only have an overlap of 99%, and 50% would require a 100% overlap. So again, we're going to fix the height to make it evenly divisible by 2. So I'm going to put a 0.4 instead of a 0.35, since that is evenly divisible by 2. And no, we're broken. Okay. All right. So I got to reset transformations because it forgot again. Let's try 58%. That's mostly okay. I'm ignoring the slight error because of this number here, because I don't want to keep changing this. Let's try 56%. 56 breaks it. So let's go 57%. So 57% is pretty close to the limit. You can see a couple retractions there, but I'm guessing if I fix the height, that'll take care of that. See how it's 0.29? 0.29 is not evenly divisible by 0.2, so it has to be 112.2 or 112.4. 0.2 is closer, so we're going to go 0.2. And as you can see, those errors went away. But we do have a couple other errors. So I see a couple over here. So again, this looks like a height error. It's putting a random, I'm going to take off retractions. There's nothing here, and there's nothing here, so it has to be somewhere else. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Now, it did a double compression here for some reason. So this is just the slicer being an asshole, because there's nothing there. Literally, there's nothing there. At no point anywhere is there anything of relevance here. This looks like a correct overlap. It's possible it's treating this as a separate line, but it looks like an overlap to me. Oh, we still have that there. A different one now. That's it right there. That right there is causing the problem. That's random slicer glitch. There's nothing I can do in the modeling to stop that. Now, what I can do is make the travel movements less annoying. This should have done that. Why is it jumping to a different point in the model? It shouldn't be doing that. Do I have wipe turned on still? Yeah, I got wipe turned on. Turn that off. It should not be jumping like that. when it stops there, it should not be jumping over to here. It should just pick up where it left off there. There's no reason for it to jump over here like this. There's no reason to do that. The slicer's just being an asshole. But now, how far can I correct this with that little trick? What if I go down to 0.3? Will that bring me back in the envelope? Yes. We are now back in the envelope again. No glitches. Now, I could increase the extrusion multiplier to 1.5, and that'll still give me my 0.4 millimeter extrusion, but with a 0.3 millimeter tool path, which means I'll have a correct part without glitches, because the slicer does not factor extrusion multiplier into its tool path generation. So you can see here we are at 57%. So now the question is, can I go to 50% with this? Or is that going to break the slots in the tube itself, because we did not increase them to 0.03. They are still 0.01, which means at 50%, we are right in the middle. That's annoying. Let's go to, I guess, taller, 0.6. That's not 0.6. Will that slice, or will the tube break it? No, it's still slicing. That still works. Now the thing is, I could just leave the extrusion multiplier at 1. Why does it do that? Why, when I do this, does it sometimes invert? See? I moved to the right, and it copied to the left. Why does it do that? I see that in Tinkercad too, where you know, I'll adjust one of these sliders, and if I don't grab it right, watch this. Okay, it did it fine that time. But sometimes when I grab it, it'll miss it. And it'll go left, even though I'm dragging right. I don't know why it does that. It's very annoying. So I could leave this at 1.0, and I could just print this with a 0.3 millimeter extrusion using a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. And that should work. Now, why would I want to do that? Because the model will be 50% lighter or 25% lighter. And at this size, 0.3 extrusion is more than strong enough. So I could make this model weigh 25% less, because it'll be using 25% less filament. It'll be using 75% of what it would normally use for a extrusion this size. I think I'm going to save this. I'm going to try to print this and see what happens. Let's save it as 3 mil test print. 3 mil test. We are going to try it. Not now all the printers are going, but as soon as one of these printers is done, we're going to try this and see what it does. Very interesting. Because I didn't even know I can get away with doing that. With, now I should be doing 0.12 layer height. Matter of fact, let me do that. Layer. I'm probably going to have to change the height of the model, because this is going to introduce glitches, maybe. But it might be close enough. Nope, see it jumped? Right there? Boom. It jumped. So here's how you fix that. So we're at 98.6. Actually, the original height was 98.5. So we're going to do that number. So 98.5 divided by 0.12. See, that's not even. It's 820.8. So we're going to do 821. 821 times 0.12. 98.52. So I just need to make this 5.2. And now it's evenly divisible by 0.12, which should, in theory, get rid of that glitch. Yep, see? Glitch gone. Now it's a perfect slice. Perfect. We are going to try this. 3 mil test. We are going to try to print that and see what happens. If I could print a 0.4 out of a 0.6, I should be able to print a 0.3 out of a 0.4. In theory, that should work. And with the thin wall behavior and the tolerances being tighter, I should still get good fusion. So I shouldn't have to worry about that either. I just heard plastic crack back there, which is really, really bad, because that means something came loose. Hopefully it didn't completely come loose, because that's $45 a kilogram filament. I can't replace that. I have no way of buying more of that filament, so hopefully it works. Yeah, we're going to try this, and we're going to see what happens. That is interesting. I guess I can slice this on the CR6 SE should be done soon, so I will slice it up on that. I love this memory card holder. It works so well. All right, where is my reader? There it is. I can't plug it in right now because the microphone's plugged in. But that will be something I will copy to the memory card, and we will see how that works. Very, very interesting. Since that's a 40 millimeter tube, 0.3 would be nice because it would reduce the weight. Now, why would I want to scale these down 50%? Because then you could fly them on smaller motors. If I could slice these parts at 50% scale, they would definitely fly. No problem on 18 millimeter and 24 millimeter motors. Because you add enough of these parts together and you start to get pretty heavy. And the objective is to be able to fly on 18 millimeter motors, because 18 millimeter motors cost a lot less money. They also cost a lot less plastic since they'd be half the size. It also means you don't have to merge as many components together to create a longer rocket, because I can make the parts taller. You know, I could keep this part, 200 millimeters long, but now that it's half the scale, that's equivalent to printing a 400 millimeter part, which means you can make taller rockets without having to piece together more pieces. So a good way of describing that. How would I describe it? Well, I can just show you on here. If I want to make this rocket, I can do it in 2 pieces. If I want it stubby, I print this piece and I print this piece. But this requires that you have a 400 millimeter tall printer. While the base of the model will fit within a 200 by 200 build volume, the length of the model will not fit within a 250 millimeter build volume. So to make it universally compatible, I have to print it in 2 pieces. So now I need 3 pieces, the base, the tube, and this tube. And if I want this long nose cone, I need to split that in half too. This is actually a good example is this right here. So this is the Century Argus. And you see it's got multiple transitions. So it transitions to a smaller tube, then a smaller tube, and then a nose cone. So this is actually a model that was made like the 70s by a company called Century, which doesn't exist anymore. They got bought by Estes. And because I made this smaller, I was able to print this in just 2 pieces. This piece and this piece. When I make this one here, the big giant one, the orange fin can there, I have to print it in 5 pieces. Because at that scale, these pieces are taller than 400 millimeters. So I got to break them apart into multiple pieces. It's 4 or 5 pieces. I think it's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 4 pieces. But when I shrank it down, my Z height relative to my XY needs grows. So by shrinking it down, you can make it in fewer pieces. And also, it'll fly on smaller motors. Like this will fly on a 13 millimeter motor, which costs a whole lot less money than a 24 millimeter motor. You know, a 13 millimeter motor, you're looking at about $2 a flight, while a 24 millimeter motor, you're looking at about $11 a flight. So there's a pretty big price difference too. These are a little too small. There's some people who like small rockets, but 40 millimeters, this is a 20 millimeter. So 40 millimeter is a good compromise. You still have some meat, because now you're looking at a rocket more this size. Come on, don't mess with me. Because at 40 millimeters, you're looking at more this scale now. Now you're looking at more this size, which is a much more substantial model without being super heavy. So this would be a lot easier for people to print a decent size model on a regular size printer, because this is only 5 pieces or 4 pieces. You know, this piece, this piece, this piece, and this piece. And theoretically, you could do this as one piece. That's totally feasible. Matter of fact, I might modify this design to do exactly that. I might put the shoulder right here. Actually, I can just do that. No, this doesn't have threads. But if I put this interface on this piece, I can then put the coupler down here and make this all one piece. And I'll probably do that, in fact, because that'll make this, well, now you only have to print 3 parts, plus the coupler and the motor mount. But this will fly great on D engines, yet it's still light enough to fly on 18 millimeter, barely. However, if I print this at 0.3 extrusion, it's going to reduce the mass 25%. Now it'll easily fly on B and C engines. So it'll fly on a larger variety of, oh wow, that's got a ding in it. It'll fly on a much larger variety of cheaper engines. So that might actually be something I do. So it'll be very interesting to see how these parts print at 0.3 millimeters. If they print well, that's going to be an interesting way to go forward. And it'll make my job easier too, because I won't have to keep remaking all of these models at different scales. You know, because I also have this in Micromax scale. I have it in 13 millimeter scale, 10 millimeter size. I have it in 80 millimeter size, and eventually I want to build a 120 millimeter version of it as well. But this only works one way. I can scale down. Ooh, that hurt. But I cannot scale up without making it heavier. Now, I can scale this model up 50% and then use a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. Because if I scale this up 50%, the gaps will go from being 0.8 to being 0.12 or 1.2, which is double 0.6. Or I can increase the size by 200% and use a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. The problem then is you're making the model really heavy. Like if I doubled the size of this and printed it with a 0.8 millimeter, it would print just fine, but it would weigh twice as much as these do, because you're using twice the amount of plastic. With vase mode, you're doing single extrusion, so your mass is directly related to your nozzle width. If you print the same exact model from a 0.4 millimeter to a 0.8 millimeter, it will be 200% heavier because you're using 200% the filament. So you can't really go up. But because of this behavior with the slicer, I'm going to start making my gaps smaller. If I make my gap 25% smaller, so instead of doing a 0.8 millimeter gap, I do a 0.6 millimeter gap. I'll have to test it and see if it works. But especially if you bring your width down to like 0.35, that should work. It should still print a nice model. And now you can scale the model up 25% and still have fusion with a 0.4 millimeter extrusion. It'll give me wiggle room. You see, thin wall behavior and overlap gives me wiggle room down, but it doesn't give me wiggle room up without making the model heavier. If I intentionally make the gaps too small and allow the thin wall behavior to compensate for that, I now have wiggle room to go up. So people could then scale the model up or down. Now, that would require a redesign of the motor mount, because while you can scale this motor mount, and it will scale just fine, and it'll fit just fine, that hole will now be the wrong size for whatever motor you're going to put in there. So I will still have to remake motor mounts. But being able to scale it a little bit would be a nice advantage. So I'm probably going to do that. I'm probably going to adjust my cuts so that I have some scalability. Then at least if someone says, hey, can you make this model a little bit bigger? I have a CR10, so I can print a little bit bigger. Well, now I can at least do that for them with minimal work. Basically, I take the motor mount, I deconstruct it so that the hole in the center becomes a separate piece. I then scale the motor mount however much they wanted it scaled, and then recombine it again. And this way I'll have a resized motor mount, but the correct size bore for whatever motor they want to fly. So that's interesting. That's really interesting. Definitely going to think about doing that. Huh. I love this model. It's a beautiful model. It's called a Red Nova. It's an easy color scheme. Because of the color scheme, I can just print the parts in different colors and get the correct color scheme. And it's got these nice little streaks. Just a nice little modeling detail. It just adds a little bit of extra to the model. Except somehow I rotated the threads 90 degrees. So when you put it together, it comes 90 degrees off. It's supposed to be like this. So I think I already redid the model, but I don't want to reprint it because this is precious filament that I can't replace. It's a glitter red candy apple red from Zyro that they don't make anymore. You can't get it anymore. So I really don't want to reprint that. So I think I'm just going to do that and then just glue it and just live with the little gap. And this way I don't have to reprint that part. Anybody else who prints it, it'll be correct because I already fixed the model. But for the one that I printed, I don't want to reprint it. So I think that will be a way I can do that. Just stick a little Gorilla Glue in there and just glue it shut. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. This was a challenge, getting this nose cone to print that profile. You can see there's actually a little gaps there because I had to change from this diameter to this diameter without a transfer. It had to be flat. This is what I would have to do in order to get these parts to come together cleanly. I would have to make that transition look like that. Now, for a little nose cone like this, strong enough, especially with the ribs going all the way through. But for something like that, I'm not sure if that'll be strong enough. I'm going to have to try it. I also, I want to keep the models as airtight as possible because the more openings you have, the more paths you have for the ejection charge to escape the model without blowing the nose off. And if you don't blow the nose off, then your parachute doesn't come out. And if your parachute doesn't come out, you get to watch your ballistic missile go splat. How deep's the core sample? We've had that happen. A rocket just comes in ballistic, hits the ground, and it's sticking out of the ground because it's a carbon fiber rocket, so it didn't break. And then you have this core sample plug of earth inside the rocket that you push out, like a geologist's core sample. But this would just shatter. Well, this is light enough; it might survive, but why risk it? So the more you seal up the model, the less chance you have of gas escaping and not being put to work to deploy your recovery system. So you want to minimize how much of that kind of thing you have inside of here, at least below the parachute. Above the parachute doesn't matter, because if the gases get to here, that means the parachute's already come out. It doesn't matter anymore. But below wherever your parachute is, you want it as sealed as you can. That's why I make the holes for the shock cord as small as possible, to reduce how much of the gas ends up going back out that hole. You want the path of least resistance to be that path. Otherwise, your parachute don't come out. And you have a bad day. All right. Any questions? If you would like to purchase a Pringles rocket or a Chips rocket, since I think I'm pretty sure they wouldn't appreciate me using the name Pringles, so I'm calling it Chips. That's here on the website. You just go here and you buy it, and you get the file. So now you can 3D print yourself a set of rocket parts to make a Pringles rocket fly. That's pretty cool. Ow! Stay. Good boy. Good rocket. Good rocket. Any questions? No questions? I know there's lag, so I'm waiting to see if anybody answers. This is almost done. Not too much longer. 26 minutes. And then I can get another one going. I want to make this rocket 10 foot tall. I want to make sure at the Rocky Mountain Birth that everybody goes, what the hell is that? That's how tall I want it. I want to make sure everybody goes, what the hell is that? Everyone's going to see it. Everyone. Matter of fact, I might put fins like that on it. You know, fins with a flat bottom. So I could stand it up on the table and get it 3 feet higher. Instead of standing it on the floor. Well, the tube fin one will stand up fine. I'm going to bring Captain America with me. I'm going to bring my little Statue of Liberty with me. I'm going to bring my little cat with me. The one I got from, what's her name? I forgot her name. She was mad at me for some reason. She didn't like me taking a picture of her sorceress model in my dirty kitchen. And it really wasn't that dirty. There's just some stuff on the stove because I was remodeling. And I think she didn't like... I don't think she likes Naomi Wu. And I think she was mad that I took a picture of her full-size sorceress and the full-size Naomi Wu in the same picture. And I think that made her mad. But she obviously didn't want to admit to being a little bit vain like that. I understand, you know, if you don't like a person, you don't like a person. Tell me that, and I'll separate the pictures. You know, how the hell am I supposed to know you don't like her? How am I supposed to guess that? But I think that's what it was. And I think she didn't want to say that's why she was bad, so she said dirty kitchen. So I haven't talked to her since. You know, I don't want to make her more angry. Human beings are funny creatures. What can you do? Who knows? All right, I'm going to call it for today. I'm going to try to get a video out this... Actually, I'm going to do a Pringles video for Sunday. And I'm also going to showcase some of my prints. Because I got some pretty cool prints. I'm done with this. I'll be releasing this soon, too. Because I absolutely love this memory card holder that I made. Well, I remixed it. Some other guy made this inside. I just made it what I consider better. So, even though I kind of built it from the ground up, I used all of his holes that he cut into it. I used his inserts. I'm still calling it a remix because I would never have made it if I didn't see his model first. So as far as I'm concerned, it's still a remix. But I love this little SD card case. So that'll be showcased. The Kijai Dragon will be showcased. The Pringles Rocket will be showcased. I think I already did my SD card case, so I don't have to show that again. And, I'll probably show the new curvy baby since it's printed in really nice. I also got a tea box. I found this really nice on printables. This really nice shutter drawer, roll top drawer, a tea box for holding tea bags, and the I decided to blow some of my precious filament on it, just because it's going to be something sitting on top of my counter. It's going to be showcased to people, so I wanted it to look nice, and he did a nice job designing it. So I did it in Vertigo Gray from Filamentum. So that, and I'm going to do the actual roll top in Rapunzel Silver, so it'll be a little bit contrasting. So that'll be really nice. We shall see. But that's it. I'm gonna go think about making dinner because it is 2 o'clock here, and I'd like to get dinner done before 4:30, before electricity becomes double in price. I'm trying to start eating earlier because not only is that healthier, it's better for you, but if I can finish cooking dinner by 4:30, then I'm using all the high power appliances while electricity is 11 cents a kilowatt instead of 20 cents a kilowatt. So just the fact that I realized I can print both PETG and PLA with no heat bed. With PETG I have to start with a heat bed, but once the brim is down, at least for these round rocket parts, parts like the cylinders, they stay put with the heat bed off. That saves me $2 a day. No, I haven't. But I factor in cooking costs when I calculate my meals. And people, now, for a short meal, the cooking costs aren't very high. But if you cook a substantial meal, those cooking costs can be pretty high. Like my rotisserie takes at least 1 kilowatt. And it takes an hour and a half to cook that turkey. So let's say 1,500 watts. Well, it's probably 1,500 watts of full tilt, but once it's at temperature, I'm assuming it cycles on and off. I'll have to actually put a meter on it and see how much power it takes. But like I have meters on my air fryer, my oven, and my cooktop. And I can go back and look at how much money did I spend using the induction cooktop last month. And I can add it up. And it can be substantial. It adds up to more than you think. I mean, think about how little electricity some of the things we're using here use. How do you end up with a $200 electric bill? Because it's cumulative. It adds up to more than you think. So if that thing's drawing, say, an average of 1,200 watts, that means it's going to cost me, well, it's going to cost 11 cents per hour. Yeah, I have it loaded here. Matter of fact, let me provide a link. Is it the, how much does it cost to boil water plus other cooking? Yes, that's atomic shrimp. So let me post a link for you guys. There we go. But yeah, now in, like, for example, Europe, electricity costs a lot more. Here it costs a lot less. But for example, to give you an example, to run my water heater, it's 4,500 watts, 4.5 kilowatt hours. I run it for exactly 1 hour. I have an app on my phone. I tap the power button, the water heater turns on, and then the app has what's called inching. So I can tell it how many minutes I want it to run, and then it automatically turns off. I have it set for 1 hour because 1 hour is sufficient time to fully heat 50 gallons of water. I have a 50-gallon water heater. Well, it cost me 11.2 cents a kilowatt hour for electricity. So 0.112 times 4.5. It cost me 50 cents to heat up that tank of water. Now, if I heat that tank of water up during on-peak times, it's $1.10. So it cost me double the amount of money to run that hot water heater from 4:30 to 10:30, and in the wintertime also from 6:30 to 9 in the morning. In the summertime, there's no morning on peak. It's only at night, 4:30 to 10:30. So I try to run as few high power appliances from 4:30 to 10:30 as I can. So we do not turn on the clothes dryer in that window. We do not turn on the water heater in that window. I try not to use the big rotisserie oven in that window. I don't charge the electric car in that window. You can wash clothes because the washer doesn't take that much power. So we'll do a couple loads of wash in that window, and then we'll wait until 10:30 before loading it into the dryer and turning it on, because it costs half the amount. No, it'd be a horrible item to put on solar power, actually, because of how much power it takes. The problem is that you have two problems. You have power and you have energy. So power is how hard I hit you, while energy is how long do I hit you. Keep adding it up. That's energy. Power is how hard am I hitting you each time I hit you. Solar panels are great at making energy. They're not so great at making power, because, well, they can make any amount of power you want if you got the cash. You know, this big old batteries. This has got 700 watt hours of power. So I can run a lot of things for a long time off of this. This will run my little cooler, my little electric fridge cooler. This will run this for probably 12 hours, maybe more. 12 to 16 hours, this battery will run it. Now, solar panels are great for putting energy into this battery. This battery is great for storing energy. I can discharge it, charge it, discharge it, charge it. It's a lithium iron phosphate battery. It's going to last 15 or 20 years. Well, you can disagree all you want. You're still wrong. It's still 4.5 kilowatt hours. Assuming 100% conversion, that's 12 full-size 400-watt panels. You're not understanding. You need to generate 4.5 kilowatts of power. That means if you were to buy some nice high-quality LG solar panels and you had perfect sunlight, you need 12 of them to generate enough power to run that water heater. That's a lot of fucking solar panels. Well, there's the trick. Now, my idea is a heater has two elements. I only use one. I use one element. Just because we burn them up with the hard water, and one element seems to heat the water just fine. So my idea is, what if instead of having an element at the top of the heater and an element at the bottom of the heater, you had two elements at the bottom of the heater? One, a 48-volt DC element, and one, your standard 4,500 kilo or 4,500 watt AC element. Then I can hook solar panels directly to the DC element and not even have a battery. Just let the solar panels directly power the element. And since it's DC, it'll just draw whatever power it needs. But you can't do that. You can't tell average Joe to drill holes in their hot water tank and install a DC element. They're going to fucking blow up their house. Hot water tanks are dangerous. I mean, while it is unlikely, a modified water heater where some safeties get disabled, even if you don't intend to, can blow straight through your fucking house and out the roof like a rocket. That can legit happen. It's not likely, but it can happen. This is not like, hanging a 12-volt DC LED bulb from the ceiling and hooking it up to a solar panel and a battery. We're talking about a bomb in your house. So that would have to be either a skilled DIY person doing it, or it would take a the manufacturer to design them that way. Now, there is another way that I have not figured out how to do yet, and I'd like to figure out how to do this. How do you make a recirculating tank? I want to hook up 2 hot water tanks, and I want to cycle the water between the tanks. Now, I know how to do that with pumps, but how do you do that with a system that is not running but's pressurized? So right now, my water tank is under pressure. There's water in it, and there's pressure coming from the water company. How do you circulate between 2 tanks in a closed pressurized system? I don't know how to do that. Because what I want to do is I want to set up a 10-gallon water tank, a little tiny hot water tank with a 12 volt or a 24 volt or a 48 volt element. Well, no, it would pull whatever you give it. So if you're only providing it 100 watts, it'll pull 100 watts. If you provide it with 770 watts, it'll pull 770 watts. What you would want to do is put at least a 2 kilowatt element in there, and then just let it produce whatever heat you're generating from your solar. When you're generating more solar, you make more heat. When you're generating less solar, you make less heat. But the point is, whatever heat you generate is heat you don't have to draw from the grid. Now, if I could make a system with 2 tanks, so outside my house, I had a small 10-gallon water tank, or 20, 30, 40, whatever. Depends on whatever I find for free. I got a free 40-gallon LPG water tank, so I want to dick around with that. I want to play with it. But the point is to have 1 tank outside DC hooked up to solar panels, and then recirculate that water with the water in your main tank, so that any heated water you make from the solar panel is heating up the water in your main tank. So your AC power has to do less work to make hot water. Also, by outsourcing the hot water production more toward the solar panels and the smaller tank, in a person's situation like mine where you have a hard water problem, most of my scaling is going to occur where the power is, meaning in the solar tank, which will be a lot easier to maintain and service, and cheaper to replace if it finally does give the ghost. But I don't know how to do that. But at least that, you wouldn't be fucking with the water tank inside the house. And you'd be a lot less likely to blow up your house. I'll dick around with it, but I can't just tell everybody else to do that, because if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to hurt yourself. And it might even be illegal. Technically, it's illegal for me to replace my water tank. I need a permit. Fuck that. I'm not getting a permit to replace my water tank. Provide me the guidelines it's supposed to meet, and I'll meet them. But don't tell me I need your permission to change my water tank. Although I think I can pull my own permit to do that. I hear a fucking mouse chewing something in here, and it's driving me crazy. I want to smash stuff to get to wherever that mouse is. I know how destructive they can be. I know how much absolute damage they can produce. No, it's not 188 watts for a 24-hour average, because you would only make power at night. And also, it's not 188 watts for 24 hours. That's going to depend on your delta. So that's going to depend on how much leakage you have from the tank, how much heat you're radiating from the tank, and how much hot water you're using in the house. So that's going to depend on your flow, your flow rate, and how much water you're using, your input water temperature, stuff like that. So that's one of the reasons we were able to reduce our costs so much. We shower basically 3 times a week, so we only have to turn on the hot water tank for 3 hours per week. Because 1 hour is enough to fully heat the water, and 50 gallons is enough for both of us to get a shower of any length we want, and enough to run the washing machine 3 or 4 times before we run out of hot water. So I only have to run the hot water tank for a maximum of 3 hours per week, which means I draw, It's going to be 13.5 kilowatt hours per week to run the water tank. So that's 27 54 kilowatt hours per month. So for us, hot water is actually a pretty small part of our electric bill because we don't run it 24/7. So what happens if we need hot water? The kitchen sink has a 7-gallon hot water tank underneath it, and that runs 24/7. So if we need hot water, we just use the kitchen sink, and we have always available hot water. Just none of the other taps have hot water unless we turn on the big hot water heater. That cost me $3.16 a month to run. I can actually bring it up on the phone. It's roughly $3 a month it cost me to run that little 7-gallon tank, and that's averaged over a year. So heavy usage, light usage, it averages out to about $3 a month. I can afford that. As a matter of fact, that's so cheap that I'm actually thinking about getting another one for the washing machine. You can run AC heating elements on DC power. How does that work? Because that would allow me to use the ULPD elements. Well, yeah, I guess there's no circuitry in there, is there? See, like an electric heater has circuitry, so that circuitry is not going to run on DC. Not without conversions. Huh. I have a thermal camera. I might just have to hook up a heating element to a solar panel and see what it does. See if it gets hot. Matter of fact, as a temporary solution, I can hook up solar panels to the top element. I don't have to modify the heater at all. It won't work very well because it's at the top and not at the bottom, but it would work. Huh. I wonder if it would produce enough heat to be worthwhile. Well, you won't need temperature control if you're not pushing that much power into it. Remember, temperature delta. If I plug, 500 watts of solar panels into it, it's never going to get hot enough to be dangerous. No matter how long you leave it on. Because remember, 12 hours a day, it's going to turn off. So you're only plugging 500 watts into it for 12 hours. So that's a maximum of... That would be the same as me running the 4.5 kilowatt element at full tilt for 1.5 hours. You're never going to get hot enough to be a problem. You just your temperature delta is going to be enough to keep you below any kind of danger threshold. Now, as soon as you go above 500 watts, depending on the efficiency of your insulation, now you could potentially run into temperature issues. Depending on how much water you're using. But at 500 watts, I think you're perfectly safe. I don't think anything can go wrong. I know. That's what I just said. It would be the same as running my 4.5 kilowatt element for 1.5 hours, which would be about 6 kilowatt hours, actually 6.25 kilowatt hours. So it'd be the same as running my heater for 1 hour and 20 minutes at full tilt. Now, if 20 extra minutes causes a problem, then you have something wrong in the system. So 500 watts, and of course, you're not going to get the full 500 watts. As a matter of fact, I would probably hook 1,000 watts of panels up to it and get 500 watts out of those 1,000 panels. Whatever solar panels you hook up, assume you're going to get about half what the rating is. So a pair of 300 or 400 watt panels would be pretty nice, because that would give you 700 or 800 watts at full sun, but you would probably average out to about 400 or 500 watts effective throughput, and that would be safe. You would not have a problem with overheating the tank. Now, if you want to hook up more solar panels than that, well, now temperature regulation becomes an issue. How does the tank temperature regulate? Like, where's the sensor? Like, how does the tank know how hot it is? How can I tap into that? How can I determine what the temperature inside the tank is? Hey, DeWitt. That's interesting. You see the dragon I made? Kijai's dragon? It came out absolutely spectacular. As always, his models are amazing. I love the forest dragons, the long skinny dragons. They're my favorite kind of dragon. Ooh, that's on there good. CR6SE in Filamentum Vertigo. Time to bring out the chisel. That son of a bitch didn't want to move. There we go. Tap, tap, tap. That's all it takes. Do not fight your print removal tools. You're just going to hurt yourself. And now I can tell it to print another one. Okay. What I want to know is how I can tap into that. I want to be able to put a temperature probe inside my hot water tank or access whatever temperature probe it has so that I can look at my phone and see what the temperature in the tank is. Then, in theory, I should be able to hook my solar panels up to a circuit that can access that temperature. And if it reaches, whatever I set to, 130, 140 degrees, then have it turn off. Or if you're going to hook up a lot of solar panels to it, probably your best bet is to hook it up to a switch with inching so that you can turn on the solar panels and it will only run for a certain amount of time. But I suspect a 500 watt panel will be enough. 800 watts, because you're going to get 400 or 500 watts out of 800 watts. You never get the full power, even here in New Mexico. There's too many losses. But there should be a simple passive way to boost the amount of hot water in the tank safely. So you minimize how often the ACU has to run. Even just lukewarm water would be enough to cover most of our needs, washing your hands and crap like that. Obviously, for clothes washing and showering, you want the water hot enough to avoid Legionnaires. But all you have to do is make sure the tank every now and then heats up to that temperature to avoid that. So the turning on of the hot water tank every once in a while would be enough to kill the Legionnaires if it tries to develop in the tank. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Well, I guess that kind of makes sense since AC turns off 30 times a second. Exactly. That's what I want to do. Now, it would be better if both elements were at the bottom of the tank, because convection. But one is better than nothing. So get a couple of 400 watt panels and hook them to that top element. And just run it under and plus running it underrated reduces how much scaling you get. So the more power density you have per square inch of heating element, the more calcification you have. That's why the ULPD elements are so long and squirrely. I can show you. It's actually pretty neat. I should be able to put him back up here, since he is not going to be bumped into. And then we can do this. Ah! Don't do that! Let's put you away. There we go. We can put the dragon up here. The dragon can watch over the print. That's gonna knock it over. But let's see. Low power. Guess I have to add the word water. Okay. You can even buy 12-volt elements, but you don't want to run 12 volts because then you got to convert. And you don't want to convert. Here we go. So here's your typical hot water tank element. This one's a lower power one. This is a 1650 watt, but most of them are 4500 watts. No, not really. I'm totally okay with printers being quiet. Is the sound nostalgic? Is it kind of neat? Yes. Do I want to hear 7 printers doing it all night? No. No, I do not. I am totally okay with the printers not doing that. Yeah, I'm totally okay with that. Now, the elements that I use in my tank are these. Not this one. Mine's a different one, but same idea. They have more than twice the length because they're both wrapped forward and back twice. And they have this S-shaped pattern. You actually can't insert it into the water tank. You have to fish it in back and forth like this to get it in the water tank. But it spreads the 4500 watts over significantly more surface area. And the more surface area you have, the lower your power density. And the lower power density lasts substantially longer in a water heater. If you have high hardness water like we do. You know, my hot water tank in Pennsylvania, that thing lasted, I think the one element lasted like 14 years before we had to change the hot water tank element. 14 years! I actually bought a spare water tank because I got a basically brand new one off Craigslist for like $100. I bought a spare water tank and never had to use it because the first one never failed. You know what really pisses me off? I had to spend $450 to buy a hot water tank when I get here because they lied and said the house had gas and it doesn't. So I sold my water tank. I gave it away to a buddy, or I don't remember if I sold it or gave it away. I think I gave it away to a friend. I gave away that brand new GE hot water tank because I didn't need it. And if I would have brought it with me, I wouldn't have had to buy a hot water tank. But hey, what do you know? How does concurrent viewers -1? How does that work? How do you have -1 viewers? Is one of you a naked singularity? Huh? Is one of you guys a naked singularity? Get dressed. We don't allow black holes in here. Not if your gas price goes up. Let's see. My electric hot water tank. I know on my screen it says here, I'll show you. It says -1 concurrent viewers. So clearly this is not working. Yeah, but not if you're a black hole. Naked singularities are dangerous, man. See, -1. So one of you guys is a black hole. Astrophysics jokes. My consumption is 4.5 kilowatts times 0.112. Okay, times 3 times 4. It's $6 a month for me to run my big 50-gallon electric water heater because I never run it more than about that much per month. Plus the $3 to run the hot water tank under the kitchen sink. So it's $9 a month. Forget about propane. That's going to cost a hell of a lot more than $9. But if I had natural gas, if I use 0 gas, none, it costs me $25 a month. Because that's the service fee they charge just to have gas. $25 a month. Plus taxes, plus whatever gas you use. So I would have to use more than $25 heating water in order for gas to even make sense to hook it up. And I can't hook it up. I tried. My neighbor 2 doors down, he has natural gas. My neighbor 2 doors down that way, they have natural gas. These 4 houses right here, no natural gas. They ran pipe from that end and that end, but didn't connect them in the middle. Apparently there's some rock in the middle of the path and they didn't want to blast. So they just said, these 4 houses, fuck them. I paid $1,400 to have them run gas, just to have them allow me to freeze my ass off my first winter here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. They do that so that they can lie. It's deception. It's fraud. They do that so they can advertise a per kilowatt rate and then actually charge you 3 times that with all the fees. They should not be allowed to do that. It should be illegal. They should not be allowed to add even a single fee. They should not even be allowed to add tax. No tax. You tax the gas company. And then you have the gas company factor that tax into the advertised rate they charge. You're still getting your tax, but you should not be allowed to tack it on as an extra cost on the bill. You tax the gas company for the number of BTUs they bring in per month, and then the gas company can calculate how much they need to add to your bill to charge you, and then they should factor that in and charge you one single rate. Your electricity is 18 cents a kilowatt hour. Number of kilowatts times 18 cents, that's your bill. No fees, no service charges, no taxes, no generation costs, no delivery costs. 18 cents a kilowatt hour times the number of kilowatts you use. Period. End of discussion. That's what a utility bill should be. You're still paying. You're still paying the taxes. You're still paying the service fee, but now it's built into the price. If that means your electricity has to go from 14 cents a kilowatt hour to 20 cents a kilowatt hour, fine. Charge whatever rate you need to charge. But I want a fixed rate per kilowatt. No added fees, no all this bullshit. Because the problem is, it hurts conservation. I mean, here, let me show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let me switch this off in case it shows something private that I don't want everybody seeing. Hang on. So, after I sanitize it, I'll bring it back. My account. Oh, it's working. Okay. It's all a scam. Okay. I gotta zoom in so I can hide my address, even though you guys all know my address now. Okay. Tell me what's wrong with this picture. I used $5.19 in water last month. But my bill's $27. It's all service fee. It's all fucking service fee. Oh yeah, $20.78 service charge. And then the taxes and crap get added onto that. It comes out to $27. But I only use $5 worth of water. What they're doing is they know a lot of people out here don't use a lot of water, and they want to collect a certain amount from each person. So they have a very big service fee, which means you're paying a big bill no matter how little water you use. I only used 870 gallons of water. I only used 870 gallons. Now, does that mean I want my bill to be $5? No. I want my bill to be per gallon. I want that fucking service fee gone, and I want you to charge a reasonable amount per gallon. So that if I use more, I pay more. And if I use less, I pay less. Do you know how much my water bill was when I used 3,500 gallons a month? 4.5 times this? $36. 4.5 times the water usage. And my bill only went up $9. But now I know why they're doing it. They want to make sure they collect $21 from every person. No matter how little water you use, they want their $21. That's why they're doing it. That's why they do this. They do this because they want to collect a minimum amount of money from every person while being able to advertise a really cheap rate that's fiction. The problem is this destroys conservation efforts. You know, in places like Pennsylvania or New Jersey, this doesn't matter. But here in New Mexico, where water is a precious resource, you're basically saying, conservation, fuck you. Because the less water I use, the more money I pay. I mean, you're saying that doesn't make sense? That's because you're not thinking logically. All right? $27 divided by 870 gallons. That is 3.1 cents per gallon. So I'm paying 3.1 cents per gallon. While the person who is blowing the water and using 3,500 gallons of water, he gets to pay 1 cent per gallon. That's what a fixed fee does. A fixed fee results in nobody cares about conservation. I might as well water my lawn. It's only going to cost me like $3. Because they're collecting all their money up front in the service fee and making the water really cheap. And what that does is that benefits people who waste water and punishes people who conserve water. While if they were forced to calculate a fair per gallon amount, they couldn't charge too much because too many people's water bills would skyrocket. So they would have to charge a relatively reasonable rate of about 3 or 4 cents per gallon. Now suddenly the guy using 3,500 gallons, now he has to pay $140 a month, which is more reasonable for that amount of water. While the guy using 870 gallons would pay $34 per month. It encourages conservation. Making a watertight box has more to do with slicer settings than box design. So the first thing is you're going to need a flange and you're going to need some sort of a seal. To make a proper watertight box, you're going to need some sort of a seal. Assuming you need to get into that box. If you're going to glue that box shut and never get into it again, then it's pretty easy. Let's see. In theory, you can do this with TPU. You can print a PLA box and a TPU seal for the box. The slicer settings are, to get them to be properly sealed, you're going to need multiple perimeters. And you're going to need random start points because each time you have a start and a stop, you have a break. So you need to randomize those start and stops so that this start and stop is blocked by this wall. And that start and stop is blocked by that wall. So you're going to need at least 4 or 5 walls. You're going to need random start points. You're going to need 5 or 6 bottom layers, maybe even 7 or 8 bottom layers. And you're going to want to use multi-process to vary the number of walls in your beginning layers. So like your first layer might have 3 walls. Your third layer, you're going to switch to 5 walls. Then your 6th layer, you're going to switch to 2 walls. And then switch back to 3 walls. The whole point is you want infill overlapping walls and walls overlapping infill. Because, let me show you. So we can't use a rocket. That's not going to work for this example. Let's see. I need an object. Shutterbox will work. Let's see. This will work. Z, make it 55. Okay. Now I am going to, so first stop printing at 30. We are going to use no vase mode. Zero. 0.3. And let's do 3 perimeters. And then infill 0 so we can make a box. There we go. So here I have a box. And I want the bottom of this box to be watertight. First, you need more perimeters to work with. So the first thing we're going to do is increase the number of perimeters. So let's go to 6 walls. So now we have a thicker wall. Now, every time you have a start and a stop, see, this is bad. Although this can work. This start and stop right here creates a small hole. Pretty much no matter what you do, it creates a small hole. And these holes are lined up, which means water can leak in through this hole, this hole, this hole, this hole, this hole, and leak into the box. Now, the reality is you don't need waterproof unless you're going underwater. What you need is water resistant. So you got to give the water someplace to go besides inside your box. Now, one way you can help with this is to use random start points. So now you see some of the start points are here, some of the start points are here, and some of the start points are here. It's still being neat about putting them at the corners, but they're randomized. So yes, come on. This layer here has a hole in it because there's a start point here, but this layer here doesn't have a hole in it because there's no start point here. Unless it's not doing random if it's only doing random per layer and not per perimeter. I am not sure if it's doing that. I don't see it. That looks like solid. Let's get rid of the travel move. Yeah, that's solid. See how that's solid there? So even though there's a retraction here, this solid wall blocks it. This has a retraction, but this wall blocks it. So that's what randomize does. So that's the first thing. The second thing you're going to do is use as thick a layer height as you can. So with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, you want to use a 0.3 millimeter layer height, and you want to keep the box square, or as square as possible. You want to limit your overhang. The reason for that is each layer is a opportunity for a leak. So the fewer number of layers you have, the fewer potential leak points you have. The thicker your layer height, the less layers you have. A 0.3 layer height means 50% fewer layers. So instead of 10 layers, now you only need, you're increasing by 50%, which means you're decreasing by 25%. So instead of 10 layers, now you only have 7.5 layers. See what I mean? So the thicker layer height means fewer layers, means fewer leaks. Now, you also have to, the biggest thing is going to be worrying about the bottom. you can actually see the holes in the print. Can you see the holes in the print? That's a hole. That's a hole. That's a hole. That's where it's going to leak. It's going to leak at the interface between the fill and the perimeters. So that's a leak. Each of these is a leak. So what you have to do is you have to make them overlap. So let's go with, let's go 3 layers per. So we're going to go 9 bottom layers. There, 9. And then I'm going to go variable. And we're going to put 3 layers, 0.3 millimeters each, 369, 0.9 millimeters. So the first one is 0.9 millimeters. What's double that? 1.8 millimeters. And what's triple that? 2.7 millimeters. Yes. So this first one, we're going to have, that's not supposed to be 9. This is supposed to be 9. I'll have to change that each one. So this one has 6. So this one, we're going to drop down to 2. And this one, we're going to go to 6 again. Let's make this one 3. Did I make all those right? Yes. That should do it. So now I have this. That's not supposed to be 1. Where's my extra perimeters? I screwed that up somewhere. It's 3. Oh, I picked phase mode for some reason. Did I do that to all of them? Yes, I did it to all of them somehow. Do 4, then 2, then 6. 4, 2, 6. So here we have a box. And now if we look at our first layer, you'll see here, I got 4 perimeters. And then I got a hole here. Okay? 4 perimeters, 4 perimeters. But now watch what happens. Now I've only got 2 perimeters. Well, what does that do? Well, that means these solid infill lines are now sealing up these holes that are 4 layers in, 4 perimeters in. So by going from 4 to 2, these infill lines seal up the holes in the first 3 layers infill lines. And then as a double seal, I switch again to a totally different number. Now we switch to 6 perimeters. So that covers up the holes in both of the previous layers with a different number of perimeters. So you want to vary. Start off with somewhere in the middle, then go smaller, then go larger. This way you have multiple interference layers. You can see it. See the green there? That's the infill from the previous layer. That right there. So now that previous layer fills in these holes, and these layers fill in these holes right here. So by switching up your layers like that, you increase the probability of the product being watertight. And then, of course, you switch to your standard perimeters with random start points so that the walls self-seal. They seal each other. And that's how you create your waterproof box. Now, something else you can do, increase your extrusion multiplier slightly. So, over extrude by 3%. All right. So, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2 or 3%. Just enough that you're putting down more plastic than should be there. The print will not be as perfectly clean as you want it to be. It's going to have slight little bit of elephant's foot and bulging, but that little bit of extra extrusion guarantees that there's no air gaps anywhere, meaning your part will be sealed. All right, so the combination of variable overlapping perimeter infill, larger layers, and slight over extrusion, that's how you're going to get a watertight box like this. Okay. Now, your lid, you do exactly the same way. You make a lid that's the inverse of this and larger so that the lid slides over top of this box. So you're literally going to be making one of these where the lid is big enough to slide over the other box. Okay. Now, you're also going to make that a lot of layers. Now, there's two ways we can seal that. The first way, you have a nice thick 6 perimeter wall here. That's a good thing. You want that to be nice and thick. Now, probably your best way to seal this is to actually design this so that there's a channel in this wall. And in that channel, you put an O-ring. So you get an O-ring that has a circumference equal to the circumference or the linear area, the perimeter of this. So you're gonna have to convert. You need to know the circumference. This is easy. This box is approximately 49 by 20, so that's 50 plus 40. That's 90. I have a linear length of about 92 millimeters, roughly. Okay, so you have to find an O-ring with a circumference of 92 millimeters. So you got to figure out what diameter gets you a 92 millimeter circumference. And then you buy that O-ring. And you get whatever O-ring is close, and you alter your box to fit it. So you don't design the box and then find an O-ring. You design the box, you find the closest O-ring that will fit your box, and then you alter the dimensions of your box to fit the O-ring. And you put a channel in this top here that is about 1/2 the thickness of your O-ring deep, so that half the O-ring sticks up out of the top of the box. Okay? Then I would also like to see a channel down here on the box with a channel also in the lid of the box. So you put a second O-ring down here, and when you push the lid on, it pops over that second O-ring and lines up with the two channels. So you're sealing it here and you're sealing it here. And then what you do is you either use bolts on the outside or zip ties or a strap or something to cinch that box shut and force that O-ring to seal correctly between the two boxes. Ideally, your lid will also have a channel in it that's exactly the same size as the channel on here. So you'll have an O-ring in the lid and you'll have an O-ring in the box. And when you cinch the two boxes together, instead of trying to mate O-ring to box, you're mating O-ring to O-ring and you're squishing them. And when you do that little squish, that's going to fill in all those gaps and increase the likelihood of it being watertight. If you use the same variable layer, variable perimeter overlap, 6 thick wall for your lid will also be watertight. And now any water that falls on the lid will shed around it and fall off the box. So this is watertight. That's a 1.2 millimeter thick bottom. What the hell? Oh, there's like grease on it or something weird. But that's a watertight lid. It should be a watertight lid. I didn't over extrude this. I would want to over extrude it to make it watertight. So the lid itself is watertight. So the O-ring is just a seal so that any moisture that comes up in between these two can't get inside the box. And then, of course, you also stick a silica gel packet inside the box. So any humidity moisture that makes its way into that box will be absorbed by the silica gel pack. It won't stop liquid water, but it'll stop humidity from building up, because your sealed box will also keep water from getting out. It'll keep water from evaporating out. So if you're in a high humidity environment, eventually water's going to get inside just from humidity, no matter how well you seal it, at least for a 3D print. Because water can theoretically penetrate right through the plastic itself. Tiny bits. It would take a long time. But once water accumulates inside, it can't evaporate out because you've sealed the box, okay? So the silica gel packet will take care of those micrograms of water. We're talking moisture here, not water. So you just toss one of those silica gel packets in there, like I had one right here. I don't know where it is. You just toss one of those in the box with it. And then whenever you service the box, just take the silica gel packet out and stick it in your toaster oven for 10 minutes to drive the moisture out of it, and then toss it back inside your box. But yeah, that's how I would make a watertight box. You want to avoid curves. You want to avoid angles more than, that. Because angles mean overhang, mean less seal between your layers. So you want to avoid that. You want square boxes. You can round the corners if you want. In fact, round corners would probably work better. So make this an oval. That might actually work better, but that's harder to design. But yeah, so then you find an O-ring that's about that size. Then you change your box to fit the O-ring. You put a channel in this half, a channel in the lid half, and go from there. That's how I would go about making a watertight box. If it was a mission critical box that had to be watertight, this is how I would do it. And then these two boxes would just slide over each other with the O-rings on each end. And then you'd either zip tie it, ratchet strap it, wrap it with a, whatever, something to compress it to force those two O-rings to squish together to make sure it's sealed up. You can even put bolt holes on the outside, not on the inside. Don't penetrate your skin. You would add ears out here with threads in them so that they would not be connected by a water path into the box. And the same thing on the lid, and then you could just screw them shut too. You could do that too. You won't have to worry about the box flexing too much because this will be so thick. And of course, if you use a larger nozzle, even better. A 0.6 or a 0.8 millimeter nozzle is going to make a really nice box. It's not going to be a gorgeous, beautiful box, but it will be very strong, very sturdy, and very watertight. PLA is okay. It's fine as long as you use white or beige. You need to use something light colored so that you don't have radiation absorption from the sun. You ever go out in a cold winter day and you feel the warmth of the sun on your face? Yeah, that's not heat. That's radiation. It's heat, but it's radiation. It's not, the sun isn't directly conducting the heat to you. Like if you touch something, you touch your printer's bed and you feel the heat, that's conduction. You can't. Wire creates multiple problems. For moisture outside, you have the wires come out the bottom of the box and you fill the hole with hot glue. You do not attempt to print a seal for that. You simply have a hole and then you fill that hole with hot glue or silicone. Silicone will work too. But you have a second problem when it comes to wires. The water will go through the gap between the jacket on the wire and the wire itself. So a wire is not a sealed unit. A wire is a jacket with a wire. Doesn't matter. Well, okay, then that's fine. But you have rain, okay? So you have to make sure that the wire coming out of the box has a down loop. Okay? So you can't have a wire come out of a box and go up, because then water that gets in the wire will come down the wire into your box. And it's a lot more water than you might think, enough to fill that box during a rainstorm. So the wire has to come out the bottom of the box and then loop up. This way, any water coming down the wire stops at the bottom of the loop and doesn't go up into the box. And your best bet to avoid the water problem is to actually have a junction box below the unit, and to solder the wire together and seal both ends. This way, if water comes through the jacket, when it hits the solder joint, it stops there and it can't jump that into the next jacket. Guys who make RC boats have this problem. They made this sealed unit, and the water came right in through the wire because the wire is a jacket with a wire inside. So there's a gap there, right there. There's a gap there for water to fit. That depends on how smart the water is. I'd beat the water sensors and say, "Don't be so smart." Taser it a couple times. You'll make it dub. But yeah, just make sure your openings are on the bottom. So whatever openings you have coming out of the box, you don't put them on the sides, you don't put them on the top. You put the openings on the bottom, and then you fill it with silicone. That's good enough. That will keep the water out of your box. Yep. So what you have to do is you have to create a solder seal joint. You have to seal the end of the wire on both sides, and then have a solder connection in the middle, and then seal that. This way, it can't jump from this jacket to this jacket. You need a break in the wire somewhere. Yeah, fluids are pretty amazing things. They will find a way. um, Now, of course, you do have the ultimate way to waterproof something. You pot the whole thing. You 3D print a simple basic box, and then you just fill the whole damn thing with silicone. The problem is now you can't service what's inside that box anymore because it's all sealed. But yeah, the main trick is variable levels. You want variable layers of fill and perimeter, like I showed you here. See, I went from 4 perimeters to 2 perimeters to 6 perimeters. This way you have overlapping lines of fill and wall. That seals the bottom of your print. You want many walls and random start points. That seals the sides of your print. And then you must always make sure that you're always like this. Okay? You never want this. Never. You modify the box so the lid slides on this way. You want it to always be receptacle up, lid down. So if you need your box to be this way, well, then you want the lid to slide on this way, not this way, because that will allow water penetration. You must always make sure it's like this, so the water goes around. You want to make sure that in order for water to get inside there, it has to defy gravity and go up. With this, water doesn't have to defy gravity. It could just go sideways, which it will very readily do very quickly. So always opening up, opening down, seal that, and you're good. Yeah, that's pretty easy. You can do that in Tinkercad. So let's see here. If I were to make, yeah, but you can see the freaking water bill, it's all fees, which destroys any desire for conservation since you can't save any money. Okay, so new design. I hate that plastic sound. That means something's going wrong. That looks okay. There shouldn't be any other prints going. That's the only print that's going. Wonder what the sound is. Now, theoretically, you don't even need to design the interior of the box. You can just use a square, and then you control this interior of the box by the number of walls you pick. But that can get a little annoying. So it's better to just make the whole box. But let's see here. Let's say we want a box approximately that big. Now, something you might want to do is radius your corners a little bit so that the box has a rounded corner. That's going to make printing better and sealing a little bit better. But making a lid can be a tiny bit harder. But as long as it's symmetrical like this, as long as you have no indents anywhere, this is actually pretty decent. It's not too bad. But let's keep it simple. Let's keep it a simple, square. Now, we're going to create a second box, duplicate, turn it into a hole. Now we're going to lift it up by how many bottom layers we want. We want 9 bottom layers at 0.3, so that's 2.7 millimeters. So we're going to lift it up 2.7 millimeters. Okay. Now we want 6 walls at 0.4, which means we want to shrink it by 2.4, which means we're going to shrink it by a total of 4.8. So that's going to make this 81.2, because remember, you got 6 walls on each side, so you got to double it. And then this one is going to be 49.2. All right, now we center this. And we cut. So there's our wall, and we have enough thickness here for 6 perimeters with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, and we have enough for 9 bottom layers with a with a 0.3 millimeter layer height. Now we need to make the lid. That's actually not that hard. That's actually pretty easy. So we take this box, which is 54 and 86, and we have to increase the size of it by 4.8 millimeters plus a 0.2 millimeter tolerance. We can scale it later if we need to. So we're going to scale it by 5. So we're going to make a duplicate, and we're going to make this one 59 and this one 91. That's probably, why didn't that work? What the hell is going on? Is there any particular reason why I just ignored the fact that I just typed numbers? Yeah, it just straight up ignored what I told it to do. 59. There we go. 91. All right. Now, this box, in theory, will fit over top of this box. We're probably going to have to scale it a little bit to make it right. But we'll do that after. We'll do that later. Okay. So now I want to put a channel into this box. So you might actually want to use more than 6 walls, because it's going to be pretty tough to put a proper channel in there otherwise. So how do I want to do this? I guess the easiest thing to do would be literally just put a channel in it. Now, I would actually make that channel a cylinder. You can do a square one. It'll work fine either way, but let's see. Let's try this. Let's do that. And now, how big do we want to make it? We want it to be, we want to leave, I guess we want to use 4 perimeters, so 1.6 millimeters. This is why you might want to make it bigger, because that's really small. 1.6 by 1.6. Okay. Now the length is going to be that's 4 walls, right? No, we want 3 walls. Wait a minute. We might want to make the wall thicker, just because that's going to be pretty hard to do. So we might want to make, this box will stay the same, but we might have to make the outside of this box bigger. So the way I'm going to do that is by, right now we have 6 walls. I want 0.8 millimeters on each side. That means I have to make this 0.8. That's too small. I want to make this 2 by 2. And in order to make that 2x2 and still have 0.8 millimeters on each side, that's 5. I need to make it 9 walls. And to make it 9 walls, that's 3.6 millimeters thick, or a difference of 7.2 millimeters. So what I can do is I can separate this, leave my inside hole the same size, and just, oh no, just make the inside smaller. Duh. How do I do this? 2 millimeters. 2.8, 3.6. That's 1.6 millimeters extra. So I need to shrink this by 1.6 millimeters on each side, or 3.2 millimeters on both. So 46 millimeters. 46. And this one's going to be 81 minus 3, 80, 78. Okay. Reset. Why do you do that? Recenter this. There we go. Now I have enough for a 2 millimeter channel while still having 0.8 millimeters on each side of the channel. I mean, 1.2 would be even better, but I think 0.8 is enough. Now what we do is we need to figure out how long we need to make each of these. So 0.8 less on both ends. 0.8 less on both ends. So that's 1.6 less than the length. The length is 86. So that's 84.4. So this needs to be 84.4. 84.4. And now we rotate it. Would you give me the right fucking one, you piece of shit? Okay. So let's get it approximately in position. It's going to be approximately there. Now, we select both of these, align, shift, select this box to freeze it in place. We want to align it with the top, and we want to align it with the side. Okay.
I'm Groot.
Let's hide that temporarily. Now we need to bring it up 1 millimeter, and then we need to bring it left 0.8 millimeters. Shift, drag, get our relative box, negative 0.8. Bring the box back, and we have the perfect position right there. Okay. Now we take this, we duplicate it, and we align it with this edge. Shift, select, plug it on this edge, unselect, select, relative shift 0.8, 0.8, there. Now that's in the right position. Now we need to duplicate this again, and then rotate it 90 degrees. Come on. Why do you have to jump after I release it? I hate when it does that. Now this one's a little bit easier. We align with this edge, shift select, align, relative motion in 0.8. Now how long does it need to be? 1.6 less than this. 54. So that's 53.4. So 53.4. And then we just center it. On this, shift select, there. Now we take that, duplicate it, align it with this edge, shift select, pick this one, align here, relative movement 0.8 in, negative 0.8. That's not a point. 8. There. Now I have, that is incorrect. Why is that the incorrect size? This is 54. Oh, 52.4. .4. Come on. What are you doing? .4. Now we select these three. Align. Shift select this on center. There we go. Now we hide the box. We select our, get you out of the way. We select our 4 units here and we make them one item. So that's going to be the channel for this box. We still need to make the walls of this box, what is it, 3.2 thicker? We still need to make this box thicker. Actually, no, we don't, because the channel is not going to be in here. It's going to be inside here. Now, the way I would do this one is I would lift the box up 0.8, the floor up 0.8. So separate. I would make this whole thing 0.8 larger. 55.8. 0.8, and then lift this up 0.8 relative, 0.8. This way we're not impacting our floor walls. I then take this and duplicate it. I just realized you might want to make this a square and not round, because round, the O-ring is going to tend to pop out, while square will tend to hold the O-ring. We'll have to see how it works, so you might want to make these square channels and not cylindrical channels. So we take this and we align it, center, center. We put our floor on top of here, and we want this negative, it's 2, I gotta change that. It's 2 millimeters, so we want it -1. That's not what I said. That is completely wrong. Oh, that was relative. That was fine. Here's absolute. -1. That embeds half of it into the floor. Now I join these together. And I join these together. And there you go. Now you have a channel here to receive an O-ring. And you have a channel inside here to receive an O-ring. And this is not going to work as it is. The O-ring, unless you get the proper size O-ring, if you have to stretch the O-ring at all, it's going to pop right out of this. So we're probably going to want to use square channels and not cylindrical channels. That's my bad. I should have thought of that from the beginning. But square channels round channels have a curved edge like this. So the O-ring is going to tend to ride up and out. While a square channel, it's just going to push against the side. So it's not going to ride up and out. So all that work you just saw me do with the cylinders, just replace that with squares. A 2 millimeter by 2 millimeter by appropriate length square channel, and that'll work better. A little bit of grease down here, put in your O-ring. A little bit of grease in here, put in your O-ring. This is after you make sure these boxes are the right size. Now, if you have to scale this box, if you have to make this box a little bit bigger, you can't just scale the box. What you have to do is deconstruct, exposing your O-ring, okay, your channel. Now you can scale the box a little bit, only on X and Y, so I can make it a little bit wider if I need to, for example. What you'll do is, if the box doesn't fit, you'll adjust the size of the box by like 0.2 millimeters each time you do it. And now you select them both, you recenter them. The reason this is important is that if you scale the whole thing, you're changing the size of your channel and you're changing the size of your O-ring and you're changing the alignment of your O-ring. By scaling the box independent of the O-ring channel, I can now remerge these, and that channel there will still be a perfect match for this channel here. So that's important to do. Now when you put these two together, these two O-rings will sit right on top of each other and seal. Now, if you want to screw these together, so let's make these transparent so we can see what we're doing here. Let's make this one yellow and transparent, like that. Rotate this way. Are you going to work or not? There we go. Why? Why do you do that? God, I hate when it fucks with me. Just snap to 180. Jesus. Align. There. Now you can see how these boxes line up inside and how those two channels are right on top of each other. Remember, they have to be square, not round. Okay. Now you can scale this box on X and Y any way you want. You can't scale it on Z without making some further changes. So for example, if I wanted to scale this box on Z, what I would have to do is oh, wrong one. What I would have to do is deconstruct the box, then also deconstruct again to expose my interior. Okay. Now I could, if I make this taller, there we go. Now what I can do is I can raise this up out of the way. I can now change the box to be a, that's not what I wanted. I could change the box to be a new height. But because this cut box is not moving, my floor is still 9 layers thick at 0.3 millimeters. Okay, so I made the box taller. You have to do the same thing with this box by the exact same amount in the exact same method. All right, rejoin them. Put a layer, a boundary layer there, and now this is still aligned. Oh, come on. Select that and drop it to absolute -1. -1. That redrops it back into my lid. And boom. Now I have my new box with my new Z height. So you can do that. If you need to change the dimensions of the box, that gets a little harder. You have to, you can't just scale the box larger unless you also scale the, unless you also scale the O-ring you're using. So you have to separate the box from the O-ring, scale the box with X and Y. Then you have to separate the 4 pieces of your channel, and you have to scale them on their length without scaling their height or their Y. So for example, if I wanted to make this box bigger lengthwise, now what we could do to make this a little easier, we separate this into sets. So we make this here a set. Nope, we can't do that. So what we have to do is change the scale of our box however we want. The problem is that's also going to scale the thickness of the wall. So you're going to have to also, there's a lot of other things you're going to have to do. But basically you separate these into pieces and you bring them back. You recenter them. You recalculate how long they have to be. You got to keep the channel all the same for whatever O-ring you're going to use. Because if you just scale the whole thing, like if you just take this and scale it, these channels get fatter. Now, if you could find fatter O-rings, fine, that works. If you're only scaling it a little bit, it's probably okay. As long as you're still relatively close to the size of the O-ring. But basically, you need to find the O-ring first. You need to figure out approximately how big the box needs to be. You need to find an O-ring close to that size. I think they make custom O-rings. Like you can buy O-ring by the length. So you can make the O-ring any length you want. So you can design the box first and then custom cut the O-ring. Then they make a rubber solvent. You make a clean cut, like you're cutting a PTFE tube where it has to have that clean flush cut. You do the same thing with the O-ring. You make that nice clean cut. So you take a straight edge razor and just roll it back and forth and cut through the O-ring. So you get a nice flush cut. And then they have a rubber solvent you can get. And you just you put it on the two ends of the rubber O-ring and stick them together. And when it dries, it's fused together. It's now a custom O-ring. I believe they do that. I think. I'll have to look into that. But that would be a very easy way of making a custom O-ring. And if you can make the wall thicker and the O-ring thicker, like if you use a 4mm O-ring, even better. All right, just make your wall, 4mm thicker than your 4mm O-ring, so you have 2mm of wall on each side. If that requires, 12 perimeters, who cares? The point is you're making a box that's going to last forever. Now, of course, if you print it with ABS or ASA, it'll be higher temperature proof. But you could just use PETG. PETG has a working temperature of 78 Celsius. As long as you print it in a light color like white or beige or sand or sky blue or pink or orange or yellow, some kind of light color. So this color, bad. This color, not too bad, not great. All right. But I still consider this a dark color. What you want is a light color like that. A light color like that. You want a light color. You want a color that's not going to absorb a whole ton of radiation. Like a black car gets hot, much hotter than a white car does in the sun. Same thing with your plastic. As long as you use a light color in PETG, if you exceed the working temperature of the PETG, don't worry about it. You're already dead. Because if it hits 78 degrees Celsius outside, there's no way in hell you're surviving. So don't worry about it. So use PETG. Or if you use white PLA, it'll be fine. It's never, with this many perimeters and this thick, it's never going to get hot enough to be a problem. And if you're worried about UV breaking it down, spray paint it white. Hit it with white primer. Well, now you have a barrier between the UV and the part. The paint will absorb the UV instead of the part. Although, you'll be fine. I had an electric car charging jack on the outside of my building for, 5 years? And more, 6 to 7 years. Yeah, 7 years. Never failed. The gold wasn't gold anymore. It lost its color. The UV, destroyed the color, but the plastic was still fine. The stuff breaks down, but it doesn't break down that fast. It's going to last decades. That's it, though. That's basically all there is to it. If you want to, I wouldn't thread this together. Threading it together would be a pain in the ass. The only way that I could see having this thread together is by putting a large floor below this model, like this. And we're talking a big fat lip. something like that. And you're probably going to want it to be, at least 10 millimeters thick. And then what you would do is you would knock 10 millimeters off the height of this box. So you'd make this box 10 millimeters shorter, and then you would knock an additional 1 millimeter off, or half a millimeter off, because you want to. 1 millimeter would be off, but half a millimeter would be okay too. But 1 millimeter would be better, because you want to make sure that the two O-rings squish into each other before they bottom out here. And what you do is you'd make this box with much, much thicker walls, as big as this. And then you'd put holes in it. And you put like M8 bolts. You'd have holes here that are big enough for the bolt to pass through, and holes here that are too small for the hole. And then you would thread them. Go to McMaster-Carr, download a model of a 0.8 millimeter bolt, enlarge it by 0.1 millimeter on X and Y, and use it as a cut tool to put threaded holes in the lid. And then you get an M8 reamer, a cutting tool that cuts M8 threads, and then you just you ream out you cut your holes that you printed into your box. You don't want to force the bolt to go in, because you might crack the box and break your waterproofing. So instead, you go in there with a cutting tool, a reamer. You can get one for $2 from AliExpress. Comes with a kit. Just make sure it has an M8. M6 might work, but M8 would be better. And then you would have, like, I don't know, 3 bolts here, a bolt here, 3 bolts here. So 3, 6, 7, 8 bolts. And then those bolts would just go right through the lid, right through the bottom into the lid, and cinch it down. Just don't over tighten, because you'll crack things. You could do that, but you could also just slide the two together and zip tie them. That'll work too. It all depends on how fancy you want to get with it. But again, waterproofing will depend on your slicer settings. It'll depend on your ability to do what I showed you in the slicer to maximize your effectiveness. And then, of course, you could also seal it. You could get some, polyurethane and just coat it inside and out. And that will seal the surface as well. And then you just have your O-ring to take care of your top and bottom. But you could do that too. Basically, the more overkill it is, the more successful it'll be. Overkill is good. We like overkill. You could also print it with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, then it'll really be watertight. Although, actually, I don't know about that. A vase print with a 1.2 millimeter will be very watertight. But a box, you might be better off with a 0.6 nozzle or a 0.4 even. Because your interference gaps will be smaller. What I was showing you. These holes right here are larger with a larger nozzle, because this here is the radius of the nozzle. It can't fit here because that's smaller than 0.4 millimeters, even with thin wall behavior. So now another way you can help make that outside layer a little more watertight. You don't want to do this for all the layers, but you might want to do it for your first zone. You might want to use concentric. Oh, really? So as you can see, now you have concentric infill. You still have the holes. They're now aligned. Okay? But there's a lot less of them, and they're in a known place. They're right in this line right here, which means very easy for you to take care of it after the fact, and also very easy for that to cover it up. Okay? So now the only place you have a potential hole is right here in the corner. Because you see here, see how I can see through there and I see the previous layer? So that previous layer seals that hole up. So make your first 3 layers concentric, and then switch to rectilinear. That way, that way, that way, that way, that way. with your varying number of perimeters. And that will really, really, this will be watertight. If you over extrude 2 or 3%, this will be watertight. Nice. Oh my God. People are crazy. They're nuts, I say. They're nuts. Wow. But yeah, that's how I would do it. That's how I would work on. That's my ruggedized, way overkill box. That's how I would do it. And I would probably do it with bolts, just because zip ties look janky. And if I'm gonna, I'd make it in. Matter of fact, I'm probably gonna do it. I'm probably gonna. Matter of fact, I will do you a favor. Normally I charge for this, but I'm gonna make an entire video out of it. So send me the minimum interior space you need. So send me the minimum length, width, height you need for the inside of the box. And I'm probably gonna make a box to do it, and then I'll stick it outside in the New Mexico sun. We'll see how well it holds up. We don't get much rain here, but you know, beggars and choosers, right? And also, don't forget, make sure you grease your O-ring. If you don't, the rubber dries out and it starts to crack and it stops sealing. So make sure you grease your O-rings. Matter of fact, that's a regular maintenance thing. Every time you open that box, you re-grease the O-rings. Use marine grease. It's cheap. It's like $3 for a tube of it at Harbor Freight, and then you just, you know, well, you're probably in Norway, so I don't know what you have there, but you probably have something similar. But yeah, send me the interior dimensions, 3D printing at Nerys.com, Nancy Echo Romeo Yankee Sam.com. Say, hey, this is TRT from the stream. Here's the size box I need. I'm assuming there's no restriction on the exterior dimensions of the box, that you just have an interior dimension restriction because you need to fit stuff in it. I also need to know what openings are going to be in the box and what you're going to put through those openings. If the openings need to be serviceable, that's doable as well. What we do is you make the opening a little bit tight fitting and you fill the opening with marine grease. This way you can scoop out the grease and service those wires if you need to. And then what we do is we have the wires come out the bottom and then go out the side, so I can have a lip so the grease doesn't just drip out over time. And so a channel, the wires would come down, across, and then down again. This way your grease trap would be there. But send me the dimensions of what you need, and that would actually make a pretty good video. So I'll make an entire video on designing a box, doing the threading, all that stuff. You know, making it. It would be nice. It would be bolts, everything. You use some M8 hex bolts, and I might even be able to 3D print the bolts. That would be neat to have no hardware except for the O-ring. And in theory, you could print the O-ring. The normal TPU you get from Amazon might not be squishy enough, although some of it's pretty squishy. Well, if I can make content out of it, if it's something that I might do anyway, why charge? If you like the results, send me a tip. But it would make good content. It would make a good video, and it's something that I could find useful. And we might even be able to infinitely scale the box if we could print our own O-ring, because then we could print the O-ring to whatever specifications we want. I'll have to do some testing with 3D printed O-rings and see how well it works. Because we could just print a square O-ring the exact size of our channel, well, slightly smaller, so you know it fits inside. See, the way an O-ring works is by deformation. And let's see. If I wanted to seal my mouth onto this jar, yeah, that don't work that well. All right, it's not going to seal, but my lips are all flexible. So if I use my lips, I could just draw a vacuum in my mouth and hold on to it because my lips are malleable and they will conform to the shape of the cylinder. Right? So that's what an O-ring does. An O-ring has to have a certain amount of squish so that when you put the parts together, it conforms to the cavity it's in and fills all the nooks and crannies by squishing a little bit. And that's what allows a seal to work. That's why when you open like a Pelican case, you can see an imprint of the one surface in the seal, because it has to squish into the two surfaces to create a conformal interface that water can't get through. That's why it's very hard to seal something that's hard without something soft. Like, for example, your soda bottle. If you look inside, the soda bottle there, you see how there's that lip inside there? Well, this plastic is actually pretty soft. You can see I can squish it. And then this is pretty hard, but also very smooth. And that lip inside of there is designed to sit on top of this and be a little bit too small. And when you cinch it down, that lip inside there deforms and is soft enough to seal against that very smooth surface. If that was a rough surface, it wouldn't work. But because that surface is very smooth and this plastic is pretty soft and malleable, you're able to get a seal by cinching it down. You can't do that with a 3D print. The plastic's too stiff and it's not smooth enough. TPU, maybe. NinjaFlex, absolutely. TPU, it depends, because TPU means a lot of things. Some TPU is hard enough that it'll feel like PLA if you print it thick enough. It'll feel hard enough that you can beat somebody to death with it. And some TPU, it's called sureness value. That's where you see 95A, 60A, 85A. That's the sureness value, how flexible it is, how soft it is. If you can get a soft enough TPU and you have a decent enough printer, that might work. Especially if you use a TPU O-ring on both ends, so you have TPU on TPU squishing into that channel. That could work. Maybe. That's a big maybe. And this is also the kind of print for the 1mm that you're printing the channel. You're going to want to slow down to like 15 millimeters per second. You're going to want to bring, when you're printing the main body, go as fast as you want. But when you're printing the area where the O-rings are going to interface, you want to slow right down to like 15 millimeters per second. Because number one, you want it to be hot and sticky. And number two, you want to eliminate ringing. You want to make sure that that channel is printed as precisely as possible. Because while it'll still fit if you have rigging, it'll create hard points where you'll have potential for water intrusion. So I can even slice it all up too. I'll include G-code. As long as you have a regular, typical type printer, it'll work. If you have a printer with ABL or a Prusa or something like that, it might not work. But yeah, that's how I would do it. You could also just overkill it, make the walls 3 millimeters thick, use a 4 or 5 millimeter O-ring, use a big foam seal or something like that. There's a few different ways you can do it. So, for example, I could have it so that the to make it even simpler, I could have it so that the top of the box is curved like a hemispherical. That's actually pretty easy to do in Tinkercad. You put 4 half cylinders, then you do 45-degree cuts on them so they line up perfectly. And then just have a foam rubber seal on the inside of the lid. And then when you tighten the bolts, you'll crush the two together. And that would also probably make a very good seal. That might actually be a heck of a lot easier than doing O-rings. And you might be able to use TPU for that. Maybe. Depending on how soft the TPU is, you might be able to just print a little sheet of TPU and stick it inside the lid. And that might be enough to interface. It's also possible to print TPU on top of PLA if you print it hot enough and slow enough. So you print the TPU box or print the PLA box and then print a TPU lip on the box. As long as it's at least 3 layers thick and nice and wide, and you slow down to like 10 or 15 millimeters per second at like 250 Celsius, so that the plastic itself will fuse with the PLA. That could work as well. The only problem is you definitely would need to grease it, because otherwise, when you went to pull the box apart later, it might rip the PLA and TPU apart. But yeah, there's many possibilities. I could probably matter of fact, I probably will, just because I'm a glutton for punishment. And well, see, here's the thing. I'm poor as fuck. I'm a month behind on all my bills. I can't even pay my bills on a monthly basis. I'm paying the last month's bill this month. And so I want to do a lot of things like this, but I only want to use 3D printing plastic because that's what I have. I have 500 or 600 rolls of plastic out in the trailer. And well, especially when I could turn off the heat bed and not use the heat bed, this costs me, a 1 hour print is 50 watts. A 10-hour print is half a kilowatt. So it only costs me, without the heat bed, it's only going to cost me about 6 to 15 cents in electricity per 10-hour print. Okay, so I can afford that. So as long as I don't have to buy any hardware, I can make pretty much whatever I want for free. That's why I made the SPAD pad. That's one of the reasons why I made the SPAD pad completely 3D printed. So even the bolts are completely 3D printed. So this clamp goes on, and this bolt is 3D printed. So now that I 3D print the bolt, I don't even have to go to the hardware store and buy bolts. Yeah, would you want to be in that house? I wouldn't. Cat shit stinks. Oh, I'm too far. But by making it completely 3D printed, I can now make this as fancy or as nice as I want, and I don't have to buy anything because I have 3D printers, I have electricity, and I have as much plastic as I could possibly ever want. I might not be able to choose the color because, I can't buy a certain color because if I don't have it, because I don't have any money. But, so what do you call it? Invention is the mother of necessity. This is called a SPAD pad. It's designed after the actual SPAD pad, which looks like, I have a picture of it here. Not that. Why can't I see it? Here we go. So this here is a SPAD pad, and here's a close-up of it. So basically, you can mount this on top of a T-post that you stick in the ground, and then you put your launch rod and deflector plate on top of it. You can adjust both the rotation, and you can adjust the angle, the elevation. So azimuth and elevation. And yeah, rocket launching pad thing. It's called a SPAD pad because the guy who invented it is named Bill Spadafora. So, SPAD pad. I'm so used to just calling it a SPAD pad that I have to remind myself that not everybody knows what the hell that's called. Why is that not aimed right? Oh, there we go. So I have to remind myself that not everybody knows what the hell that is. So basically, this is a universal mount. So you could put a T-post in here, a wood post, a fence post, a stick, a tripod, anything. You can stick it right in there, and it's got to stop so it doesn't go any further. There's 2 holes going through here, so you can bolt it to it. And then you also have these holes here that you could put paracord or string through. You could put zip ties through it, whatever you want to secure this to whatever post you want. Okay. The whole thing is dismantleable, so it's serviceable, repairable, and anybody with any printer, including an Ender 2, can print every part of this thing. You have to print it one part at a time, but you can print every part of this thing on an Ender 2. I didn't want to have to buy bolts because I have no money. I'm fucking poor. I'm making like $400 a month from the YouTube channel. If it wasn't for you, my patrons, I'd be fucked. Um, and my body is so fucked up right now, I can't even go work for McDonald's, even if they were hiring, which they're not. Um, there's something wrong with my kidneys, and it just I try to carry any weight. The pain is unmeasurable. It's just I can't stand on my feet for more than 10 minutes. It's starting to go away a little bit. I'm hoping it's going to be a little bit better by Rocky Mountain Rep Fest, or I'm going to have a tough time walking around that place. And I'm just ridiculously fat. So I'm working with a nutritionist and a health coach, and we're trying to find things that I can eat that are safe, but the problem is it has to be within my budget. I can't just buy expensive food. I don't have the money. I mean, if I could afford to buy salad and chicken every day, I would, but yes. Well, that's the problem with the issues I've had in walking has been tough. Also, I have to walk indoors. I can't walk outside. All right, number one, the sun's going to beat the shit out of me. And number two, my shoes are $150, $200 a pair. Or I burn through $40 pair of Crocs once a month. Unless I walk indoors where it's not a rough floor. So, I would kill if we got a swimming pool here. Oh my God. If they said your taxes are going up 10%, but we're getting a swimming pool, I'd say yes. Because swimming is wonderful. Oh, I'm getting there. It's working, okay? I'm up to 1,200 steps a day, and I'm pushing now to do 4,000 or 5,000 steps 3 or 4 times a week. I got many worn out pair. I keep them as slippers in the house. If I like during the summertime when I'm actually out walking outside, I can wear out a pair of Crocs in a month. But usually I get 2 or 3 months out of a pair of Crocs. That's, well, do the math. That's $200 a year in Crocs. I would like to print shoes. I want to try to do that. Just trying to find a model. Well, I just work around it. So, for example, it's warmer now, so I can drive the electric car again. The battery's bad. I still have to contact that legal aid in town to see if I can get some help going after Nissan. But now that it's warmer, I can drive the electric car again. I go to the grocery store, and I walk around inside the grocery store. I don't have to worry about buying anything. I got no money. But walking around on a tile floor does significantly less damage to my shoes. And I still need to find a decent model to print. One that doesn't require ridiculous amounts of support. Because you ever try to print support in TPU? Yeah, no. That's not fun. Most of them try to make fancy shoes. I'm probably going to have to design my own. I'll probably have to find a good quality scan of a good arch support insole and then design my own shoe around it. Basically make a croc. But make it something that'll hold me. Because otherwise I'll destroy it. But anyway, so when you have no money to buy stuff, but you have lots and lots of plastic and 3D printers, well, you start to wonder, well, I don't have to buy that nut. I can print that nut. I don't have to buy that bolt. I can print that bolt. So I've been figuring out ways to make, there is no hardware anywhere in this print. This has an adjustable angle that I can rotate. So this can rotate. And it's all center aligned. So, the Astro guys are going to love that. Then you tighten it up. And then I can also loosen this one. And now you can adjust your elevation. I even got markers on here so you can see what angle you're launching. There's a line on here, and there's graduated markers on here showing what 0, 15, 30, and 45 degrees. So that you can, say you want a 15-degree angle. You can adjust that, tighten it up. Now you got a 15-degree angle. You loosen this up. You got 3 holes here for 1/8 inch, 3/16 inch, and 1/4 inch launch rods. So you can put whatever launch rod you want on here. Then you tighten both of these up, and that rod is cinched in place there. And so, yeah, I made an entire spad pad that you can 3D print everything. A kilogram of plastic should be enough to make, you might be able to make 2 of these. Probably need 1.5 to print 2. I'm going to guess about 600-700 grams. I printed this one pretty heavy because I want it to last. But yeah, so you end up trying to make everything with 3D printing because it's free. I already bought all the filament. I already have all the plastic. So the more I can make out of plastic, the less money I have to spend. If not zero money, except for a little bit of electricity. And so what is it? There's a word. Something is the necessity, or what is it? Necessity is the mother of invention, or something like that. Like, when you only have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Well, when you only have 3D printers and plastic, everything starts to become plastic. So I do as much as I can with plastic because I have lots of plastic. And I did make one final change. No matter how tight you tighten these, you can still make them move. You can't tighten them enough to stop them from moving. So now the parts have little teeth in them so that they actually lock into place. And now the bad news is you have to actually loosen this enough to create a gap to get around those teeth, and then you can rotate it. But it'll hold its position. It'll stay put. And but yeah, this came out. This is an example of, and this was done with Tinkercad. A couple of iterations to get the nuts right. Until I could finally get them to, just a couple of iterations until I can get the threads strong enough and get the parts to be able to, thread together cleanly. Because see, if you have too much tolerance, it can jump threads. Hey, Maker Viking, if I made these too loose, then if you cranked it down, it could skip a thread. But if I make it too tight, it's a pain in the ass. So the trick is finding the right thread and the right balance, and I did an okay job at it. They don't jump. They print nice and strong, and it's all plastic. So now I'm going to sell this, and I'm going to sell it probably for $25. Now remember, unlike an art piece where you're better off selling it cheap, that's why this was $4, because he wants a lot of people to buy it. Well, first of all, I have a very, very limited market. How many of you even had any clue what a SPAD pad was? Not to speak of how many of you have a rocket launch pad. Probably zero. Okay? So very, very limited market, but the part has a high utility value. If you have a club that needs launch pads, well, you could buy launch pads and pay $50 for a launch pad and you get the whole thing. But now if you need 2, that's $100. If you need 4, that's $200. If you need 10, that's $500. Or one of your guys with a 3D printer pays me $25, and now he prints off as many of these as he wants for about $11 each. Because buy a $14 roll of filament, you're going to use probably $9 to $11 of it, depending on how much plastic you use. And I'm even thinking about ways to streamline this, make it a little smaller. Make this smaller, make this smaller, make this smaller, because this is a little overbuilt, especially now that I'm going to have teeth in it. I could probably shrink this by 40%, and now you'll be able to print one for maybe $5. So the utility value is much higher. And so I need a bigger, I'm not going to have a lot of repeat customers buying SPAD pads, because once you have it, you can just print as many as you want. All right, so how many people need to print 10 dragons? Not many. You're going to print 1 or 2, and then you're done. How many people need to print more of these? A lot. At least the people who need this are going to need more than 1, typically. So there's a high utility value, so I can command a higher price, because you gain more value out of having this than not. At least I hope. Because somebody else could just go and make their own and and give it away for free, but I have to eat. I have to pay the electric bill. I have to figure out how to get 1,000 gallons of fuel. I need 940 gallons of fuel for next winter. And I have no idea how I'm going to do that. That's $3,600. I don't have that. But I'll think of something. I should have bought those cheap solar panels when I had the chance. Even though they only work during the day, that would cut my fuel cost in half. If I could put out a whole bunch of panels and just power electric heaters during the day, well, then it wouldn't matter if they're inefficient because it's solar. Who cares? Whatever heat I get is that much less heat that I have to produce by paying for something. But yeah, eventually it'll work out. If the doctors can get me a little bit better so I can actually go get a regular job. I'm trying to find a sit-down job, but there's not too many. I could do pizza delivery, but it's a negative income job. You can't make any money. You can't. Same with like DoorDash and stuff like that. Out here, you can't make any money. And you know, you'll earn $3 but spend $6. Well, you just lost $3. That doesn't work. I don't have a mechanic who can help me out when I wear out my cars, delivering pizza for $2 an hour. That doesn't work anymore. In Bensalem, which is a wealthy area with a lot of deliveries, and my max radius was 6 miles, that worked. Pizza delivery was great because it was flexible. Here, the delivery radius is 15 miles. So I could drive 30 miles for one delivery and you're only going to pay me $2.50? Are you kidding me? It's going to cost me $20 to make that delivery. So I have to make more than $20 to make even $1. It's like, wow. And you should have seen all the people on Nextdoor bitching about the lack of delivery service from Domino's. Well, no wonder. As soon as the drivers realize I'm not making any money, they quit. They need to increase the pay, increase the mileage, and reduce the delivery radius. They have to get that delivery radius, like down to 5 or 6 miles. The problem is, with a 5 or 6 mile delivery radius, there's no customers. This town only has 3,000 people in it. 3,700, I think it's 3,700 people in the town proper. And that's like within 10 miles. Everybody else is annexed counties. So they're out in the boonies. So you just wouldn't have any customers left if you reduced your delivery area because the population density is too low. When cost of living was low and gas was cheap, it was easy to con some kid into paying you to deliver pizza because he thought he was making money using daddy's car and mommy's insurance. But now that gas costs are up, insurance costs are up, cost of living is up, and they haven't raised the pay in 15 years, people very, very rapidly realize I didn't make any money this last 6 months. The tires I put on the car took everything I made. And so, there's not a whole lot for me to do. I'll figure it out. I'm worried about what I'm going to do about toilet paper. I haven't bought toilet paper in 4 years because I stocked up on toilet paper when it was 40 cents a roll. And, now it's stupidly ridiculous high prices for toilet paper. Let's see if it's come down at all. Probably not. They know they have you by the asshole, literally. So why would they lower the price, right? Yep, it's still crazy. $65 for a case of 96 rolls. That's nuts. That is so ridiculously expensive. What is that? 65.2 times 1.08125, which means $70.40. Yes, and they actually made hexagon filament. Oh, I wish I can get a roll. I would love to have a roll of that, just to have. So that's divided by 96. That's 73.5 cents a roll for toilet paper. That's fucking nuts. I was paying, the last time I bought toilet paper, I paid 36 cents a roll. That's a 200% price increase. That's insane. And that's for 1,000 sheets single ply. Oh my God. That is just nuts. But I got about 6 to 8 months of toilet paper left from my stockpile. I actually brought 2 cases with me when I came from Pennsylvania. So I came out here with 200 rolls of toilet paper. Oh my God. Whenever I'd see it on sale, I'd grab another case. You know? Well, also, we had 7 people living in the house, so we burned through a lot of toilet paper. You know, you have 7 people taking a dump twice a day. Woo! You go through a lot of toilet paper. Now that it's just Michelle and I, that lasted 4 years. And, I don't know. You know, I'm making well below what's necessary for me to survive. This is the month I default on my credit cards. I can't do anything about it. I need $400 a month just for the credit card payments. That doesn't even bring down the balance. That's not even paying my bills. That's just the interest on the credit cards. $400 a month. I don't got it. I don't even make $400 a month. Well, you'd have to buy paper, which costs more than toilet paper. But I don't know. But the only reason we're surviving at all is that, number one, the house is paid for, so I don't owe a mortgage, and my taxes are low. And my stockpile. I have so much stuff that I don't have to buy much. Yeah, I have a 1.5 millimeter nozzle. Well, actually, what I need to do is get my bidet installed. I got the water heater. I got the bidet. I just don't have the money for the hardware, you know, the fittings to connect everything. I might have the fittings to hook it up without the water heater. Maybe. And I don't need the water heater in the summer, probably. It might be a little uncomfortable, but it won't make me scream. In the wintertime, you can't. In the wintertime, our water comes out of the faucet at freezing temperatures. Like, you wash your hands with cold water in the wintertime, your hands turn numb. The water comes out of the faucet that cold. So if you want to spray that kind of water on your junk, go for it. That's not my wheelhouse. But in the summertime, probably okay. So I got to get the bidet hooked up, because then I won't need much toilet paper, if any at all. I might need none. It's going to use more electricity, but that's not that much. I mean, let's see. A roll of toilet paper lasts a week, and that's 65 cents. If I use the bidet, I don't know how much power it consumes. Let's say it runs for 30 seconds. Let's say it takes 1,000 watts. So that would have to be, I'd have to use it 120 times to use 1 kilowatt. That's nothing. It's nothing. We're talking a couple dollars a month, maybe $1. And we're currently using $2.40 a month in toilet paper. So we're talking 80 cents to $1 to run the bidet. So that's fine. I'm totally okay with that. Now with the water heater, the cost goes up a little bit. Because that's going to cost $3 a month to run. Well, the 2.5 gallon might cost less than the 7 gallon. I also don't have to run it as hot. So, I don't, like, the kitchen one has to be hot enough to wash dishes. But, exactly. And that's the other thing I have to factor. It's going to increase my water usage. And water is pretty expensive here. Although most of it you're paying no matter what. So the actual per gallon cost after the service fees is not that much. Can you use a fire extinguisher as a bidet? If you want to go to the hospital, sure. Anything's a bidet if you're brave enough, I guess. I actually got a really nice one. I got 2 Toto bidets. We're talking, $400 or $500 each. I got it from that Vine program when I was doing the review thing. So I got it for nothing. Got to get them installed, because not only is it better for your hygiene, it'll save a lot of money. Even with the cost of electricity and the cost of water, it'll dramatically lower my costs. And also, I probably won't need toilet paper at all. If the bidet works well enough, I can use a personal cloth. It's where you use basically a dish towel to dry your bum. if the dryer isn't enough, because it might not be with my big fat ass. Because you don't have to worry about poo because you washed it off with the bidet. So you're just drying yourself off like getting out of a shower. So I might not need to use any toilet paper at all. That's not a cost saving thing. That's just I'm a little weird in some ways. Weird is good. Normal is boring. Remember that. But I have 3 personal pet peeves. And they're not really things that cost a whole lot of money. They can be pretty expensive. They're just things that annoy me for the sake of annoying me. He came into the weird tail end of the stream where we're getting ready to close and we talk about weird shit. My personal pet peeves: trash bags, haircuts, and toilet paper. The reason those things, I guess because it came from running a business. When I was running that business in Jersey, money was everything. So you factored the cost of everything. So everything you thought about was dollars, dollars, dollars. Those 3 things piss me off, because those are 3 things that you pay money for the explicit purpose of throwing it in the garbage can. You pay someone $30 to cut your hair off and throw it in the garbage. You buy a trash bag for the purpose of filling it with trash and throwing it away. And you buy toilet paper to wipe your ass with and flush it into the sewer, throwing it away. Those are, well, here it's like $25 and you got to tip at least $5. So you're paying $30 for a haircut here. So now this wasn't something I needed to do, although it does help me now. Well, no, it doesn't. It involves styling and artistry if you get that. But if you're just getting a utility haircut, then it's just utility. There's no styling there. They don't need to style anything. Keep it out of my eyes. Keep it off my ears. That's it. There's no styling. Just cut it. No. Well, first of all, I'm not saying there's no skill there. Hairdressers have to go through more training and more liability than police officers do. Okay? I don't care if I get a bad haircut. In 2 weeks, it'll grow and just cut it again. It doesn't bother me. I'm basically getting a crew cut every time I get a haircut. I want it off my shirt, off my eyes, off my ears. Do whatever you want to achieve that. I don't care. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care. I just need it out of my eyes, off my ears, because I used to wear glasses, so on the ears was annoying as hell. And I want the hair to be above my shirt. I hate it when it gets stuck on my shirt. It drives me crazy. So I got to thinking, not because I needed to, although the cost savings does help now. I got to thinking, what can I do to reduce those things just because I personally hate them? I hate the concept of, I'm going to buy this just to throw it away. That's the reason you buy it, to throw it away. You don't buy it to decorate. You don't buy it to do anything. You buy it to throw it away. And that just irks me. Well, I'm solving the toilet paper problem by getting a bidet. Now, sure, you're throwing away water, but the water's cleaning you, which you want to be clean anyway, and it's doing a hell of a lot better job than that paper is, especially since I have a tough time reaching that, that bungholio. I solved the haircut by finally getting it long enough to grow a ponytail. Now I don't need a haircut. Every now and then, every week I shave this part here, because this part likes to grow down into my ears. So I shave when I do my normal shave. Every now and then, actually it's about time for me to do it now, I grab the end of this and I just go snip, and I clean up the ends of it with my pair of Husky heavy-duty scissors. I just go snip, done. Oh, that's disgusting. What's all over your hair? You don't want to know. Trash bags, you can't solve that. You can't not have trash bags. You're not allowed to dispose of trash not in a trash bag because it makes a mess for them, which is understandable. Yeah, actually it does, but I buy very cheap shampoo. And that's also why I keep it relatively short. I got pretty thin hair. It keeps the flies away. Yeah, get away from me, flies. I wonder if I can catch my own tail. Got it! I got it! It only took me 4 tries! Oh, I needed that. Now I feel better. I can't believe that worked. Oh, I'm gonna have to cut that out and put it on TikTok or some shit because I'll never do it again. That was a spontaneous thing that'll never happen again. But that was funny. But there are things I can do to mitigate trash. I did build an incinerator out back so I could burn some trash, but I stopped using it. The danger is just too high. Now, if I could ever afford to get like a little metal building, like a shipping container kind of thing, that I can like 10 foot by 10 foot and put the incinerator inside that, maybe I'll do it again, but the fire hazard out here is just too high. If one of those embers starts a fire and it burns down half the neighborhood, I could never live that down. I can never tolerate that. Oh my God. So the furnace was a good idea, but the risk is too high if something gets out, unless I can build a sealed system with a spark arrestor, which now gets very expensive. I can't take the risk. It's too risky to use it, so I stopped using it. Sometimes I'll use it in the wintertime if there's snow on the ground, where there's zero fire hazard. You're covered in snow. Nothing's going to burn. Or if it's actively raining. I also learned, do not burn plastic. That shit burns scary hot. HDPE, like milk jug bottles, holy shit, did that furnace get hot. And it burned for a very long time, so do not burn plastic. It's also poisonous. But I do more recycling. I actually have a set of 4 colored Slim Jim cans. We're printing with the WeDo ME40. And I have a 0.6 millimeter, just standard 0.6 millimeter brass nozzle. No heat bed. I put a sticker on my flex plate here. So I have a magnetic flex plate here. And it's got a Reliabot sticker on there. So this is cold. And I can even do PETG cold as long as I have heat on for the brim. And then I can turn the heat off. For cylindrical objects like this, the PETG stays put. It actually stays put better than PLA does. Decent machine. I mean, it's not a bad machine. Is it great? No, but it's decent. It works well. I mean, this thing has been printing non-stop for like the last 6 months. It just never stops. The only time it stops is if I'm away or asleep and it stops and I haven't gotten back to it to start another piece. I just constantly cranking out rocket parts. So I'm pretty impressed. Enough that I chewed up the feeder unit on the back here. It cut through the plastic, so now I have a wrench zip tied to it, and the wrench acts as a guide, so it's not going to chew through the steel. So it works. As long as it works, that's all that matters. It never levels the bed properly, ever. I gave up. I could probably eventually tweak it because I'm printing the same settings every time. I could probably tweak it to make it work, but I just gave up. I just grab the coupler and just turn it. It comes down homes. As it's moving to the center, I go click, 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 and then that's it. It's good. I know 3 clicks is all I need. I just grab the stepper and just turn it. It's a single lead screw, so I can do that. But yeah, reliable. If you have first layer issues, you're going to hate it, but otherwise it's very reliable. The ABL makes a good mesh. It seems to handle the mesh fine. It prints evenly across the entire bed. It's just the Z offset's never right. But this was a prototype, This is a beta model. I'm betting that the final production model with updated firmware probably works a hell of a lot better. In fact, I should probably see if I can get updated firmware for it. I'm betting updated firmware fixes it. But there's other things I can do with trash. So I maximize my recycling. Recycling has two advantages. One, every piece of thing I recycle, I don't have to pay for. We have to pay for our trash. It's $5 per cubic yard. And that got me to thinking the second thing. I have a trash compactor. I haven't installed it yet. And I don't know if it's worth the money because the trash compactor bags cost more money. So you're going to save money in trash, but you're paying more for bags. So the question is, does the increased cost in bags exceed the savings of compacting the trash? I don't know. I have to figure that out. I can take, with those size bags, I could probably take 12 of them. So you're talking $2 in electricity for the car, for the round trip. You're talking the 12 bags, and you're talking the electricity to run the compactor, which I have no idea how much power it takes yet because I haven't plugged it in yet. Hopefully it still works because it's been sitting outside. It's covered, but you know, it's heavy. It's heavier than a refrigerator. It's gonna be a bitch getting that inside the house. Yeah. Oh, that thing is heavy. I didn't realize how heavy it was until I saw it and I was like, oh, I'll just pick this up. And he's like, no. And I tried to pick it up. I was like, no, I won't. It didn't even budge. It's like trying to deadlift a fridge. Matter of fact, I'd probably have more success at that. I couldn't believe how heavy it was. But I have a spot for it. I should have enough room for the Slim Jim and the trash compactor, I hope, so that I can have the trash can for the non-crushables like glass and stuff like that, which you can't put through the compactor. It'll just cut through the bag. Yeah, we'll see. So there are ways I can burn some, I can recycle some. I'm also going to start returning to sender. So for example, whenever we stop at McDonald's, I keep the McDonald's trash in the car, and the next time I stop at McDonald's trash goes in the McDonald's trash can. I doubt they're just going to give me trash bags. Plus, I have a lifetime supply of trash bags, essentially. I at work at the pizza shop, he let me take a bag. He let me take a roll of bags every time we got bags in. So just one roll. But each time I did that, you know, I kept stockpiling it. I eventually had a couple thousand rolls. Not a couple thousand bags, not a couple thousand rolls. Probably like 40 or 50 rolls. And then I got, every time I saw trash bags on Vine, I grabbed them. So I have like 3,000 trash bags I got off Vine. That's a lot of freaking trash bags. The only trash bags I have to buy are when we need the heavy duty bags, the black ones that are like 2 mil, 3 mil. Those I have to buy because I didn't get those for free. But otherwise, I won't need trash bags for a very, very, very long time. Yeah, I'm good for trash bags. That's the one thing I won't run out of. Wish I could wipe my ass with trash bags because I would have lifetime supply. Plastic don't work for wiping your ass. That doesn't work. But for me, it's just a matter of I hate the idea that I'm throwing away the trash bags. It's a matter of principle. Oh, are they? Huh. Let's see. What do trash bags cost here? Let's go 50-gallon trash bags. So 50-gallon trash bags, you're looking at, that's expensive as hell. 33 cents, 24 cents. That's a 150 count. 21 cents. You're looking at about 20 cents a bag. Trash bags are about 20 cents a piece here. Really heavy duty trash bags are about 40 cents a piece. Like here's a pack of 100 55-gallon 1.2 mil. That's not super heavy duty, but it's heavier duty than your typical trash bag. That's $40. Let's see here. I can get the That's not too bad a deal. 45 gallons, 60 bucks, 5% off. That's about 20 cents a bag too. Well, I have no money, so I have to look. I have to balance price versus quality and whatnot. I don't have a choice. Now these here, these are 60-gallon bags, 3 mil. They're $1 each. But that's a 3 mil bag. That's a contractor bag. Like, you can put anything in that. But your typical cheap, thin trash bag, you're looking at about 20 to 30 cents a piece. What's Walmart charge? Trash bags. There's great value. We don't want 13-gallon. That's pointless. $30 gallons, 26 cents a piece. So Amazon's cheaper. 33 gallons, 46 cents a piece. Amazon's cheaper. About 21 cents a bag, 24 cents a bag for the cheap ones. About 40 cents a bag for the good ones. But for me, it's a matter of it's what I call a pet peeve. It's not about the cost, although the cost is a factor. But for example, the cost of trash bags is irrelevant to me. I have a lifetime supply of trash bags. I never have to buy a trash bag ever again. I could theoretically live the rest of my life without buying a trash bag. So it's not about the money. It's about the concept. It's about the idea. It's about the very principle of the fact that you buy these bags for the sole purpose of throwing them away. How can I reduce that? And now it's become a challenge. Now it's become a puzzle. It's become something to make my brain work and try to achieve an objective, a goal. I now have a mission. Reduce the number of trash bags I need. So burning helps. Compacting helps. I can fit more in each trash bag. That also reduces my costs because I can fit more trash in the trailer if I compact it. I was actually thinking about at some point building a large compactor outside, building a big giant, compactor thingy and just squishing the fuck out of the trash until I can't fit no more in a 50-gallon bag and then open a chute right into the 50-gallon bag. That would be fun, but that's beyond my means right now. I was also thinking about breaking down the trash. So having a large bin outside that I just throw loose garbage into that's screened so it can't get away from the wind, and just let the sun and the rain beat on it until it breaks down, and then take what's left, compact it, and put it in a trash bag. No, you can. There's definitely multiple ways to reduce trash bag usage. You have different ways of disposing of trash. So, for example, compacting the trash allows you to fit more trash in the same bag. So now instead of needing 2 bags, you only need 1 bag. Separating out your recycling is going to take care of about 20% of your trash. So now instead of needing 5 trash bags, you only need 4. So you just reduced it by 1/5. Combine recycling and compacting, and you just cut your trash in half. We don't generate that much waste, really. And chickens are expensive. I want chickens. I would like to have chickens just because I think it'd be a fun hobby, but they're expensive. A goat would be interesting if I could afford fencing, because then he would take care of the yard. He would mow down all this crap. I want flowers. Do you hear me? I want flowers, and I want them now. I just noticed the guy at the end of the street here, he has... I doubt he did it on purpose because I see them scattered all over the place. But I freaking want what he has. Let me show you. I'm going to hide his house so nobody sees his house. Doxing my own neighbor seems like a pretty shitty idea. But I want what this guy has. This is so goddamn cool. His entire yard is covered in these little tiny purple flowers. You can't see it real well in this picture. It looks vibrantly purple in real life. The camera does not pick it up well. But his yard is covered in these little tiny vibrant purple flowers. Like covered. This is his whole yard. You're looking at an acre here. That picture right there, that's about an acre you're looking at. I want this. I want my yard covered in purple flowers. I think that'd be awesome to cover my yard in purple flowers. Yes, please. So I got to figure out what they are and figure out how to make them thrive in my yard. The sun will probably kill them later in the year once the sun gets up higher and we get warmer weather. It's going to murder them. But he didn't plant nothing, so I guess they just come back every year. I want this. I want this bad. And I would love to have some chickens, but right now I can't afford that. Chickens are expensive. There's a dragon, Pringles rocket, and I might as well show you the big rocket. Wait a second for it to appear. There it is. Come on. Yeah, working. Work faster. Come on. Faster. Faster. Mush, you silicone mush. So there's my current rocket. It's 6.5 feet tall. And the moment I hang up from the stream, it's going to be 8 feet tall. And then about 8 hours from now, it'll be 10 feet tall. It'll be too big to have in the house assembled. I will have the tallest print at Rocky Mountain Murph. I will have the tallest object there. One way or another. But yeah, that's going to be a very heavy rocket. I'm hoping to fly that on a K and maybe even level 3. Put a small baby M in it. I just think that'd be fun. But that's what it's printing now. It's printing body segments right now. So it's all become a puzzle. So some of it gets recycled, some of it gets reused. Like for example, I'm thinking about keeping all the milk jugs, and then over time, as I have enough of them, shred them up, melt them down, because HDPE is very easy and safe to melt and work with. Melt them down and make stuff out of them. Make baskets out of them. Make plates out of them. Maybe stuff I can sell. If I hook up a hot plate to a solar panel, I don't even have to waste electricity melting them. So that will reduce waste. Compacting reduces waste. Recycling reduces waste. Returning to sender, which I think should be a more common thing. And I think it should not only be allowed, I think it is allowed. I don't think there's anything illegal about it. But I think it should be legally required. Meaning businesses should be required to provide and allow usage of receptacles for business trash. So if you buy stuff from Walmart, you should be able to take the detritus from the stuff you bought from Walmart and return it to Walmart and dispose of it. So You know, things like Amazon, a little harder. How do you dispose of that? But it's cardboard. I can recycle cardboard, so I'm okay with that. It's free. Well, it cost me $2 to drive to the transfer station, but it's basically free. Unless it gets wet. If the cardboard gets wet, then they won't recycle it. The glue is a problem or something like that. But, you know, if you go to McDonald's and you collect McDonald's trash, you should be able to go back to McDonald's and throw that away in their trash can. It's their garbage. They're the one who sold it to you. So I bought food, not trash. So I should be able to return the trash there. But I think that should become more of a common practice. Now, you do have to figure out how to handle abuse. Like if we say, okay, Walmart has to allow me to bring my Walmart trash back to Walmart to throw away. Well, what's to stop me from bringing any trash I have to Walmart to throw away? Well, nothing. And that's illegal dumping, and that's a valid issue. That's a valid concern. So we would have to figure out how to balance that. A lot of it's going to have to be a trust thing, and there's going to have to be some pretty stiff penalties to discourage people from abusing the trust. But basically, Walmart shouldn't be allowed to stop me from bringing trash to their dumpster and throwing it away unless they have very clear, obvious evidence that I'm bringing non-Walmart trash to be disposed of there. And then there should be heavy penalties for that. But Walmart should be discouraged from going after anybody but heavy abusers, and heavy abusers should be discouraged with some heavy penalties. But in general, that should be encouraged. Walmart is creating the trash. They should take care of the trash, not me. And that will also encourage Walmart to reduce waste. So more efficient packaging. Packaging less designed to advertise to you and more designed to service you. You know, just provide the minimum packaging necessary to do the job and make sure most of it's recyclable. I also believe all major businesses should have recycling centers built into them. So things like grocery stores, Walmarts, shopping centers, they should have recycling dumpsters that they pay for and that anybody can bring any recycling to. So I don't have to drive 24 fucking miles to take recycling in. You know, basically these businesses should be required to recycle, and they should be required to allow the community to use their recycling containers for recycling. I believe that should be a requirement. And they should be required to empty it as frequently as necessary to handle whatever load comes their way. But then I'd only have to drive 1.5 miles instead of 24. But just different things, you know, but there's ways around it. So the bidet takes care of the toilet paper, especially if I can eventually solar battery the bidet, because then I'm also not wasting electricity. The ponytail takes care of the haircut. I'm even thinking about letting it get longer and cutting off more at a time, and maybe I can donate that hair to somebody who can use it for something. I don't know if that's a thing. And then that's less being thrown away. You know, why throw it away if you don't have to? The best cat water bowl on Amazon, they're all the same. Buy the $20 or $30 one. I like the larger ones that have the little flower petals, so they have 5 streams of water coming out. The other thing to look at with a water bowl for your cat is to look at the filters. They have little filters they use to help clean the water, because your cat is putting saliva into that water bowl as it drinks, so it's going to get dirty. Once a week, you got to pick that thing up and scrub it out. You got to watch out for the filters. Some of them use oddball size filters that are expensive to replace. So you want to find the one that uses the cheap round filters that you could buy in bulk really cheap. I even reuse them. So what I'll do is because it's activated charcoal basically, so they don't really go bad that quickly. You just got to get rid of the crap. So what I do is I'll take 2 or 3 of them and I'll toss them in a pot of boiling water and I'll boil them. And then let them dry. And they're good for 2 or 3 uses that way. And not because they're expensive. They're not. They're cheap. It's just, I hate wasting. I hate wasting if I don't have to. So to me, it's a challenge. It's like a puzzle. You know, I don't need to do this, but I want to do it. So what's the best way to do it? You know? So that's the kind of thing I think about. And part of it's me being cheap. Since it uses these things, now you have to use clean water. All right, I cannot use tap water into cat bowls. I have to buy bottled water, or I have to distill my own water. The little electric pumps in these devices cannot handle the hard water. They will die within 4 or 5 days. Dead. Those little humidifiers, dead. Those little evaporative air coolers, dead. Coffee machines, dead. Ice makers, dead. It will kill them. It'll kill them all within 1 to 4 weeks. So those devices all have to get clean water, either bottled, which is about 35 cents a gallon, or I have to distill it myself, which costs about 25 cents a gallon. I have a water distiller. You put a gallon of water in it, and it distills it into a carafe. And every now and then, you got to clean out the calcium buildup inside the thing. I'm even trying to figure out ways to reuse the calcium. So, for example, maybe I can sell the calcium to lizard owners as supplement for their lizards, because a lot of lizards, owners, they use calcium powder, because the reason iguanas get deformed legs and stuff like that is because calcium deficiency. People don't know better, and so they're not getting it in nature because they're in a cage. So you got to feed them calcium supplements. So I might be able to sell it to lizard owners as a calcium supplement, and also mix it with a little bit of Splenda, and in theory, I can eat it. I mean, what is a Tums? An antacid pill, a Tums, Rolaids. What is it? It's calcium carbonate. What's the residue in the distiller? It's calcium carbonate. It's the same stuff. So maybe I could 3D print a little pill press and make my own Tums. Do I need to? No. Would it be fun to try? Yes. It'll be fun to try. And that much more self-sufficient, and another 3D printing project to make a video about. I buy the ones that have a big capacity. They'll usually hold close to a gallon. Or half a gallon, I'm sorry, half a gallon. Usually about 68 ounces. So I buy the big ones that hold a half a gallon. I like the ones that are USB powered, that use a USB plug. They're my favorite because I can power it from anything. I have a little UPS that has USB ports on it, because one of the problems with these water fountains is that if the power goes out and then turns back on, the fountain does not turn back on. It's a capacitive button. So it's an electronic switch. You have to press the button again to turn it on. So by having the fountain on a UPS, it doesn't go off when the power goes out. Make sure it uses the common round filters, not some specialty filter that you're going to pay an arm and a leg for. They're trying to pull the inkjet model with some of those. My favorites are the stainless steel ones and the crystal clear ones, so you can see the amount of water in the tank. But both cats and dogs, although dogs will drink anything, cats especially prefer running water. They will actually drink more if it's running water, because they, by instinct, by evolution, they've learned that running water is usually safer and cleaner than stagnant water. And cats, a urinary tract infection is a common problem that can cost you a lot of money and even take your fur baby from you. Ender cost me $700 because of a urinary tract infection. Oh, if that happens again, we're in trouble because I ain't got $700. So we feed them 50-50 wet food and hard food. Hard food is cheaper, and they actually like the hard food better typically. But they need the wet food because cats don't drink that much, because they usually get most of their moisture from their prey, from their kills. And so they're not as prone to drinking as dogs are. So you have to encourage them. So that's why we do half and half. They get wet food in the morning, they get dry food at night. And then the watering fountain encourages drinking because they like running water. So water fountains are very, very good for cats. Just make sure you use clean water. If you have hard water at all, process or buy your water. Yep. I have to split it because the wet food's just too expensive. And so far it seems to be working. 2 years and it's working fine. No issues so far. Walmart actually has very affordable cat food, surprisingly affordable. They have 13-ounce cans and 22-ounce cans for a whole lot cheaper than Friskies. And they seem to like it. The only problem with the 22-ounce cans is that's 4 days worth of food. So saving it and storing it and reusing it, it's hard. Oh, well, he's up in the cradle there. So there he is. You can see his butt right there. There's his head. Yum. He's up in the tree perch. I think Noel was on last week. I managed to snatch him up while I was live streaming, so you guys got to see Noel. Yeah, but the cat water fountains are great. I like them. I have another one that's pretty neat. It's actually got a battery in it and it's USB powered, so it's got its own built-in battery. So if the power goes out, it keeps working. And the reason that's able to work is it's got a motion sensor. So when the cat walks up to it, it turns on, and when the cat walks away, it turns off. The problem is the motion sensors don't work very well. It's got 3 sensors, forward, left, and right. Well, the problem is, think of it like this. Think of this as the cat fountain. So you have a sensor here, here, and here. So if the cat comes from here, it turns on. He can't come from here because that's against the wall. If he comes from here, it turns on. Guess which direction the cats come to this thing about 80% of the time, and they get pissed when it doesn't turn on. From the corner. And if they come at it exactly from the corner, neither of these sensors catches the cat. So I'm not sure how to fix that. I think the best way to fix that would be to take it apart, move these side sensors up to the corner. So now I see corner, front, and corner, and then put a wall on the sides so they can't get to it from the sides. So they have to come from that front 180-degree arc. Then I think that would work. But that one's nice because it turns on and off. So you're not wasting power, and it's got its own built-in backup battery. So if the power goes out, it'll just run off its own internal battery. So I would like to try to make that one work better. Sometimes the cat get agitated. They come up to it, and they're like, okay, it didn't turn on. And they start biting at it and pawing at it like, come on, turn on. I want water. When that one gets low, if I don't catch it in time, they actually pull it apart trying to get to the water inside of it and dump it all over the place like, you bastard. But, my fault. I should keep it full. But, yeah, revenge. Like, give me my water. I gotta figure out, oh, my cat left a mouse loose in my room a couple nights ago. Like, son of a bitch. I out in the kitchen, I hear him. He catches a mouse as I'm walking through. I'm like, good boy, Ender. And then he's carrying the mouse. He comes into my bedroom. Noel's trying to take the mouse from him. And I'm like, okay, buddy, now just kill it. Don't let it go, okay? And of course, what's he do? He lets the fucker go and he hides in my room. I'm like, Ender, you just let it loose in my room. And he's just looking at me like, help me find the mouse. Because a lot of times when they're playing with the mouse in the bathroom, I'll help them find it. It'll hide like under a printer. I'll chase it out so they can get it. And so he's looking at me like, what do I do now? It's like, you're the one who let it go. You find it. Oh, cats are crazy. Did I show you guys? Actually, I have them on here now. I can show you guys the video. I downloaded them. Where is it at? Is it here? I gotta edit these and rotate them. Actually, I can do that right now. Hang on. I can open it up in here. Might as well get it edited. Okay, I need to transform this. So, how do I do this? Do I do it here? No. Is this it? Undo or is that rotate? That's undo. That's crop and zoom. Flash and hold. How do I rotate? I know I can do that in here. Is it under crop and rotate? There should be a way for me to rotate this. Edit. Edit. Oh, is this it? Yeah, rotate. There we go. All right. Export, create video. All right, this is going to be a 4x3. I think it is actually 640 by 480. And we're going to export cat thermal. It shouldn't take that long to edit it. Yeah, this is when I found out that the cat jumping around in my bed meant that he brought a mouse into my bed. And he was playing with and torturing the mouse between my legs on my bed at night while I'm trying to sleep. Ah, thanks a lot, cat. Thanks, cat. Because they need moisture. It's too dry. My guess. So they're trying to wet it? I don't know. Cats are weird. That's what makes them so fascinating. I love my cats. Best thing we did out here was get those cats. Well, probably once it's in there, they don't want to shove their face into it to get it now. Who knows? They're cats. It might be something Google might be able to answer. I don't know. All right, we're almost done. These are backwards. The first one is second, and the second one is first. But it don't matter. Okay. So, here's the cat in my bed. And that little thing you just saw move right there, yup, that's a mouse. There he is, right there. There he is, upside down. There's his leg, his tail. Goddamn mouse in my bed. And he's sitting there, looking at him, torturing the thing. Oh my god. And he's throwing it around. He's like, come on, run. I want to chase you. Yes, it's nasty. It's hilarious, but it's nasty. That's amazing how something can be hilarious and nasty, and you'll even hear it thump on the wall. He throws it, it hits the wall, falls down, and he goes under the bed to try to get it. There he is. He's playing dead now because he's probably sore as hell from being chewed up by the cat. It just jumped. You see him jump? The mouse thought he was home free. Nope, you ain't home free yet. This cat is oh my god, look at oh that poor mouse. This cat is vicious. Call Geneva. This cat's messed up. Watch you hear it. There's his body right there. There's the mouse. There. It just hit the wall, and now it fell down on the floor. Now he's. I'm laughing at the cat because he lost the mouse. Now here's the first video. I heard the two cats fucking with something on the floor. I didn't realize it was a mouse. They were just doing something. I turned on the light, and they just walk away like nothing's happening. I turn the light off, they do it again. The third time, I figured, okay, if I turn on the light to see what they're doing, they're just going to walk away again. So I was like, wait a minute, I have a thermal camera. Duh! I reach over and gently grab my phone. I turn on the thermal camera, and this is what I captured. At this point, I had no idea it was a mouse. And there it is right there. You can see him patting at it. He's giving him the bippity baps. I didn't notice it yet. I'm still wondering what the... There he is. He's got it in his mouth. So that's the mouse in his mouth. That's a tongue twister. Mouse in the mouth. So there it is. There, that little hot spot there. That's the mouse. Right there. And he's biting it, patting it, giving it the bippity baps. I also love how you can see the cat's footprints on the ground with the thermal camera. You can see the heat the cat transferred to the ground when he walks. Isn't that amazing? That's actually a reflection on a stainless steel trash can. I think that is mesmerizing that you can see his footprints. There's the mouse. He's hiding, and the cat's like, yeah, I'm going to get you. That's the mouse right there. And he just ran over here. They tore all the trash out of my trash can. I have a trash can sitting right here, and they tore all this. See all this stuff you see here? This is the mess they made. And I was wondering why the hell they were doing it. They pulled all this out of my trash can, and it's because there was a mouse. And here he is just fucking with the mouse. Even their vision is limited at night like this. So they have to depend on their sense of smell and ear hearing. There he is. He's biting at it. And you know, cats can feel with their whiskers. They can actually project their whiskers forward and feel with them. I didn't know they could do that. That's also why I bought special bowls for the cat's food. Because cats hate regular bowls. Because regular bowls, it overstimulates them to the point where it hurts. Because when they stick their face in the bowl, it's pushing their whiskers on the side of their face. And those whiskers are sensing instruments. And they're very sensitive to that pressure. So I got what's called a serving dish from Corel. It's a really flat bowl. So that when they stick their face in the bowl, their whiskers don't touch the bowl. It's almost like a plate. Or a condiment bowl. And then I 3D printed stands to bring it higher so they don't have to bend all the way to the floor to eat. I just flung it in the air! You see it do a somersault? I gotta watch that again. Watch. There he is right there on the floor. He pats it. Watch. He's about to fling it up in the air. You're going to go from middle to left. Watch. There it goes. Yeah! Kitty cat predator. I got to get like some lasers on there and, you know. Well, a healthy cat is no wider than its whiskers. That's why I work very hard not to let my cats get fat. They do not need the same problems I have. But yes, their whiskers tell them whether they can fit. But they can do so much more with those whiskers. Like, not just, feel out how big the hole is. They can actually project them forward like tentacles. You can actually see it. They'll go like this, and they'll project them forward, and they can feel with them. Because cats actually, a lot of times people wonder, how come when I play with a toy with the cat, or when I try to give him food, he backs away from me? What did I do? The problem is he's blind. Cats are made for ranged vision. They can't see well up close. When you put something in a cat's face like that, he's not backing up to get away from you. He's backing up so he can see what it is you just stuck in front of his face. He needs about 12 inches. A cat needs about 12 inches to be able to see what's in front of him, because their eyes are just not made for seeing up close. So he's not pulling away from you. He's trying to say, hold on, let me see. Back up. Yes and no. It's probably better in a city, at least in an American city. Not so good rural. The number one killer of birds in the United States is domestic cats. And the biggest problem is what you just saw. They kill, 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 kill. If the cat actually ate the birds they killed, they wouldn't be a problem for birds. Because how many birds can a cat eat? One? Okay? But the problem is the cats kill and don't eat. Because their instincts, their evolutionary instincts say, hunt, kill, hunt, kill, hunt, kill. But the cat never learned to associate the kill as food, because that's not what food is. Food comes out of a bowl from my master. Okay, from my pack mate, my pack master, my pack leader, whatever. Okay, the cat has learned to associate what we put in their dish as food. So they have the instinct to hunt and kill, but like you just saw in my video, what you just saw was broken instinct. The cat has the correct hunt and kill the mouse instinct, but he doesn't understand that the mouse is food, and that's why I'm hunting it. He just understands he doesn't know what to do. He's capitulated to his instinct. He caught the mouse, and now he doesn't know what to do. But he knows the chase was fun. So that's why he bippity-baps it. That's why he chases it. That's why he flings it. He's trying to make it run again so he can chase it again. Because all he knows is chase, chase, chase. He hasn't learned that chase is followed by kill and eat. And we don't really want the cat. Did that just fall, or that's something? He just fell. We don't really want the cat eating the mice because he's going to get parasites and worms from doing that. He's an indoor cat. But the problem with loose cats outside is that they don't eat what they kill, because a lot of them are house cats. They come back home and they eat. The wild feral cats you see outside, they're not a threat to songbirds in the U.S. They'll kill one and eat it. All right, and that's a meal. All right, it's the house cats that are the threat, because they'll kill 20 birds and not eat any of them. They'll just leave the carcasses because they don't know better. So yes, I agree. House cats should be kept indoors. But you also have to keep them entertained. You have to keep them occupied. You have to keep them busy. Cats are busy animals. They sleep 85% of the day, but for that 15%, they want to run, they want to play, they want to chase. So you've got to give them that stimulus. Yeah, well, for a bobcat, a bird wouldn't be enough food. And a bobcat's big enough that they would have a hard time catching a bird. A house cat is much more agile, faster, and smaller. Wow. Well, that's one of the reasons why we have to make sure our cats don't go outside. We have bobcats around here. We have coyotes. We have rattlesnakes. We have predatory birds that will pick up a cat. If it's a lightweight cat, it'll snatch a cat up and eat it. So if our cats get outside, they're dead. Unless he hides. something's going to kill it. Now, a cat that's raised outside knows better. You know, they know where to go, where not to go, what to look for, what to watch out for. But your house cat has no idea. You know, he just knows curiosity. He knows, oh, that's curious. The first time we took the cat outside, he clawed me, trying to get back inside the house. Now, I have to shoo him to get him away from the door because he wants to see outside. So, I got to get another harness from the harnesses that I got off Vine are too small because they were kittens then. I got to get another harness from so I can take them for walks. Because, you know, that it's good for them. The stimulation is good for them as long as it's controlled. And plus, if I give him the stimulation of some outside time, if he knows he can go outside when he's with me, then he's going to be less likely to try to bolt for the door. You know, to satisfy his curiosity. So, yeah. All right, it's 5 o'clock. I'm going to call it quits. I got some stuff in the mailbox I'm going to go grab. I don't have to go to the post office, but I got some stuff in the mailbox. What was that? What was in the mailbox? I know it's something, but I forgot. I forget what it is. Not filament. Oh, the feeder kits for the Creality printers, for any printer really. So once again, I'll post this link because this is just such a good deal. It's still on sale for $9.59. You get the all metal feeder unit, the feed portion, the metal version, as well as updated PTFE fittings, 2 stepper dampers, and legit Capricorn tube. You get all that for up to CR10 size for $9.59. Hell yes. This alone costs $8 or $9. So this is all free. I bought 2. I wish I could have bought 5. I just don't have any money. But I bought 2 because I want to update this printer and I want to get my other CR6SE going. The feeder cracked, so it keeps letting go of the filament. So I'll be able to get that running again. And I don't care about the dual gear bullshit. I do mostly vase mode printing, so it doesn't matter. It's going to print great no matter what. But that'll get me both CR6SEs going, which would be nice. Especially because I have Wham Bam on that one. So I actually have my Wham Bam sheet. Where is it? It was right here. For a short time, I was using it on this printer to test adhesion. I couldn't get this, for the life of me, I couldn't get this roll of plastic to print. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong? I've been doing this for 10 years. Why can't I get this plastic to stick? It's fucking ABS. No wonder it won't stick. I'm trying to print ABS on a cold bed. I can't believe it extruded at 200 degrees. I didn't even think ABS would extrude at that temperature. And it was laying down. It looked like it was laying down perfectly, but if you so much as breathed on it, it moved. And so, of course, when the nozzle came back around, it just pushed it aside because it wasn't actually stuck. It stayed, but it wasn't stuck. And then I was like, what is wrong? I was like, do I need a heat for the start? Is this PETG? And I'm looking at the roll. ABS. Fuck. That's why it's not. Oh, man. Boy, that had me head scratching for a while until I realized my goober mistake when I went to Earth a couple years ago. The guy from Tesla Filament gave me a roll of ABS. I didn't realize it was ABS. I thought it was PLA. Boy, remember when I posted that filament alert for $3 a roll filament? It was only 800 kilograms. For ABS, yes. But for PETG and PLA, no. Depending on what you're printing, depending on how you're printing, you can print PETG without a heat bed. Printing this part here, I could print this with no heat bed with PETG. Now, I haven't tried a cold start. I've always started with the bed at 75 or 80, and then as soon as my 2 layers, I do 2 layers for the brim. As soon as the 2 layers of the brim were laid down, I turned off the heat, and of course it takes it a half an hour to cool down. But it stays. So at the minimum, I only need the heat to start. After that, I could turn off the heat, and it actually sticks better than PLA does. It's harder to remove than the PLA print. But I can print these in PETG with the heat bed turned off, which is, ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, wouldn't that suck if my hand got stuck in there? Oh, that would suck. Well, now I'm going to make an arm cannon. Oh, yeah. The this is actually pretty light. It's about 220 grams. I wonder how heavy a piece of 5-inch tube that the normal Rocketeer uses would weigh. Because, you know, when you get into tubes this thick, they're not thin like this. They're thick. And so I wonder if this might even be lighter than conventional construction. That'd be interesting to find out. Now what I gotta do is some ejection charge testing. I gotta seal a nose cone on here, put 2 holes in the bottom to restrict the exit, and start setting off ejection charge until I burst the tube. You know, keep making the ejection charge bigger and bigger and bigger until I blow the tube apart to see what the limits are. How much can this handle? See whether I could fly like an M motor. Because you'll have to have, you know, a dual deploy altimeter with a pyro on board to deploy your laundry for a rocket that big. And so I got to make sure, see how big of an ejection charge a tube like this can handle, how much heat it can handle. I'm not too worried about the heat. I can put a cardboard cylinder, a section of cardboard in here to protect the initial blast radius when the ejection charge fires. So basically, I would put something like this inside of here. So I would take actually I would probably leave the metal bottom on the can. And I would probably 3D print a cup to go inside. It'd be short, it'd be about this big, about that big. And then this would mount inside the rocket. So the initial burst from the ejection charge, this would take that all, which this can handle no problem because it has low thermal conductivity. And the heat of the gases is not the problem. It's that initial heat when it first lights off the charge. That's the heat you got to protect the plastic from. So if I have the ejection charge inside of a charged canister like this, something like this, then this will protect this from the ejection charge. So basically I'll have to design one of these tubes with an insert in it to hold this. So this would get secured. I would actually probably make it removable. So instead of having a 3D printed ring on the inside of the canister, I'll have a 3D printed ring on the outside of the canister. And then I'll have a threaded receptacle inside here so that I'll be able to take this entire canister and go thread, screw it in. And then I can take this out, prep my ejection charge, load it in, get the electronics ready. I can probably even have the avionics on the outside of the canister here, you know, the pyro charge to set off the ejection charge. And then this whole thing would just screw, thread into the rocket, and then you just assemble your rocket and you're ready to go. That would work pretty good. How did you send that? By what medium? Email, Messenger, Facebook, Twitter? Email. Okay. Did it go to spam? Yes, it did. Tim is not spam. Okay. Bubby cat. Where's the fur baby? Where's the kitten? I don't see a kitten. Oh, there he is. Oh, we found the kitten. Absolutely, it would fly better. Why do you think I made my rocket based on the spicy and sweet barbecue? Yeah, because I want a spicy flight. Yeah, nice looking neighborhood, dude. Oh, poor kitty. He got into a fight and he lost. That's a tiny little bobcat. I mean, that's literally domestic cat size. He's a little baby. Yeah, I bet. Call him Tripod. Why 3D print a level 3 rocket? Because I have a lot of fucking plastic. So it costs me nothing. That's why. Why buy it when I can just print it to my specifications any way I want? Oh, and by the way, when I'm done my flight, I can disassemble my rocket, stick it in a bag, and carry it back to the car. Let's see you do that with yours. Because these unscrew. That's why they don't like it, because they're jealous. And how convenient my 5-inch rocket is. I can make a 10-foot tall rocket that fits in a suitcase. How about you? I'm even trying to figure out a way. Right now, I'm just making it one piece, just because I know that works. But I eventually want to make the fins fit into sockets, so I can remove the fins. Because right now the tubes, each tube is this big, 400 millimeters by 117 millimeters. But the fin can is obviously much bigger. If I could remove the fins, that thing could pack down real small. You know what's weird? I can theoretically, if I get approved, and I won't do it if I can't be approved, I can certify level 3 on this rocket. You can't. You're not allowed to. Because you have to design and build the rocket. Or at least build the rocket. I think you're allowed to use a kit. Yeah, you're allowed to use a kit, I think. But you have to build the rocket. And the question is threading together the parts considered building the rocket? Now, for me it is, because I designed and printed my own designs. So I can legitimately say I built this rocket. Right from zeros on the screen to a 3D printed part. But all you did was download my parts and hit print. Does that count as building? I don't know. That's an interesting question to ask, though. That is annoying. I could feel a little dimple right there, which actually shouldn't exist. This is supposed to be phase mode. That dimple shouldn't even be there. Unless it was a booger that came off the nozzle. So that's interesting. So I could not design a rocket for you, send you the files, and have you print it and certify. That might not qualify. Huh. No, because one of the requirements is that you know how to build the rocket. Since I designed this rocket, obviously I know how to build it, but you didn't. Now, once you're certified level 3, you can then buy my rocket and fly it all you want. But you might not be allowed to use it for your certification flight unless you design it. Huh, that's interesting. But at what point do you draw the line? I mean, if you buy a kit, you didn't design that, but you have to build it. Would printing and assembling this be considered building? I don't know. We're starting to get into some very interesting territory here. Either which way, if I can't certify on a 3D printed rocket, I won't certify. I mean, the only reason I have to fly an M motor is to fly that rocket on an M motor. So if I can't fly that rocket, why bother? I'm certainly not going to spend $500 on a kit to do it. You got it. See you later, Duet. So I'm certainly not going to spend the cash to buy someone else's kit and do it just to then have to spend the cash again to fly my model. Screw that. No point. Why bother? I could just downscale it and fly it on level 2 motors, which I'm already certified for. But actually, this will probably fly on level 2 motors. It'll probably fly just fine on level 2 motors, actually. As long as I don't, maybe the 10-foot tall one might be too heavy. But I keep the 6.5-foot one like I have in there now. That can fly on an L or a pair of Ks. Actually, I believe that's lighter than my level 2 rocket, which means I should be able to fly that on like a K550. That's only like an $80 motor. Well, $80 10 years ago. I don't know what it costs today. But yeah, that should fly on a K550. It'll be interesting to see if the silk fin can survives landing. I know it'll survive flight. I'm not worried about that. The flight stresses are not that high. What I am worried about is the landing. You know, when that part hits the ground, I think the silk's going to delaminate. I think when a 10-pound rocket hits the ground, I think the silk's going to come apart. So, but it looked pretty and I wanted to print it. So, I shouldn't have used that filament for that rocket, because that curvy baby would have been really nice in that filament. I could have done a nose cone, which is a low impact part. Silk would probably work fine for a nose cone. Pretty much the only part I can't print with silk is the bottom, because that's the part that's going to hit the ground. I wonder if I could design a beauty ring to thread into the bottom to act as a sacrificial shock absorber. You know, let that part take the force of the impact to reduce how much of that force gets transferred to the silk part, because some of these silk filaments are so beautiful. Good luck lighting 33D edges, and that'll also cost you about $300. Wow! That'd be a very expensive motor. I mean, a flash pan would probably light it, especially if you did a multi-point ignition, because, I mean, 33D motors is going to, you couldn't fit 33D motors in this. You could fit maybe 6 or 7 D motors in this. Yeah, 6, 7. You could put 7 D motors in here, I think. But that's about all you're going to fit in here. This would have to be substantially larger to hold that many D motors. Let's see. 2 Ds equals an E. So 4 Ds equals an F. 8 equals a G. 16 equals an H. 32 an I. So you're looking at about I impulse. Yeah, 33 Ds would be about I impulse. And Ds aren't full Ds. I don't think they have the full newtons of a D. So you're looking at high H, low I impulse from 33D motors. The problem is the weight. 33D motor casings are going to weigh a lot. Your best bet for that would be a flying saucer, because you're not going to care if it doesn't go very high. You'll get 2 seconds of burn time with a hell of a lot of smoke from 33 engines. That'd be fun, though. Oh, I got another idea. Okay. Everybody knows what this is. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, no kidding. So I'm pretty sure everybody knows what this is. That be Falcon Heavy. So that's the Falcon 9 with the 2 strap-on Falcon 9s to make Falcon Heavy. Folks, I present to you Falcon Heavy. Now here's the thing. To make Falcon Heavy fly, you either need to pull a Joe Barnard and have a thrust vectoring system down here to vector the thrust of your motor to keep it stable. Or you do what most people do. You have two sticks coming down here with black or clear fins on them to make this stable. Well, guess what? What's that look like? Does that look like a Falcon Heavy or not? Forget about the Pringles aspect. Look at the configuration. Looks like a Falcon Heavy, right? This doesn't require add-on fins. Why? Because the tubes are the fins. So what if I put a nose cone on here that was a profile of the nose cone of the Falcon Heavy? Meaning it was just veins. So that from the side it looked like a nose cone, but from the front you can see straight through it. I could make a scale Falcon Heavy that does not need add-on fins. The strap-on boosters would be the fins. Now, it would have to be... I don't know if I could do it true to scale, because even these aren't long enough to be Falcon Heavy. These would have to come up to about here. And if these come up to about here, they're probably not going to provide that much stability. Because the further forward these are, the further forward your CP is. I would actually need to make this even longer. But I could definitely make a sport scale Falcon Heavy. It would look exactly like a Falcon Heavy, except this would be unusually long and these would be unusually short. And it would not require add-on fins, and it should be stable. I'm going to try that. We're going to find out. Because I think that would be bitchin'. Even if it wasn't true to scale, I think people would get a kick out of being able to fly a Falcon Heavy without having to add add-on fins to it. Where the side boosters here, where these rockets here would be half the height, and they would simply be hollow so that they are the fins. In theory, that should work. I didn't realize how tall they were relative to the rocket. I thought this section here was taller. So it probably won't work. Now there is another trick. It would kind of look weird, but it would technically be scale and work. Extend the landing gear. Just make a Falcon Heavy that takes off in the landing configuration with the landing gear out. And the landing gear will act as drag fins, which should keep the model stable. I'd have to test it, but that should theoretically work. So that's something else I could try too, is just leave the legs extended. Put them in an extended position, like it's coming in for landing, so that you wouldn't have to add on any fins. So that'll be interesting. That's a great shot right there. The colors in the plume from the sunlight shining through the atmosphere. That's just it's beautiful. Huh. Look at the business end of that thing, man. Thing's a monster. Jesus. Look at that thing. Wow. Look at that. That thing's an absolute monster. Damn. The SpaceX. I wonder if somebody's done that. Oh, they probably have. I wouldn't be surprised some shop somewhere has a SpaceX dildo. It's the Falcon. You'll feel real good tonight. Wait until Starship comes out with Super Heavy. Oh my god. Uh, 33 motors in this vibrator. Oh my god. Oh, that's months worth. I saved them because Pringles cans are pretty neat. So I'm gonna start asking neighbors to save them. Say, hey, anybody out there eat a lot of Pringles? Save the cans for me. Like, I'll give you a quarter each can. It'd be well worth it. I'll try to get them for free first, but if they're local, I'll pay a quarter each. You know, seeing as how a tube that size from Boston Machining is $12, paying $1 for a tube that size, yeah, I'm okay with that. Right Above It by Lil Wayne. No, I have not. But I can look it up. I can't watch it now. Lil Wayne, I Am Not a Human Being. Okay. I'm not a human being either. I'm a lizard. How bad are these anyway? So, cheddar and sour cream, 150 calories for 14 crisps. There is 6 servings in each. So that's 900 calories for an entire can. That's not bad. You know, seeing as how it takes me, several days to eat one of these. That's not too bad. Not as bad as I thought. Let's get this one glued together. The other thing is that these have beauty rings on the bottom, which protects the frayed edge of the cardboard. So to assemble, this is really easy. You actually use the rear end ring as a tool to help you install the front ring perfectly every time. Man, that gets jammed on there. All right, so you thread these together, then you insert this into this, and you give it a twist to make sure the glue spreads around, and that's it. You just let it sit. And when you're done, you'll be able to unthread this and glue it in the back. And that puts it at the perfect height so these cans will flush fit together when you screw them together. And then, of course, that also means you can thread on the accessories. So you can take that off and thread this on, and you can put whatever accessories you want on it. Different nose cones, different tube sections, different whatever. It's going to be fun. I kind of like this with the double cone. Reminds me of all right, let's check for, yeah, it does kind of look like a banister. Time for some geek cred. All right, what's that remind you of? What's that look similar to? Come on, somebody's got to. I thought of it immediately as soon as I saw it. I was like, I know what that looks like. What's that look like? Besides Lightspeed's dildo. That's why we're not touching this end. Put it right up his butt and light that candle. But seriously, what does that remind you of? What does that make you think of? Come on, somebody's got to get it. All right. I'm going to give you one tip. All right. Now, what's that make you think of? Boba Fett's rocket. It reminds me of Boba Fett's rocket. It's the big one in the backpack, in a jetpack. It's very reminiscent of Boba Fett's rocket. Cannot believe you guys didn't get that. So lame. So lame. Boba Fett from Star Wars. Bounty Hunter. That's a good combo. Lightspeed might like that. Boy, if that fits, you got other issues, buddy. You guys never saw Boba Fett's rocket? Really? Star Wars? The original Star Wars? Ooh. Yes, I will be at Rocky Mountain Murph. There it is. See? Boba Fett's rocket. It looks just like his rocket. Very, very similar. As soon as I saw that, I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. You wouldn't need to. The tubes themselves would be fins. So you wouldn't have to put fins inside. In fact, that would probably just cause problems. You would just, the only reason I would even have something on top is to make it look like the nose cone of the side rockets. But now what would be more interesting is having this with pop-out fins. So put this in a bazooka tube like it's a bazooka and have it thrust out and then the fins pop out. I would really love to make a 2-stage Exocet MM40 that launches from a canister and has the fold-out fins just like the real one does. That, let me tell you, you see the slow-mo of that thing taking off? It's like, oh, I want to build that bad. Let's see if I can find a video. There it is. Let's go videos. I think that's a good one. Yeah.
The Exocet is the most widely used.
Let me try to find a good shot. There's a real good takeoff shot where you actually see the fins slap as the rocket comes out. It's a real good shot. Oh, I think that's it right there. It's probably trying to load an ad. No, too far. Yeah, that's it. I think this is it. Oh, yeah. That's it right there. That's the ticket. So here is... Watch it coming out of the tube. You can actually see the fins slap. It go pop, pop, pop. Look at that. Bang, bang, bang. And there it goes. I would love to actually make it do that. Woohoo! Oh yeah, ship felt that. Oh, here's another tube launch. But the long range version is both rocket and jet powered. So it's got a little jet turbine inside. It takes off with the rocket, which gets it up to speed, gets it going, points it in the right direction. Then it drops off the solid rocket booster and ignites the jet engine and continues on its way on the jet engine. So I could make that a legit 2-stage rocket. That'd be pretty cool. Or a rocket motor then staged to a ducted fan. That'd be kind of cool. You get in a hotel room there? Hmm. Ow. Itch, 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 scratch, itch. Yes, I'm driving. I'll be about an hour away. I'm staying at my friend's house in Denver because I can't afford a hotel room. During the off season, I might. There's a couple of hotels in that area that are $50 a night, but of course, even those are $100 a night on the weekend. But I'm gonna try to get there early on Friday. I'm gonna try to get there before 2 o'clock if I can, because um I want to get a better table. I'm trolling well for God right now. I'm letting some of his breasts through and not some of them through. Just to fuck with him. So he's wondering, like, why'd that get through and this would not get through? uh, what's RTU streams? Where's DPT from? Is he Oregon or California or Washington? He sounds like one of those Oregon, Washington kind of places. Just I got that vibe. Oh, Kansas, but he was Oregon. Yeah, he has that sound to him. Yeah. Oh, he's super local too. Well, he can. It depends on where in Kansas. Kansas is pretty wide, so he might have a farther drive than we do. It's about an 8-hour drive for us. Ah, who cares? Why are people mad at him? What did I miss? Wait a minute, is he the guy who was accusing Barnacles of stuff? Ooh, Trump's gonna be there? That'd be pretty cool. Free meals. We could chop them up and eat them. Do I need to bring a grill? So do I. I'm betting you he's going to taste very good. The only thing politicians are good for, meals. It's the only thing they're good for. Yum 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 yum. A little bit, but that's okay. You know, the way that I think they would be best prepared. It doesn't matter what elevation you are. You pike them. Okay, you gotta pike them first, and then you put them on a spit, and you do it slow. Ah. You do know what the best seasoning for politicians is, right? It's adrenaline. The more adrenaline, the better they taste. So when your food starts to taste a little bland, just extend your claws and start scratching. When they start screaming, you know the adrenaline's flowing, and take another bite. Denver's lower than we are. Well, for me at least. You're in Albuquerque, so you're lower than I am. So Denver out. Wasn't it like 5,500 feet? Really, you can't figure out that I want altitude? Yeah, 5,279 feet. I'm at 6,800 feet. So I'm 1,600 feet higher than Denver. But Denver is about the same elevation as Albuquerque. Don't stress it. It takes at least 6 months for your body to adapt, and if you try to force it, you can actually cause damage. So just chill for 6 months. You will adapt. Yeah, it really knocks you. At first, you don't realize it because you know the adrenaline's pumping, you're excited, you feel great. But after a couple days, maybe a week, it starts to really sink in. Holy shit. You're huffing and puffing a whole lot more. Yeah. How could it not? You have 40% less oxygen. Literally, there's 40% less O2 in the air around you. But you know what's wonderful about living out here? Well, at least up here. Maybe it's different in Albuquerque. I don't know. But up here in Edgewood, no bugs. And well, there's plenty of bugs, but the annoying kind, gnats and mosquitoes. Yep. Take it easy. Don't push it. You can actually hurt yourself if you try to push it too hard. You can actually cause damage. So you're not supposed to do anything strenuous for 6 months. Well, I'm talking about the ones that annoy me, meaning gnats and mosquitoes. They pretty much don't exist up here unless some dumbass leaves a pool of water lying around. Otherwise, there's pretty much no mosquitoes to think of. Now, we do have fly season, and that's starting right now. So for about the next month, I'm going to kill probably a few hundred flies. I got the bug assault all loaded. And, yeah, so come May, I'll be vacuuming up, like, graveyards of flies near all the windows. I just ordered some fly paper because you just can't avoid them. At least they're not biting flies. And ground insects are going to be a problem around here because, well, there's nothing out there. So they're going to come inside. Why do you think we have such a bad mouse problem up here? Because there's nothing out there for them to eat. So they're going to go where the food is, in our homes. Oh, really? You probably just never noticed them. They're everywhere. Oh. But mice are an issue. Lots and lots of little mice. I wonder if it's possible Phoenix is too hot. Phoenix is a fucking oven, man. I mean, visit, sure, I wouldn't want to live there. Tucson is okay. It's not as bad as Phoenix as far as the heat. Tucson is like here. If you get in the shade, you're okay most of the time. But Phoenix, man, it's just a fucking oven. Phoenix is hot. Oh my God, I remember when the cops almost killed that guy in Phoenix because he wouldn't stop resisting. Dude, the asphalt was melting the guy's skin off his body. He was not in control. Okay? You're forcing him to lay on top of a literal skillet on high, naked. Okay? You were burning the guy alive. Those cops should have gone to prison. Yeah, it's annoying that we got no fucking spring. We jumped right from cold to summer. Exactly. In Phoenix, the ground is hot enough to literally cook on. And so the guy was flailing about because you were literally burning him alive. I think what do you have? Skin grafts for like 40 or 50% of the skin on his body? Like 60% of the skin on his torso? Whew. I mean, they fucked him up just by holding him on the ground. When the police say stop resisting, resist harder, because they're about to do something bad to you. That's why they say stop resisting, because they're about to cover up something bad they're about to do. Oh, man. What are you going to do? And yes, the fact that it cools down 30 or 40 degrees immediately after the sun goes down is amazing. Yeah, they say that so they have plausible deniability. So they can say, well, didn't you see the video? He was resisting. Didn't you hear me say stop resisting? Yeah, but that's why you said he stopped resisting. So that you could say, see, I said stop resisting. There is no fixing police in this country. You just... actually, Phoenix is going to have the same cool down at night. You're just not going to experience it because the ground has absorbed so much heat that it's now radiating that heat back at you at night. Thankfully, we don't have that problem here. It's probably why Albuquerque is a little bit warmer at night than Edgewood is. Albuquerque is on average 10 degrees warmer during the day than it is up here. It's about a 10-degree difference typically. We'll still hit 90, 100, but then as soon as the sun goes down, it's 70 or 60. It's wonderful. And combine that with no mosquitoes or gnats. Oh, yeah, it's nice. If you need anything for your new place, let me know. Like, for example, if you need an air fryer, I've got like 5 of them. I'm not kidding. I got like 5 air fryers. If you want one, let me know. But, I also love the fact that I can print quick links with a 3D printer. So that's, again, something else I don't have to buy. And that's more than strong enough. I can't break this. If I just try to pull this apart, I cannot physically break it. I don't have the strength. I mean, it's more than strong enough for a rocket. Yeah, like I said, Phoenix is an oven. Yeah, that I would not enjoy that. I have slight regrets about picking Edgewood over Berlin, Las Lunas, Bosque Farms, Rio Rancho, just because of the little extra cold that we get in the wintertime. I do regret that a little bit, but that's mostly because I have no money right now, so paying for heat is difficult. I'm guessing if I didn't have a money problem, heat wouldn't be an issue. So it's probably a non-issue. Once I'm doing better, then heat will be no problem. But otherwise, I love it. I love the weather. I love the view. I love the scenery. The sunsets kind of suck. We don't get good sunsets here because we have the mountaintops that block the sunset going to the west. So we sometimes get a little bit of the color but we don't get the really pretty sunset like you probably do in Albuquerque. And the best sunsets I ever saw were in Tucson. Every damn night. Oh yes, take a closer look at the mountains around you in Albuquerque. They're all different. Some are gravelly, some are dirt, some are covered in trees, some are covered in sharp rock faces. The variety is incredible. The mountain view from Albuquerque is breathtaking. It's absolutely amazing. Did you know that all of New Mexico is high altitude? There is no low altitude New Mexico. The lowest point in New Mexico is 2,900 feet. (2,900 feet is the lowest you can go and still be in New Mexico. So the lowest point in New Mexico is higher than the highest point in most other states in the country. That's pretty amazing. I was looking at Pueblo, Colorado, but it's an old, small town with very small properties and high prices. I was looking at Kentucky, I was looking at Kansas, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada. Nevada's just too expensive, it's empty. Arizona, the only place I could even vaguely afford would be Sierra Vista, just south of Tucson. Barely. And that's pretty hot there. And a little bit close to Mexico. The border's right there. But when the store sold, when I finally sold the store, I had a month and a half to find a house. Maybe 2 months. That's it. Because without the store, I didn't have the income to pay for the mortgage and all of my dad's debt notes. So I had to get out quick. So what house I got was basically based around when I had to get out. So it's not a matter of, okay, now let's pick which house. No, it's what house is available right now. That's the one we have to get. Because I couldn't sit around. I couldn't loiter in Pennsylvania too long. I didn't have enough money. The only way to do it was to get out so all those bills would stop. I still had to carry about $35,000 of his debt with me, and I could not sell the house without paying off that debt, so I had to transfer that debt to my own credit. So I had to max out most of my lines of credit to pay off about $40,000 of his debt in order to bring the total he owed to the same amount as the house was worth. So the house sold for $145,000, so I had to get his debt down to $145,000. His debt was about $185,000. So I had to directly absorb $40,000 of his debt in order to sell the house that I bought and paid for, that they should not have been allowed to put liens on for his debts. But what are you going to do? Now I'm defaulting on those credit lines because I can't pay them. Yes, I got very lucky. I also had some money put aside, so I was able to, pay for some of the stuff it needed. Getting an electric hookup, getting the water hooked up. Had to repipe the entire house. All the water pipes had to be replaced every foot. New water heater, which I got screwed on. Shed, which I got screwed on. Canopies, which I got screwed on. Yeah, that's a common theme out here, from what I understand. The fly-by-night guys are not very trustworthy. Well, it's not that they were untrustworthy; they just did shoddy work. The guy with the water heater didn't know what he was doing. He sounded like he knew what he was doing, so when he suggested I do that, no, I don't. That's not the right way to do it. I can't afford to file bankruptcy. It costs too much money. It's about $2,400 to file bankruptcy. Plus, if I default on the credit cards, my credit is ruined for 6 or 7 years. While if I file bankruptcy, my credit is ruined for 10 years. And there's not much to gain filing bankruptcy because New Mexico has homestead protection, so they can't put a lien on my house. You know, they can't come after my house. And that's usually the only reason you would file bankruptcy, is to protect your house. And since my house is under the dollar value, exactly, bankruptcy doesn't help a lot. So, in Pennsylvania, yes, that would have helped. But here in New Mexico, it won't help. The only people that can attach my house are the government and the utility companies. So as long as you pay your taxes and as long as you pay your electric bill, you're fine. Which is how it should be. They should never be able to take your home. I love how see, if you sign a secured line of credit, like you get a car loan, well, technically you're saying, well, the car is the what's the word? Not leverage. What do you call it when the car secures the loan? The I don't know why I can't think of the word. What the hell do you call that when collateral? The car is collateral for the loan. Collateral is the word I was looking for. While credit lines are unsecured lines of credit, they should not be allowed to secure those lines of credit after the fact. They took the risk of an unsecured line of credit. They should have to absorb that risk, not afterwards go, oh no, you know, takesies, backsies, now we're going to secure it by taking your house. That shouldn't be legal, because then it's not an unsecured line of credit. They're using your house as collateral, and that should never be legal, especially considering the interest they charge. But I don't know. I'm trying to keep my Amazon and my Olo card, because the Amazon card gives me 5% back on Amazon, and the Olo card gives me 2.5% back on anything, which is very rare. Most cards are 1% cash back on anything, with 2 and 3% on specific categories. But the Olo card that I have is 2.5% across the board, anything. I pay my property taxes. I don't have to pay the 2.5% penalty for paying online, because I get 2.5% cash back. I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to sell the pickup truck while it's still worth anything. Dust it off, clean it up, put the new battery in it. I could probably get $5,000 or $6,000 for the pickup truck. At least I hope I can get that. I should be able to get that. I don't want to give up the pickup truck, because I'll never get another one. Not one that nice. It's a really nice pickup truck. It's a 2002 Dodge Dakota SLT with the matching tonal cover, the hard cover, fiberglass cover, and I got a cap for it too. I'll never be able to get another one. But the pickup truck and the bus are the only assets that I have that are worth anything, that's worth selling. And I couldn't sell the bus if I wanted to, because it still has too much stuff in it that I can't remove. I mean, I got 2 pallet crates filled with filament. I have no way of removing all that. And I don't have the physical capacity to do it, that's for sure. And these past few months have been pretty bad with pain problems. I mean, like, bad pain problems. I mean, you should see how many bags of trash I have stacked up outside, because I can't handle it. I can't handle moving it. And And the electric car is the only car with a hitch, except for the pickup truck, which I'm certainly hell not going to use that. And it in the wintertime, it couldn't make it to the transfer station and back. So I have a trailer full of trash bags right now that I can finally take to the transfer station because it's warm enough for the electric car to be able to make it. Because Nissan fucked me. Thanks a lot, Nissan. I had good words about you to everyone. But, what are you going to do? Let the dice roll, see what happens. My only real hope is that there's a lot of defaulting going on in the aftermath of the COVID debacle. And what do you have any idea how hard it is to lose weight when you can't move? Yeah, not just move, you got to move a lot. I'm down to what, right between 2,000 and 2,500 calories a day. My stoic is 3,500 to 4,000 calories. All right, so I'm already under eating tremendously, and but the problem is if you can't ramp up your physical activity, you don't lose weight. Your body just slows down to compensate for eating less. Of course, I made an appointment with the doctor after 2 weeks of pain that didn't go away. I was like, okay, it's time to call the doctor. It's not going away on its own. My appointment's not until the fucking 14th or 4th, May 4th. Okay, I gotta wait until May 4th to see a doctor. It'll probably be fixed by then, or it'll be too bad to fix. For a short time, yes. In the amount that I need, no. I walk. There's something wrong with my kidneys, and of course, I have knee and back pain from being 460 pounds. But I think the kidney pain, which is ungodly, it's not a persistent pain. It comes in waves, so like it'll hit and then it's gone. I know. Like I said, I'm averaging 1,200 steps a day, and I'm now pushing for 4,000 or 5,000 steps 3 or 4 times a week. I'm trying to get myself back up to 10,000 steps a day. That's one of the things I liked about the pizza job is it kept me on my feet, so I stayed physically fit. But I can't afford the repairs on the cars that a pizza job is going to entail. And you're not going to make enough money from the pizza job to repair the car. So I can't do it. What I need to do is get down below 350 pounds. Because once I get below 350 pounds, I can start riding a bicycle again. Right now I'm too heavy. I will destroy the bike. I will break it. I'm not 50 pounds overweight for the bike. I'm 150 pounds overweight for the bike. A swimming pool would be amazing because it'd be extraordinarily low impact and high calorie burning because it's like maximum resistance training. But I don't have that option. So what I do now is I go to the grocery store. I go to Smith's and I just walk around until I can't walk anymore. And it's air conditioned. It's low impact. It doesn't tear up my shoes. Would you even float in alcohol? I wonder. Or would you just sink like a stone? So that's what I do for walking right now. When I have to get filament from the bus, I don't use the back door. I go out the front door because then I have to walk down my driveway, around the side, all the way out back into the bus, and then repeat it to come back in the house. So it triples how far I have to walk, so I walk more. But to give you an idea of how bad it is, I walk out the front of my house, around the back to the bus, and I come back again. I make it about 3/4 of the way back, and I have to stop and stand next to the container out there and rest. I'm out of breath. I'm just done. And when this kidney shit flares up, I can't do anything at all. I walk around like an old fucking man because I'm so petrified of the pain. It hurts so bad. And thankfully, I'm pretty sure it's just a urinary tract infection or a kidney infection because it's not muscle because I can feel the muscle. It's not cramping. There's no bones there, so it's not bone. And also, my urine has well, not anymore, but last week my urine had a heavier ammonia smell. And when I looked up where the pain was, the fact that it came in waves and was sharp and the ammonia smell combined seems to indicate that it's either a UTI or a kidney infection. How the fuck I got that, I have no idea. But that seems to be getting better. I still have to take Advil and Tylenol every day, or I just can't do anything. Let me smell. Yeah, lick my balls. I'll let you smell. And make sure you clean them good, too. He wants to smell my piss, so he might as well lick my balls there. Yeah, exactly. I just gotta keep increasing how much I walk. What's interesting is that the kidney pain makes it hard to get up and do anything. Because there is exactly one time it doesn't hurt when I'm laying down. It's the only time it doesn't hurt. You know, even sitting here sometimes it hits so hard. It brings stars to your eyes, damn near puts me on my knees. It's so bad. It only lasts for like 4 or 5 seconds each time. But the sharpness when it hits is so fucking hard. But what's weird is I have to go on and off the Tylenol and Advil. If I just take it continuously, it stops working and the pain just hurts like hell. But if I don't take it and I only take it in the morning, I can get through most of the day with only a few outbreaks. Now the weird thing is, once I'm out and doing something, that stops hurting. So physical activity seems to make no, Tylenol is actually pretty good for you. It's Advil that's really bad for you. In the doses that I'm taking, I could take Tylenol forever and it won't hurt me. Advil, though, you got to be careful with Advil. Too much of that will fuck you up. It can cause kidney damage, stomach damage. The doctor said at high doses it's bad for your liver, but at the doses that I'm taking, he said it's perfectly safe. You can take it every day. He said it won't fuck your liver up. People who are using it as a painkiller, where they're taking it 4 or 5 times a day, at that dosage level, you could start damaging your liver. Because I was worried about that. I was really worried about that. I was avoiding using it just because I was worried about causing more damage. But then my feet and my back start hurting. I mean, and eventually it gets to the point where you just have to stop. Because it's not like a pain that comes and goes. It's like an escalating. It hurts worse and worse and worse. It never lets up. It just keeps getting worse until I stop. And the only stop that works is to sit down. I have to sit. I have to relieve the pressure on the feet and the knees. And I've only got a couple years left. In a couple of years, age is going to start really rearing its ugly head. And, and then it's going to get really hard to lose weight. I drink lots of water. I'm a fucking camel in that regard. I can live with being hungry. In fact, there are some days where I have to make myself eat because I get so busy doing this shit, I just forget to eat, and I have to eat something. And I tend to eat. You're talking about the stomach bypass thing. yeah, I almost watched that kill my father. And it's $35,000. So, yeah. um, Plus, most of it is mental. And if you're not able to handle the mental aspect, gastric bypass doesn't work. You will defeat it. Like my dad did. They bypassed the psychological checks for my father because it was life or death. And I haven't checked here in New Mexico, but in Pennsylvania, I didn't qualify for the assistance. I qualified for healthcare, but I didn't qualify for the bypass assistance. But I don't know if it's different here. I don't know if that's a national thing or a state thing. I don't know. But what I have to do is I have to wrap my brain around it. I have to. Part of it's money. Okay, first of all, we have plenty of food. We do not have a food problem, but we have a food problem. Oh yeah, great idea. In we have a food problem, but we don't have a food problem. We don't have a food quantity problem. We have a food type problem. I have plenty of food. I could stop buying food altogether and we'd be fine for about 8 months to a year. Well, it'd be about 6 months before the selection would start getting interesting, but we theoretically have enough calories in this house for the next year for the both of us. In fact, that's one of the ways I've been saving money is I've been buying less food and drawing on my stores so that I have more money to pay like the electric bill and the water bill and the car insurance and oh boy. That reminds me, tomorrow I got to call State Farm, find out why they raised my premium 20%. It's like, I don't need that much insurance. Just take it off. I can't afford it. But, I got registration due this year. Not looking forward to that. 3 of them I got to pay registration on. In New Mexico, you cannot let registration lapse. They penalize you. In Pennsylvania, I can let it lapse as long as I don't drive the car, and then I just renew it before I drive it. So I can let it lapse for 3 or 4 years and then just renew it when I need to use the car. Here, you can't do that. They penalize you and still charge you for the lapsed policy. It's because I guess they need the revenue. A lot of states do that. It's mandatory. The only way you can have a car unregistered is to turn in the license plate. What is it? $86 for 2 years? I think. If I sell the pickup truck, I won't have to renew that, so it'll just be the Kia and the electric car. I think it was right around $40-something a year, and I do 2 year. And so it's gonna be like $170, $180. And we don't have inspection out here. You do. If you're in Rio Rancho, Corrales, Bernalillo, or Albuquerque, you're gonna have to get your car inspected. But out here, we don't have to. It's one of the reasons I like New Mexico. That's one more cost savings. As if my electric car needs an inspection. So you'll pay for my tags 2 years from now. Because even optimistically speaking, that's how long it'll take to lose 100 pounds. I appreciate it, though. I'll hold you up to that. I appreciate the offer. I will take advantage of that. But I need to get physically fit enough so that I can domino the weight loss. Once I hit a routine, once I get into a position where I can get the ball rolling, it should snowball. Because I like being physically active. I got to be careful around here. Most people don't realize just how white I am, so I do this to show them. To show them the difference between my daytime skin and my nighttime skin. The color difference between here and my arm is just ridiculous. I get sunburn within minutes. Like literally, I sat outside in the car that first 65-degree day we had with the windows open. I was only out there for 30 minutes, got sunburned. I was like, you fucker. Well, not only am I prone to sunburn, but I'm at 6,800 feet in the south. So I have less atmosphere to buffer the UV before it gets to me. So I got to make sure I wear that sunblock always. Um, if I ever find the picture, I'll show it to you. I have permanent scarring on my legs from sunburn. I got a skin infection after sunburn when I was like, what, 15, 16 years old. And the infection was so bad that I later found out the doctor said that he said you were probably on death's headboard. He's like your death's door. He's like he said that could have killed you. When I described to him how bad it was and the fact that there's 3 days that I have no memory of. Like we were going to Florida for the TSA Nationals. I went back with my engineering teacher in school to help him with TSA teams. And the last day I remember is Wednesday. I stayed in a hotel room after that because I was so sick. And I had to beg him not to take me to the hospital because I have no insurance. And I was a volunteer, so school travel insurance wouldn't protect me. I don't remember the last 2 days of the event, and I don't remember the drive home. It doesn't exist for me. It's not there. And yeah, dry skin's an issue. Although that also gets better. You adapt. It doesn't go away completely, but you do adapt. Nosebleeds are more of a problem because it's so dry. The humidity here is typically under 20%. So it's dry to another level. You won't have to worry about moisture in your filament. That's for sure. Except for nylon. Nylon will absorb moisture on the surface of the fucking sun. It'll find water somewhere and absorb it. But most of your regular filament, it won't dry your existing filament, but none of your filament should ever become wet again. It's so dry, it's crazy, it's awesome. If you have an apartment, you can't do anything, but if you have a house, one of the best investments you can possibly make is a large carport. Because the absolute most precious thing out here next to water is shade. The more shaded space you have, the better your quality of life. Because then you can stay outside and not overheat and not burn up from the sun. So shade is your friend. The more shade you can afford, the better. I've got to get down to 350. So basically I got to lose 110 pounds. Once I get down to 350, I can start riding the bike. And when I can start riding the bike, the weight loss is going to come off. Because I enjoy riding the bike. I really enjoy doing it. I'll drive all the way up fucking S14 to the mountain and drive back on that bike. I love riding my bike. But I can't. I will destroy it. It can't hold 450 pounds. It just can't. And I cannot afford a bike that will hold that much weight. There was somebody selling one here for pennies. He was selling it for, it was a $6,000 bike. He was selling it for $1,800. A TerraTrike, a heavily modified TerraTrike. Really nice, recumbent trike. The manufacturer told me it easily hold 450 pounds. But I don't got $1,800. I tried to find ways to barter with him, but I just didn't have anything he wanted. You know, even my 2A stuff isn't valuable enough to barter for something like that. All I got's a $50 revolver, a 22 revolver and an old shotgun. I would never give up that shotgun. The thing's 100 years old. It's from my great grandmom. I'll never give that up. But I don't even know if it works. I don't care. It's from my great grandmom. But I got to get the 110 pounds off. And it's hard to describe how bad it hurts if I try to walk too far. That's one of the reasons why the pizza delivery works so well. Because first of all, as long as it wasn't out front, the boss never complained about me sitting down in a chair. because I work my ass off. I arrange things so I can do it sitting down, and I busted my ass, so he never complained about me sitting, never ever once. And of course, when I'm on delivery, even though I'm doing a lot of walking, it's short. You know, I'm walking 5 minutes to someone's house, giving them the pizza, walking 5 minutes back of the car, and then I'm sitting down in the car. So my feet are resting while I drive back to the shop. I do some walking around the shop, get my next order, or if I'm going to be there for a while, I'll do something that allows me to sit down if I can. But I was able to find that balance, and I was able to stay physically active. I got to figure out a way to do that here. I got to figure out a way to remain active, and I have to get Michelle to do it with me, or I'm going to be fucking burying her corpse in a couple years. And I think I'm going to go downhill very, very fast if she dies. It's not that it'll emotionally ruin me. I mean, it'll fuck me up, but I'm just not that kind of emotional person. Death happens. You know, I mean, when my dad died, I went to work the next day because he left us with $200,000 in debt. I have to, or this family is fucked. But I think I would lose my motivation to do anything. Right now, my primary motivation is providing for her. Providing for her gives me the incentive to take one more step. It gives me the incentive to give a fuck enough to get up out of bed and do something. And I think if she wasn't here, I would lose that. And I'm very afraid of that. I think it's dangerous. Plus, I'd really like her to live. She's my sister. You know what I mean? I would really like her to live. And for her, it's even worse. Like, I'm deathly afraid of going away on these trips because if she falls, there's a 50-50 shot that she can't get up again. There's a 50-50 shot that she won't be able to get back up off the floor again. And if she gets stuck in a position that cuts off blood circulation, she won't be able to get back up again. And with no one here, that's some scary shit, man. You know? Traveling worries me. You know, like I said before, we've talked about this. When you have a family at home and you have a family business, you have backup if something goes wrong. I didn't care about driving a 25-year-old car 30 hours across the country to Colorado because I have a good mechanic that helps us maintain those cars. We do good maintenance on those cars. We have a pickup truck. We have a tow dolly. Worst case scenario, they wire me out some money to repair the car. Or best case scenario. Worst case scenario, my mechanic, my dad, and my brother hop in the pickup truck and they drive out to wherever I am. We fix whatever needs fixing, or we hook up the tow dolly and tow the damn car home. Well, none of that exists anymore. They stole both my tow dollies, so I don't have a tow dolly anymore. Actually, no. They stole the one tow dolly, and the second tow dolly I gave to my mechanic because I tried to mount the tow dolly on top of my other trailer, way too heavy. The tongue weight was so high, the three of us could barely pick up the front of the trailer. It would have ripped the hitch right out of the pickup truck. So I had to leave the tow dolly behind. And, because I was hoping to bring that, you know, with me. And, but now I have no backup. I have no support. If I'm within a few hundred miles, I have AAA. Actually, I gotta make sure that actually got renewed. Make sure my account's still active. I've got AAA if something goes wrong locally. But if I'm 1,000 miles from home, what do? Do I just lose my car and lose everything in it, except whatever I can carry and get on a bus? I mean, what do? I can't afford to pay a mechanic to fix the car. So traveling is now a very different sort of experience than it was in the past. You know, it's something I have to be very careful with. You know, armor if I can do, it's only 8 hours away, and I have a friend. You know, worst case scenario, I could park the car at his place, pay for a permit until I can afford somehow to get the car back home. or I might be able to make it far enough that 2 AAAs would be enough to get me back home. I'm gonna take a shot. I'm gonna go to Narum. My buddy said that I could stay in his hotel room for free, and because I'll be driving him around there, he'll even pay for all my local gas. So I just have to have gas to get there and back, and pay for my meals. And so I'll be able to go to Narum. That's because it's local. It's here in Lordsburg, New Mexico. And then I'm gonna go to NSL. I might only be able to go for a single day. It depends on how hot it is. If it's cool enough for me to sleep in the car, I can just sleep in the car so I can at least see 2 days of the event. But I have to go for at least 1 day. It's only 3.5 hours away, so I can afford the fuel. It's only 2 tanks of gas. And I need to see Bill so I can get some tubing and a couple of the supplies that I need for these kits that I'm working on. Because a lot of this stuff I can't test because I don't have the parts. To see if an 18mm tube fits, I need an 18mm tube. Yeah. And I'm going to try to go to the World Championships for FAI. It's in Houston, I think. It's either Houston or Austin. It might be Austin, I remember. It's close enough that I should. I have basically no money, but I should have enough money for fuel. I have 36,000 points on my McDonald's account, so I can eat. And of course, I'm bringing one of my electric coolers with me, so I'll be able to bring food with me as well. And so food should be okay. Gas should be okay. The only thing I wasn't anticipating, I didn't realize that Loveland was an hour and 20 minutes away from where he is. So I have that hour and 20-minute drive back and forth 3 times. PayPal@nerys.com. It's in the description of the video. PayPal@NERYS. Nancy Echo Romeo Yankee Sam.com. Thank you. I appreciate it. But in theory, I think I got enough. I think. The question is how long I can delay paying my electric bill. To see whether I can balance it when I get my next check from Amazon. Although this next one's gonna be pretty small. It's only gonna be like $150. It's gonna be dicey. It's but I think it's important. I mean, my YouTube channel is dead. We know this. 20 people. I've got to start making more regular videos, and I have to revitalize the channel. I got to get off my ass and revitalize it. So I'm hoping the Rocky Mountain Murph will let me do that. Allow me to make some contacts, make some connections. I don't know why Creality has shunned me. I don't know what I did to them. I got excited about the rockets because it's something that apparently I'm good at. I seem to be pretty good at designing these things. I see a model on, somebody posts a picture of a model, and that night I make up a copy of it in 3D so I can print it. And so I seem to have a knack for that. I just have to hope that there's enough of a market for it to supplement my income. I don't need much. I need $400 a month. If I can make another $400 a month, I can at least break even. That would be enough to pay the credit card bills and to pay my utility bills, and that would give me breathing room. But right now that's hard. I get $233 a month from Patreon. I get about $150 a month from Amazon, so that's about $400. And then whatever I get from donations from you guys during streams and stuff like that. So I usually end up with about $450 a month. But then you have big expenses that pop up. $1,300 for my house insurance next month. Don't know how I'm going to pay that. I need a fridge. Don't know how I'm going to pay that. Thankfully, I was able to fix the washing machine. So it needed a pump. That cost me $150. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to fix the water heater. I'm pretty sure it's just a burned out element. So What's been stopping me is this fucking kidney pain. I got to get on my hands and knees on the ground and crawl under the house to get to the off switch. There's no fucking off switch at the water heater. The guy didn't put a valve at the water heater. So I got to turn off the main water to the house to turn off the water to the water heater. Why couldn't he put a valve at the water heater? How hard would that have been? The amount of money I paid that asshole? Now I know better, of course, but obviously I didn't know better before. I just assumed he knew what he was doing. Thank you, Red Light. I really appreciate that. Holy shit, dude. Wow. You okay with me telling people Lightspeed? That's pretty generous. Red Light sent me $50. You were awesome. Lightspeed sent me a very, very generous amount. I'm waiting for him to confirm it's okay for me to tell people. He sent me $250. Dude, you're fucking awesome. That not only allows me to pay my electric bill, but that's enough for the fuel to get there and back. Because it should take, the round trip should take 3 tanks. That's $120. And then the back and forth to the show is going to be a little bit more, but I'm going to start off with a full tank, so I'm good. That's enough for the fuel. Dude, that is amazing. Thank you. And the other nice thing about PayPal, I can transfer the money to my bank account and it'll be there tomorrow. I appreciate it, Lightspeed. Without you guys, without your guys' support, I tell people that people say you're an e-beggar, and I was like, yes, I am. That's what PBS is. That's what publicly funded programming is. They're e-beggars. They're telling people, you like my content, you support me. And, you know, if I provide you guys with value, then you provide me with support. That's a win-win. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a fantastic way to earn a living. It's a hard way to earn a living. I'm learning the hard way. It's a hard way to earn a living, but it's an honest, legitimate way to earn a living. Oh, come on. Nick. Grrr. Nice. Good for you. Absolutely. My Patreon is kicking ass. I got 25 patrons providing me with $234 a month. They're amazing. I was so sad to see a patron leave last week. He only gives me $1 a month. But he's been giving me that $1 a month for 50 months. 50 months he's been... I mean, it's only $1, but he's been religiously supporting me. But, you know, times are tough, and he had to cancel that stuff, and I don't blame him. You know, that's fine. You know, but I gotta hope I can take this new tact. The printers are drying up. I'm not getting new printers. I do have a Magician X2 coming, theoretically. Probably not in time to do anything with it before Armor, but right after Armor. Wow. Yeah, well, when you get to those kind of numbers, you're going to see churn. What I have left is my loyal supporters who are just fucking ridiculously awesome human beings. I want the Sliceworks King Rune, but they don't want to, I guess they don't think I'm valuable enough to work with. I love their printers. I still have the old King Rune. I still use it. It's just, I really was hoping they would send me one because I love supporting companies. I love shilling for companies I like. It's not shilling. I like promoting companies that make good stuff. And King Rune makes some fucking awesome printers. I'm trying to get Starbond to support me. I sent them a letter. I'm hoping they'll support me. Even if they don't want to send me glue, I'm going to buy their glue anyway. But I want them to send me a pop kit. I want them to send me a display kit, like, you know, a couple samples, some stickers, and, you know, paperwork so I can put it on my table. Oh, Sliceworks is separate from Kingroon? Send me a message with his contact if you don't think it'll hurt you. Because I love the Kingroon printer. They're just you know how much I love my Ender 2s. I love my Ender 2s, and the Kingroon is Ender 2 at heart. You know, it's just especially with the linear rails and the direct drive. Oh, I want that so bad. I want to play with that printer. I'll print so many parts on that thing. You'll see it. You'll see it in my social media every week because I'll just have fun with it. You know, it'd be easy to put in an enclosure so I could dick around with ABS and ASA more. Oh man, I love little tiny printers like that. Good little tiny printers, not like the plastic junk ones, but you know, things like the Kingroon, like the Ender 2. You know, they're legit printers, but just small. What few issues Kingroon printers have. At least the original one I got, the original KPS that I got, was a fantastic machine. I never had to do a thing to it. But yeah, I love the Kingroon printers. I mean, sure, it would have been nice to have a Bamboo, but my channel's not big enough to warrant them sending me out one of those printers. Although the reality is it probably cost them a few $100 to make one. They could have sent me one, but still, it's not the end of the world. I would have loved to have gotten a K1 Max from Creality, but I don't think that's going to happen. For some reason, Creality has shunned me. I don't know why. I never badmouthed them. They never gave me a reason to. I never did anything. I was always honest regarding their stuff. But I think it has to have something to do with Naomi. Because that's the exact time where they just stopped interacting with me altogether. I even tried to give that goddamn cloud box of theirs a fair shake. But they were hard set on making it cloud only. I was like, if you make this thing local area network, if you make this local, it's going to take off like a hotcake. I mean, oh, did they put ball bearing fans? No more sleeve bearing fans. I hate hydraulic fans so much. They're such garbage. What pisses me off is that it costs me $10 to upgrade the fans on a printer. Well, at least the two fans. About $20 to upgrade all the fans. It would cost the manufacturer 50 cents to upgrade all the fans. It's like, come on, guys. Dual ball bearing fans everywhere. No more hydraulic bushings. It'll cost you 50 cents. It can't be more than 50 cents total for a Chinese manufacturer to put all ball bearing fans in these printers. And the quality of life improvement that would create would be tremendous. Your printers would immediately become silent overnight. Your whole line would become silent. Combine that with the silent drivers, you got quiet machines because the vast majority of the noise is the fans. The printer itself doesn't make much noise, not unless you have an old school. Unless you have one of those old school drivers, the printers are already pretty quiet. It's the fans that are noisy. But you have one printer, no big deal. You have 7 of them in a small bathroom. I tell you, that gets pretty noisy. But I mean, I'm not going to be totally transparent about everything just because it's embarrassing. But like, I can't have anybody in my house. It's the amount of effort it takes just these last 2 months. See you later, Red Light. Thank you again so much. You are awesome, dude. $50 is incredibly generous. It is. The pain is getting better. I'm just thankful of that. As a matter of fact, I didn't take a Tylenol this morning. You probably saw me cringe earlier. It hit me a little bit, but otherwise, I think it's only hit me twice this morning. It's probably going to punish me when I get up, though. The mess that I have in this house, because I don't have the physical willpower or stamina to deal with it, is, I mean, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And that's been 2 months. And the amount of effort it takes me to get up and just do the stream the past few weeks has been monumental. And this morning is the first morning that I got up where I felt good. You know, I was like, I'm going to enjoy doing this stream today. This is not going to be misery. Because I got up, went in the bathroom, took a piss, and my back didn't try to put me on my butt on the ground. It's like, I can feel it twinging, but it's not killing me. I don't know how people deal with that kind of pain. I don't know how people can live with that. And when I hear people talk about chronic pain and stuff like that, and you know, you hear a lot of people, oh, they're just pill poppers. Fuck you, man. What I have is probably a tiny taste of what they have, and it is absolutely debilitating. I mean, I struggle to take the trash outside because huffing that bag over my shoulder hurts so much. It's incredible. So was one of the reasons why I'm in such a good mood today. Because for the last like 3 or 4 days, the pain has been getting pushed back. It's been subsiding. I've been taking less and less Tylenol and Advil. I now stagger it. I take the Tylenol in the morning and the Advil in the afternoon so that there's an overlap. And I'm taking less of it. I only take 2 Tylenols. That's it. Before I was taking like 8. Which is the max dose he told me was safe. He said no more than that. He said at your body weight, that's it. And now I'm to the point where I think I might be able to stop taking it altogether. So I feel really good today. You know, I feel like I can be useful. It also helps that I no longer have to heat the house. So this next electric bill should be like $130. Well, it was like half a month with power for the heat, but I got that working. Thanks to my LG V20. It turns out that the app for this phone's IR blaster works on that fucking mini split. You watch. I'm going to do some cleanup this weekend. I'm going to find the remotes. You watch. Now that I have a way to turn it on, now I'm going to find the remotes. It's like the universe going, I had a 1974 Volkswagen Thing. A Type 181 Thing. I fucking love that car. Oh my god, that was Chris Taylor all over it. That car was me. It was such a pleasure to drive that car. Little tiny 34 horsepower engine, air cooled, manual doors, plastic windows that rolled, a folding windshield. It couldn't go faster than 55 miles an hour. That was its top speed with the transmission that was in it. I had a nice laugh. I don't know. You guys are my regular crew, so you probably heard me say this already. I got pulled over at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning for doing 88 miles an hour on Route 206. Just before the cop pulled me over, some little chump in his ricer. It was an orange and silver Japanese car with a wing on the back. Looked like silver lightning bolt or stripes going down the side, and it was orange. And he blew by me like I was fucking not moving, man. But it was more like, you know, the rice fart can mufflers that they have on those cars. Cop comes up roaring behind me, pulls me over. He comes up to the window, and I was like, hang on, his engine's a little loud. And I turn off the engine. And he's like, do you know how fast you're going? And I look at him and I go, were you sleeping in the woods? He looks at me. He's like, you think this is funny? I was like, whatever speed you think I was going, it's wrong. He's like, oh, really? And I was like, yes, really. I was like, when you were dozing off, your radar gun clocked that little Japanese ricer that blew by me about 2 minutes ago doing about $120. He's like, I clocked you doing 88. I was like, no, your radar gun's off because he was doing at least 120, and that's who you clocked. I was like, that son of a bitch was moving. He's like, well, I was like, no. I was like, here's the deal. I was like, you see that opening right there? I got the pink slip in there for this car. The title is still in there for this car, including the pink paper from the DMV. I was like, I'm going to give you the keys. You're going to get in this car, and you're going to go drive it down the road as far as you want. If you can hit 60 miles an hour, it's yours. You can have the car. He's like, you think this is a joke? I was like, have you looked at the car you pulled over? I was like, I'm not trying to be an asshole. Seriously, did you look at what you pulled over? I was like, let me educate you. This is a 1974 Type 181 Kubelwagen Volkswagen thing. It's not a Kubelwagen, but I like using that word because it helps. I was like, it has a 36, I think it's 36, not 34. It has a 36 horsepower air-cooled Volkswagen engine in the back with the, and I point outside the door that's not there, with the original military tires and the original military transmission. At 55, this thing sounds like an F-16 Falcon jet. It's screaming so loud for dear mercy for you to shoot it and put it out of its misery as it's spraying oil out of every seal in the back of that engine. I was like, the reason I'm on 206 and not the expressway is because this car doesn't like going faster than 45 miles an hour and is dangerous past 50 miles an hour. I was like, down the side of a mountain with a rocket JATO on the back, you're not hitting 88 miles an hour in this thing. And I hold up the key, this dinky old Volkswagen steel key, and I was like, now, I'm not being an asshole. I'm being serious. Look at the car you pulled over. This thing can't do 88 miles an hour. If my life depended on it, it can't do 60. I've tried. It maxes at about 54, 55. And it's going to blow itself apart if I keep it there for more than a couple seconds. And I saw the ice break on his face as he's finally starting to realize what it is that I'm sitting in. And he sees these old vinyl seats and his folded windshield and the missing doors on this old military World War II Volkswagen vehicle kind of car. And I was like, did you hear the engine when you walked up? I was like, what did that sound like? He's like a Beetle. And I was like, uh-huh. And how fast do Beetles go? I was like, this could actually do 70 if I put a Beetle transmission in it. Because the military transmission's geared really low. Like in that car, I could climb a hill like that in first gear. I mean, it had grunt at low end. But you were very quickly, you put it in first gear, second, third, and then you can start accelerating. Because the gears were so short, it was geared so low. But yeah, that was hilarious. That was absolutely hilarious. Like this, it was funny, thankfully he was, not an asshole, and once he realized, he chilled and no ticket, he still ran my info and, obviously came up with nothing. But yeah, that was hilarious. Of all the cars to accuse me of doing 88 miles an hour in, I was like, I need a flux capacitor. I should have thought of that, but I didn't. But yeah, that was hilarious. That was just like, yep. Whatever speed you think it is, it's not right. You got the wrong guy, because this car can't go that fast. There you go. Now that's glued in place. And now when you thread this on, oh no, it's not. It's still not glued. Oh shit. That usually is dry by now. Would you get the fuck on there? Why won't you go in? It doesn't want to go on this side. There it goes. Boy, that really didn't want to go on there. It looks like it should be drying, but it's not. I guess it needs a little more time. But yeah, that was phenomenal. That was funny. That was. Oh, I wonder if it can't glue to this aluminum. These are foil lined. There's an aluminum foil lining in here. I wonder if it's having trouble sticking to the foil lining. Interesting. Or it's just not cured yet. But yeah, what are you gonna do? It was fun. You know, at least the guy was decent. All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here at 7 o'clock. I should have a video this Sunday. I'm gonna do a little print-episode with all the nice little prints, you know, the dragon, the tea box, the different things I've printed. So I'll have a dedicated episode for that. Those seem to be my most popular episodes historically, so I got to do more of those. And now that I have more machines running and I'm interested in printing stuff, I can start doing that. I just got to try not to fill it with rocket content. One rocket every other week or something like that, because I'm making a lot of rockets and not everybody's interested in rockets. So I got to make sure I do other stuff that everybody's interested in, like, you know, the dragon and containers and stuff like that. And I'll definitely be live next Wednesday, of course. And then if you're going to be around Denver, Colorado area next weekend, I will be at the Rocky Mountain Rep Festival. And you'll very easily find me. Just look for the dark blue nose cone all the way up in the ceiling. the tallest 3D print in the building. That'll be me. If anybody brings something taller, I'm going to add sections to that rocket until I can say, yeah, nice try, buddy. But that's it. I'm excited. I'm hoping that it'll revitalize me. It'll revitalize my channel. I'm hoping I'll be able to make some contacts, make some connections, you know, more involvement. I'm hoping Starbond replies, because I love their adhesive. They make good glue. Their rubber glue is the best. It really is better than, like, I like the Starbond rubberized CA better than Bob Smith CA. Although I prefer the Bob Smith accelerator. It smells nice. Most accelerators stinks, but the Bob Smith accelerator smells nice. It has like a fruity vanilla smell, and it's also less volatile. When you spray accelerator on CA, it can sometimes react violently. It'll foam up and bubble. It's a very exothermic reaction. I've burned my hands a few times with that. And the Bob Smith accelerator seems to be more gentle. It accelerates a little more slowly, so you don't get as much foaming. Foaming destroys the structural integrity of the CA. It makes it much, much weaker, because it's like foam now. So the Bob Smith stuff is much more, like, I can make a fillet and then dry the fillet with the Bob Smith, and I don't get no bubbles, or very few. So the Bob Smith accelerator is my favorite, but the Starbond's my favorite adhesive. And if you go to their, I don't have an affiliate link for them unless you use my Amazon link, but if you go to their website and you sign up for email and text alerts, you got to give them your email address, you got to give them your phone number, okay? You get a 20% coupon. Not only that, but the big 16-ounce pack of glue is $10 cheaper on their website compared to Amazon, and you get the 20% off. So that's another $14 off. So for like $58, you get 16 ounces of rubberized black medium thick CA with a whole bunch of tips and 4 2-ounce bottles to transfer the glue into. Keep the big bottle in the fridge. It'll last a couple years, because it'll take you a while to go through that much glue. But yeah, the best adhesives for 3D prints is Gloop and rubberized CA. Just be careful, because it's black, which means it's going to be very obvious wherever you put it. It does not turn clear. It stays black. It's got rubber in it. So don't be sloppy with it, because if you get it on the outside of a 3D print, you're going to see it. But yeah, good stuff. That's all I use. I use the Starbond, rubberized CA, and Gloop for any of my 3D printing adhesive needs. You can even get away with rubberized CA for high power stuff sometimes, because the CA is brittle and it can be shocked like glass. So, you know, glass is very strong, but you bing it with a hammer and it shatters. CA is the same thing. Incredibly strong, but under the right conditions, you hit it with a shock wave, it can crack. And the initial impulse spike of an ammonium perchlorate rocket motor is enough of a shock wave to crack CA. I have 600 frame per second video of a rocket motor going through the rocket and taking off like an ICBM. Because he used CA to glue the motor mount in. And that was fun. But the rubberized CA, you can sometimes get away with that, especially for the lower power stuff, because the rubber that's chewed up and mixed in with the CA, gives it more shock resistance. It gives it a little bit it still feels hard as a rock, but on the scale that the glue works, it gives it some give. So it's not like glass. It's kind of like using tempered reinforced glass. It has a little bit more give before it breaks. It has some shock absorption capabilities. So that's why I use it. But just be careful of the spawn of Saint. That is thin CA. Oh, I fucking hate thin CA. One time I was putting thin CA on a model and I didn't realize how much was coming out because it was thin and it was dripping down my hand and I didn't realize it. My hand was getting a little warm, but I didn't think nothing of it. And then I sprayed accelerator. Let me tell you, when you have that much CA on your skin and you hit it with accelerator, you gain very intimate experience with the fact that CA is an exothermic curing process. It was very hot. But yeah, so I hate thin CA. Oh god, I hate thin CA. But it's good for sealing the ends of tubes and stuff like that. Sealing up small fins and stuff like that. It's good for that. Alright, I will see you guys later. I'm gonna figure out what we're gonna make for dinner. And go from there. And hopefully tomorrow I will take that trailer load of trash to the dump. The car's battery was dead, but I got it all charged up, the 12-volt battery. Got the tires all filled up, car's all ready. So I should be able to hitch up the trailer, and I'll probably drive it around a little bit first just to make sure the battery is correctly cycled, that it's not thinking it's full and it's not, and strand me halfway there. So, drain it down halfway, come back, charge it up, make sure it's really fully charged. And then take that load of trash down so I can fill up another trailer load. And take that down, and then fill up another trailer load, and take that down. That's why I had to get black trash bags. The clear trash bags, a day or two outside, they fall apart. The UV just destroys them. But the black bags can hold up. So, that's it. I will see you guys next week. Thank you. And this is where we hit the stop button.